Hello. It is me, Senior Fanfics, and this is what if Luffy got a second chance to become Pirate King. Sadly, this is the last part. Please like and subscribe and check out the author and fanfiction linked in the description. Join the Discord for earlier videos sometimes and enjoy the story. And Mark. Zoro has officially broken the record for longest recovery. Can you not joke at a time like this, Usopp? Nami snapped. Ah, Nami Swan, go easy on the long nose. He's just trying to lighten the atmosphere. He means well. Sanji offered her a cup of tea, just the way she liked it. Nami sighed. It's been 6 days. I mean, logically, it should take months for him to recover from that many injuries, but I'm so used to him grumbling the next day, already taking off his bandages. Not if Kadu and I have anything to say about it. Kaya injected, looking up from taking Zoro's temperature. The first mate of the Straw Hat crew looked like a second-hand mummy. They'd quickly exhausted Kadu's supply of gauze when treating him in those frantic hours after his victory, so the patchwork wrappings were all stained with various bodily fluids that need not be named. Zoro had almost collapsed right into the sea after his odd apostrophe to the sky, only to be caught by Luffy. Then he'd been immediately moved to Mary's galley, where Kadu and Kaya bit off way more than they could chew, trying to combine herbal remedies and beginner's knowledge of medicine to try and keep Zoro from dying. They might well have failed were it not for the unexpected aid of Mayasa, an Russian word for meat, in keeping with themes set by Paddy and Karn. He'd been patching himself up after bar fights for years, and he had an unlimited number of surprisingly effective street hacks to help trauma. The two medical women would never have thought to use glue to seal the gaping wounds, and vodka doubled as disinfectant on top of being a painkiller. The gruff cook had just shrugged when offered profuse of thanks. Is nothing. We comrades now. Must look out for each other, he'd said in his odd accent. Still, it was a miracle that Zoro was still alive, given the amount of damage and the level of care they could provide. The core crew had never longed more for Chopper. The only one that didn't seem to be getting gray hairs was Luffy. I can still hear his voice. It's weak, but it's there. He's not dying on us. Not right after he reached his dream. It's odd, thinking that the sword brain got his dream already, Sanji spoke up. Well, mine was pretty vague. If you interpret Brave Warrior of the Sea as famous pirate, then I already got it after Eni's lobby. Usopp grinned smugly, though his heart didn't seem to be in it. You're making it worse, Sanji hissed. Oh, please Sanji-kun, don't tell me you're so petty as to be jealous that Zoro beat Mihawk before you found all blue. Nami demanded. It's not that. He protested. A grim look crossed his face. It's just dreams are the glue that held us together. Now that he proved he's the strongest, what reason does he have to stay with us? Really, Sanji, I'm surprised at you, Luffy spoke up, coming into the office. We're Nakama. Did you honestly imagine we'd just go our separate ways when we finished everything? We're family. We'll find new dreams and help each other reach them all over again. Zoro's not going anywhere. Aye, Captain, Sanji answered, mollified. Kaya looked up. I'd have thought you'd like it if Zoro-san left, Sanji-san. He only seems to vex you, after all. Sanji looked away, blushing. Well, who else is going to help me keep my skills sharp? Sure, he's uncouth and misogynistic and unhygienic and a total pain in the ass, but I'd miss him if he left. I guess. Maybe a little. A chuckle dry as the desert rasped from a broken throat. I'm never going to let you forget you said that, love cook. Zoro. Everyone screamed. The corner of the swordsman's lip twitched up, and even that simple move seemed to exhaust him. Damn, I feel worse than after that run-in with Kuma. He glanced over to Luffy and his eyes twinkled. Did I make you proud, Captain? Fit to burst. Luffy proclaimed proudly, smiling so wide his cheeks looked ready to burst like balloons. Congratulations, Zoro. You've given me the perfect story. It's so outrageous that no one will believe me. I can lie by telling the truth now, the ultimate achievement. Of course, I'd attempted it many times before Usopp went off on some compulsive tangent. You're slipping, Marimo. If it were me fighting Mihawk, I wouldn't have gotten a scratch. Fuck you, Dart bro. Sanji hid a grin. Ah, never mind. Precious little patience shouldn't be getting worked up with arguments they can't win. Shut up, he moaned as harshly as he could manage. For the record, even though I cleared your original debt, I'm charging you for all the medical supplies we had to pick up to save your reckless ass. So you better pay up sooner, it won't end up helping you much. Heartless witch. Luffy laughed. Zoro bickering with everyone. All was right with the world. I've got some catching up to do. The strongest swordsman in the world deserves nothing less than the Pirate King as his captain. No rush. I know you'll get there, Zoro breathed. He tried to swallow, and Kaya appeared with a glass of water with a straw-like magic. Zoro suckled, hating how weak he felt. It was like he was a helpless baby. So what happened after? He managed. How could talking feel as hard as fighting his sensei? Luffy shrugged. I got to you right after you passed out. For some reason, you were holding his hat, so I picked that up along with you and got you over here so Kaya and Kadu could patch you up. Then I went over and gave Mihik a proper send-off. I still don't understand why you burned him with the sword. That thing was probably worth millions, Nami grumbled. Nami, it was his sword. He deserved to be buried with it. Luffy was unyielding. Nami shrugged. She'd never understand this stupid thing men called honor. Anyway, you were practically on death's door, so we rushed the fleet over to the nearest island to get all the stuff the girls needed to fix you. I had those annoying friends of yours turn in Krieg to the local marine base. I didn't even need to weasel them to get a good cut, they gave it all to us. They said tell brother Zoro it was a true honor to have known him. I think they thought you were already dead and we were going through the motions. Usopp shrugged. It's not unreasonable. They're just average blokes. They don't know how much punishment people at his level can take. Hell, considering Kaya's just starting reading medical books and Kadu's barely better than store-bought medicine, I wasn't sure he'd make it myself. Again with a lack of confidence, Zoro huffed. Anyways, we stayed long enough for Zeph and Nami to get us resupplied. And we've basically been slowly making our way to Nami's island while waiting for you to wake up. The Black Cat seem particularly interested. Most of them have built shrines to you. I think you've earned yourself some lifetime disciples. Zoro sighed. Didn't even get any time to enjoy being the best. Already he had apprentices clamoring for him. Speaking of which, we've moved up to 2 a days now that we've got Sanji and his special food to help get everyone strong. Plus everyone got really eager to train for some reason when I said we'd be seeing lots of guys on Mihik's level on the way to One Piece. Luffy shook his head. It's amazing, really. All the normal guys on Buggy's crew are almost as strong as Buggy and his officers were when they started by now. Why didn't we get stronger that fast? We were winging it. We didn't have teachers helping us every day that knew exactly how high up the big leagues are. Plus my attack cuisine can work wonders. Sanji popped a lollipop in his mouth. Kaya had absolutely forbidden smoking near Zoro, so he'd settled for this crutch while waiting for his nakama to awaken. We're just lucky they bought my excuse that I've been experimenting with recipes with medicinal properties. That and that my old geezer never went to the Kamabaka kingdom. I'd have a time and a half explaining how I got my hands on their national treasure. On that note, Usopp spoke up. The other crews are going to start asking questions eventually, no matter how much we awe them, it's hard to swallow us popping up out of the weakest sea already ready for the strongest. Do we tell the truth, if so to whom? If not, should I start working on some backstory now? Luffy waved a hand like brushing away a fly. We'll tell them the truth, duh. They're our nakama. Let's not bother till they start insisting though. Hopefully by then they'll stop worshipping us and just accept it instead of acting all weird. The captain suddenly pounded his fist. Speaking of the men, Luffy ran to the door and threw it open, looking out on the big top, Bees in Black, and Barady. Between the pets, Buggy's crew, and the displaced Dawn crew, the circus ship was finally filled to capacity. Luffy had sworn to get his newest crew a ship of their own at earliest opportunity, but they insisted they were fine with their cramped situation. Hoi, everyone. Hi, Captain Don Luffy. Zoro's awake. So now we can stop holding off the party. Anchor for the night, boys. We're celebrating having the world's strongest swordsman in our armada. Panpai. Came thunderous approval. Boy, mustache guy. Prepare for a feast. Don't tell me what to do, Eggplant King. Zeph shouted back. He'd swiftly learned that the calm, collected leader he'd made a pact with was a very rarely seen side of his employer. Zeph insisted he and his men weren't pirates, just working with the armada on an indefinite contract. It actually worked out, since the Barady were designated the guard force, they would be inconspicuous, not obviously with the crew, acting as a secret last line of defense. After all, they were brought on for their cooking skills, not for combat, though Zeph had begun pounding his black leg style into their heads, so they wouldn't be, quote, helpless ninnies out there. The Dawn Pirates, on the other hand, were going to be made the demolition squad. They already favored maces and axes over plain swords, so it wasn't that much a shift to make them the heavy hitters, just a massive increase in expectations. Luffy wouldn't allow them to coast on numbers, they had to be ready to defend their nakama from anything if they expected to stay on his crew. Jin has assured him he'd get them ready in a timely manner, unaware that all his men, even Pearl, wore expressions of terror behind him. Jin was a notorious taskmaster as commander under Krieg, and it appeared he'd only gotten worse now that he was captain and had an even higher ideal to hold himself to. Through sheer persistence, he'd gotten his crew to roughly the same level as the Black Cats, despite the head start. Nami looked up as Luffy came back in. I'd hate to bring up an inconvenient topic, but we all realize we're now doomed, right? Soon as word gets out that this idiot beat Mihik, he'll be public enemy number 1, and we'll go down with him. Wow, Nami, way to kill the mood, Usopp grumbled, clutching Kaya close. Luffy rolled his eyes. He was getting tired of Nami's belly aching. Really, if she thought about it for a second, she'd see there was no reason to worry yet. And how will word get out exactly, Nami? Well obviously, Nami drew a blank. She'd kind of just assumed to knowledge would get out. But now that she tried to logically ascertain the means, she found herself stalling. The only people in the world that know what happened to Mihawk are on these 4 ships. I didn't spend the whole time just watching, you know. I was listening for people coming and scared them off with conquerors before they got close. They might have seen some pretty lights before they got a sudden overpowering urge to run away, but no one knows the exact details but us. So they'll never find out? Nami asked, her eyes lighting up with hope. Oh, they'll find out. In a couple weeks, the higher-ups will realize it's been a while since Mihawk reported, so they'll send a messenger bat demanding a response. When it comes back with its letter unopened, they'll panic and realize he's either dead or hiding. So they'll set up a massive task force to find out what happened. And these guys have information gathering to a science. They have people all over the world whose only job is to listen in at bars and town squares for information. And people talk. Those folks that I turned away, at least one will mention to a friend something weird happened when he tried to catch dinner at the Baroque, who'll tell it to another friend or a cousin or his shoe shiner or someone. Who'll eventually exaggerate it while slosh to try and give a good story to his pals or impress a lady, and someone with the world government will hear it. Some tired clerk will read the report a month later, see it happened around the right time within the maximum distance Mihawk could have traveled from his last known location, and decide it's worth investigating. They'll track the story back to the source and get the most the poor sap can remember with some harried interrogator battering them. Said interrogator will give the report to his supervisor, who'll give it to his supervisor, and so on until it reaches someone that has seen or at least heard of a duel between serious swordsmen, noticed the signs. And raised the idea that Mihawk was in a serious fight. By that point, we'll have built a bit of a reputation for ourselves, and people will start to notice how insanely good Zoro is. Some bright, eager new recruit will boldly suggest that Zoro is the one that fought him. Occam's razor being what it is, and in the lack of any better theories, they'll decide Zoro killed or at least didn't lose to Mihawk. To appear strong and decisive, they'll then plaster Zoro's face all over the news and give him some record-breaking bounty that will make every hunter who hears it drool. All of this being just the most likely scenario if we don't do anything to brag or otherwise control how the world finds out. Nami's face fell. Damn. Luffy sighed and reached over to rub her shoulder. Look, Nami, I know that I'm tempting fate here. And if anyone wants to avoid the kind of clusterfuck that got us here, it's me. But in all seriousness, I think I could take on an admiral alone and reasonably expect to survive. Zoro just beat Mihawk. We're all up to the level we used to be, if not above. And if Buggy's goons could go from cannon fodder to half-decent grunts in a month, I'm sure they'll each be as strong as I was starting out by the time we get to Water 7, and the other crews we pick up won't be that far behind them. And all the other captains and their officers are going to level up like we did the first time. If the Marines and world government crap themselves and send everything and they kitchen sink after us, we'll be ready for them. Nami hung her head. Luffy, I want to trust it'll be okay. I wish I could trust all our new Nakama like you can. But all I can think about is some Marine geezer panicking, naming you the next Whitebeard, and sending a buster call on us before the other crews are ready. We might make it out, but damn it, all those bad guys aren't bad guys anymore. They're our allies. And somehow, the thought of us surviving while they get mowed down is even worse than us all dying. Nami angrily swiped at her eyes. Damn it, would you have to complicate everything? Why couldn't we have just done things the same as last time? Zoro croaked, though it might have been a laugh. The crew turned to look at him. He seemed ready to pass out after only an hour awake, but it was understandable. Idiot. Last time didn't end well, if you don't remember. Besides, things change. We're not the same people we were. We couldn't do things the same if we tried. It's a whole new start. We have more information this time, but we're going to get caught off guard as many times as last time, I guarantee you. So suck it up and remember you're a pirate. It's an adventure. Couldn't have said it better myself, Zoro. Luffy grinned. But the man was already asleep. I'll start working on some hormone soup. If he's not unusually stupid, he should be able to move by Logtown. With that, Sanji moved over the stove and began to prepare the food. He left off on dinner for the rest, knowing Zeph would provide as part of the party. After one last check on her patient, Kayu wandered outside, dragging Usopp. She'd been on alert for almost a week, making sure Zoro didn't slip into a coma or worse at all hours. She needed rest, and Usopp had a sleeping pill with her name on it. Not really, though she might give that argument another go. She'd go for the tattoos or sexy angle. Luffy gave Nami one last look before going out to mingle with the crew and prepare for the party. Nami sighed. They'd just passed one of the biggest hurdles they'd ever faced as a crew, even if Zoro did most of the work. Soon, she'd face her childhood tormentor, and even though they were a million times better prepared than last time, she still felt a twinge of fear at the thought of Arlong. And past him, the horizon was dark and stormy. She thought knowing the route would make it easier this time, but she of all people should know how quickly the weather could change. This wasn't going to be an idealized repeat of their early adventures. The tale of the Straw Hat Armada was going to be its own unique story, with its own surprises and heartbreaks. But she was the navigator. It was going to be her job to guide them all through the storm. And she'd have her nakama at her back, ready to help her. Nami grinned and stole one last moment of peace before the waves began. "Marry me?" Pearl moaned as he bit into a kebab. Paddy rolled his eyes. "Okay, at first it was funny, but that's the sixth time tonight. Are you all that drunk or do I give off that vibe? Because I can tell you right now that I got no interest in your schnitzel." "Chillax, bro. It's just you're an awesome cook and the way to a man's heart is his stomach," Bucci explained, pulling his new best friend away from attempting to plant one on the harried cook. It was almost midnight, but the party was still going strong. The armada was all huddled in a little triangle with a Barady safe in the middle, and food and drink were flowing freely. The crews had started out segregated, but as the night wore on and the alcohol kicked in, they'd swung on ropes, with often comical results, from ship to mingle and make new buddies. As Luffy said, they were all nakama. "Everybody, step right up. It's time to play hit the buggy. 10 points if you hit his chest. 50 points if you hit his head. Can you touch the amazing splitting man? Come and see." Usopp shouted, having obtained a candy-striped vest and cane from somewhere and gesturing to the various parts of buggy floating all over the place. "When I say 1, 2, Django, you will be a prima donna ballerina. 1, 2, Django," slurred the hypnotist. A moment later, Karn had launched into a spirited performance of Swan Lake to the rousing laughter of anyone that watched. "A toast to Zoro-sensei proving he's a bamf," Kabaji shouted from the mast of the Bees in Black. "Hanpai," shouted everyone who heard before sucking down their cups. Zeph chuckled to himself as he sucked on a cigar. He'd turned off the kitchens after the last batch of snacks and he was enjoying the atmosphere now that he wasn't working to fuel it. "I'd forgotten how rowdy these kinds of parties could get. How'd I ever leave this behind? How should I know, shitty geezer?" Sanji puffed on his own cigarette. He preferred a quick fix over the heavy-duty shit his old man smoked. Zeph growled cheeky eggplant before glancing at all the antics of the men. "It's weird. I expected it to be a bunch of suspicious groups warily forced to work together by the top dog, but it feels more like one huge crew grouped into teams. I wouldn't have believed it possible." Sanji chuckled. "Luffy's the son of the devil. I'm not sure there's anything he can't do once he sets his mind to it." Zeph gave his son a look from the corner of his eye. "You seem awfully sure considering you've barely known him a week. Something you're not telling me, Lil Eggplant." Sanji was too mellowed by good booze and nicotine to tense. "That's for me to know and you to find out, crap geezer." Zeph snorted and almost set fire to his mustache. "Whatever. I don't really care. I've never seen you so happy. If that Eggplant King has something to do with that, then that's all I need to know." Sanji felt his heart melt. "Thanks, Pops." There was a quiet moment of peace. "Though if I catch you having sex in my kitchen, I'm cutting it off with my cleaver," Zeph tacked on. "What the hell, you crazy geezer. It's not like that. I don't like guys. I like ladies. Ladies. With the bouncy and the jiggle and the squish. How on earth did you get that idea?" Sanji exploded. Padu tilted her head. She'd managed to catch that. Hey, if Sanji was gay, wouldn't he and Zoro make an awesome couple? "Thank God." Kaya shouted, startling Nami. The girls had been clustered together having some much-needed gossip while the menfolk acted like idiots. "I thought it was just me." "You're right, they'd be freaking hot. Zoro's all strong and stoic, Sanji's awesome in kitchen and he's so flexible. Plus they're always fighting, so they'd have tons of rage and make up sex. I'd pay my fortune to see that." "You've already paid it to do it yourself with Usopp," Nami reminded her roommate, her face pinched. The ridiculousness of the pairing aside, she found she simply didn't like the idea of Sanji with anyone. Why the hell was that? "Speaking of the long nose, does he earn all those screams of yours or are you just trying to puff his ego?" Kadu asked, leaning in. "Girlfriend, he's a god. And it's not just his nose that's long, tee-hee." Kaya giggled. "Right, well, I just remembered I've got that, screw it, I'm leaving." Nami fled to the other end of the Mary. She did not need to know the details about Usopp's stuff. Sure, he'd seen her in all her glory, but that was so she could get money. Wonder if they'd pull that again. Given how many more men were on the crew, she'd get rich off happiness punch if they could actually pay up. Aw, well, you can't win them all. Nami shook her head and looked up to find she'd somehow made it onto the big top. While Luffy just jumped from ship to ship, the rest of the armada had gotten very good with swinging on ropes from the mast. So much so that she could manage it unconsciously while buzzed. She burst into giggles as she saw Luffy leading a Congo line with Gaiman and all the pets behind him. She'd seen him with Shushu a lifetime ago, but she'd never realized how good Luffy was with animals. If only that extended to fishmen. "Hey Captain," she called out, sobering up. "Yeah?" he asked, appearing at her side. His stomach was a little distended, but he wasn't a bowling ball like she'd come to expect when he ate at a party. He'd really learned self-control. Nami frowned, chiding herself for getting sidetracked. "Look, I know we've been putting it off to make sure Zoro's okay, but my deadline to get back to Arlong Park is tomorrow. If I'm late, he'll start killing someone for every day I don't show up. Don't you think we should let them know?" Luffy frowned. "Shit, you're right. Wait, how off schedule are we?" Nami shrugged. "I showed up 2 days earlier the first time. How much difference could 2 days make?" Luffy kept his mouth shut. If they'd been 2 days late getting to Arabasta, Crocodile would have wound up king of the smoking crater that was once Alubarna. But he didn't want to break it to Nami. Hopefully nothing really bad happened. If it had, well, they all had to learn that things weren't going to be peaches and cream just because they knew one version of how things could turn out. Right. Well, I probably should let them know. Taking a deep breath, so much so he swelled up, he screamed A-10 Hut. In an instant, all revelry ceased as the members of the Straw Hat Armada stood at attention. "Hi, Captain." Luffy chuckled. "At ease. I just have something important to say." He really didn't want his crew to wind up like some anti-marines. They were pirates, first and foremost. As everyone got comfortable, Luffy cleared his throat. "Men, there's something I haven't told you. You see, Nami here," Luffy gestured to Nami, who gave a shy wave. This wasn't exactly what she expected. "She's got a problem. See, she was already part of another crew when she joined me. The Arlong pirates, to be exact." "Arlong?" Siam asked, looking as scared as when he pulled off his act. "No wonder she's so scary," Larry commented, getting many nods at the Stooge's wisdom. "Even the Don knew better than to mess with those guys," Jin said to himself. "Alright, quiet down," Luffy shouted. "The thing is, Nami didn't join of her own free will. When she was 10 years old, Arlong and his gang invaded her island. He made everyone pay for their own lives each month. Now Nami and her mother and sister weren't very wealthy. So her mother paid for her and her sister to keep her daughters safe, and then Arlong killed her. Right in front of Nami." Nami looked away. She was determined not to cry, though seeing how almost every face filled with anger on her behalf almost did her in. These men, who'd once been her enemies, were now sad that she was sad. It was so weird and kind of heartwarming. As if that weren't enough, Arlong saw one of Nami's maps. He decided that no one but him could have such awesome maps, so he forced Nami to join his crew. And so, for 8 long years, she's been forced to work for her mother's murderer, using her precious navigation skills to help her people's oppressors, hated by her friends that thought she betrayed them. And it was all because of Arlong. A roar of rage filled the night. "So you're going to go kick his ass, right, Captain Luffy?" Moji shouted. Luffy gave a little grin. "Oh, I'm not going to kick his ass. You guys are." The righteously angry mob went silent so fast it was like flipping a switch. What do you mean Don?" asked Woj, the navigator of the Dawn Pirates. He was basically Nami's exact opposite. Male, generous, soft-spoken, with ice blue hair. But he had a natural talent, unlike Mo and Bucci who just were interested and receptive to lessons. "They're fishmen weirdos. There's no way we can beat them." Django protested. "I thought you said you weren't going to just use us as meat shields, Straw Hat," Buggy accused. Luffy frowned and raised a hand to quiet the grumbling. "Look, I'm not doing this because I'm scared or lazy. I'm not making you guys do this just because I don't want to. Believe me, I want to. I want to make Arlong bleed for everything he's done to Nami. But if I keep swooping in to take out all the bad guys, how are any of you going to get any stronger? Sure, we train every day and you're all coming along nicely, but the only way to really tell how good you are in a fight is to fight. I can't be everywhere. If I shelter you all, then one day we come across too many guys for me to handle, how would you guys deal with it? I mean, sure, Zoro and Sanji and Nami and Usopp can help too, but as you all saw, we're not undefeatable. We aren't the only ones in our league, and when we fight, it can get close. Just look at Zoro. He won, but he almost died. He can still barely talk. It can't always be up to us to handle the fights. You guys need to do it too. For God's sakes, that's why we have an armada. So we can all help each other when the fight goes down. And I need to be sure that you guys are up to the challenge." Luffy looked down on them all, and the weight of his expectation fell on each of them. The Arlong pirates are fishmen. They can breathe underwater and are 10 times stronger than humans. But that doesn't mean shit if you worked hard enough. I'm 10 times stronger than Buggy or Jin, but that's because I earned it. I bled and sweat for that power. But if I pigged out and did nothing for a year while they worked for it, they could beat me easy. Listen, Arlong's gang might be from the Grand Line, but for the past 8 years, they've done nothing. All they've done is hide out on Nami's island and terrorize ordinary humans. They've gotten soft. But you guys, Luffy grinned with pride, you guys have been working so hard. You've done everything I've asked without complaint because you know it's important to get ready for the Grand Line. You can take Arlong's crew. And if you can't, then it won't because they were fishmen and you were human. It will be because you didn't fight hard enough, didn't want it enough, because you gave up. The men were almost in tears. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I love you guys. We're Nakama. I'm just trying to tell the truth. Luffy took a breath. You need this fight, boys. You need to prove to me that you're ready for what lies ahead. But even more important, you need to prove to yourselves that you're ready. You need to see what all this training is for. You need to see what it's like to fight an enemy above your level and overcome them because you have to. Because losing is not an option. Because if you lose, then that bastard is going to hurt your Nakama. You need to prove that you're worthy to carry the name of Straw Hat. You came to me as different crews. Buggy, Black Cat, Krieg. But now, in your hearts, you are all the same. We fight with one mind, our blood beats with one heart. We are Nakama. A many-voiced roar of pride shattered the night. So tell me boys, what are you going to do to those Arlong bastards that made Nami cry? Kick their asses. Spoke the armada. We're going to avenge Nami-sama. Shouted Shemp. We will prove ourselves to the dawn. Proclaimed Pearl. And give those stinking fishmen jerks the boot. Yelled Bucci, almost feral. And we'll have the victory feast piping hot and waiting for you. Proclaimed Karn. Viva la revolution. Poor Lammer. Cried Sanji, visibly steaming. Usopp shot off some fireworks into the sky, which only riled the men up more. This was no longer a party. It was the eve of war. As Luffy nodded, satisfied his speech hand failed, he turned to Nami. She was looking at him with an unexplainable expression. What? Do I have something on my face? His hat crooked. Luffy reached up to pat his head. Nami shook her head. This is going to sound weird, but you'd have been a damn good Marine. The fact their blood was boiling didn't change the fact that a large percentage of it was alcohol. Plus it was important to get sleep for the fight ahead, so the men settled down and fell asleep by one. Some of the buggy pirates thought they were still dreaming when Luffy woke them only to say that there would be no training today. Luffy told them and the other crews as he woke them to mentally prepare. Today was game day. Each ship enjoyed breakfast and coffee to help with the hangovers, prepared by the Baroque cook assigned to their ship for the day. It had been deemed impractical to have each crew actually go aboard the Baroque each meal time, especially when the ships were moving, so the staff had been put on a rotation of the ships. Except for Sanji, who handled all things Straw Hat crew in the food department. It worked out since Zeph needed his men to actually sail his boat. He'd been in a pirate mind when he had it made, so it was almost as fast as Mary despite the weight and unusual shape, but the steering was tricky and required half his cooks working full-time paddling the bikes that powered the mechanism that worked the tail. It was a win-win situation, since his men needed to build some serious leg power to make his fighting style work. Once they finished eating, the captains were summoned to Mary's galley for a planning session. Zoro wearily greeted Buggy, Django, and Jin before returning to his nap. He hadn't even kicked up a fuss when he'd been told in no uncertain terms he wasn't going to participate in the fighting on Kami Island. Even he couldn't shrug off this much damage. It helped that Kaya actually had chains to threaten him with, exactly why she owned them was something that didn't bear thinking about. Okay, boys, let's begin. Nami unrolled a large map of Kami Island, with all the villages clearly marked. She pulled out a variety of colored paperweights, courtesy of Usopp. Our target is the Arlong pirate crew. The captain is Arlong himself, and he focuses on using his fishman abilities in combat. His officers are Karubi, a karate master, Chu, a long-distance fighter, and Haki, a swordsman. There's roughly 80 crew members under them. They all spend most of their time here, in Arlong Park. Nami placed 4 of the marks on a spot on the map. However, at any given moment, at least 10 are out on patrol. These are the usual routes. She marked some X on spots near the coast and made lines to show the route of each man. It's worth mentioning that he has the local marine captain bribed. Here's my plan. We stash the ships in this cove between Kokoyashi and Gosa. I report to Arlong, act as if everything's fine. The Black Cats will show if they've learned any stealth and go through the forest and take out the patrols, preferably quietly. I will lure Arlong here to my family's Tangerine Grove. When he leaves, the Dawn and Buggy crews storm the park, with the Black Cats providing reinforcements if they finish in time. By the time Arlong gets back, the fight should be over or close enough. When he goes ballistic, and he will, Luffy steps in to knock him down. What happened to us taking on Arlong? Buggy asked. That was to inspire the men. You didn't honestly expect me to let you guys take on a former officer of the Sun Pirates, did you? Luffy raised a brow. Buggy looked away, blushing. Nami rolled her eyes. Luffy will stay with the ships and use his observation to keep tabs on everything. If anything gets Fuber, he can be there fast enough to intervene. Usopp and Kayu will go to Arlong Park to provide support, Sanji will keep an eye out for the Marines, and Gaiman and the Baratie will guard the fleet. Those cute animals are on guard duty? Jin asked skeptically. Appearances are deceiving. They've all been mimicking the crews in training, and Moji has taught them how to fight. They can handle themselves. Add that to Red Leg Zeph himself, and we're safe. Dango pursed his lips. Seems like a decent enough plan. Though I don't know whether to feel relieved or insulted that my guys are responsible for only 10 while the others are charging the fort. The fight at Arlong Park is going to be loud and messy. You're expected to take down these scouts without any of them raising the alarm. You'll need to coordinate to take them down fast and hard. The guards all have baby Den mushies with a direct line to Arlong. Yes, you have Luffy as a safety net, but this is supposed to be a field test of how you'll do in the Grand Line. And there's some time-sensitive stuff our Nakama are involved in Paradise, so we don't have time to wait. Buggy launched his hands at the ceiling. What the hell is with these Nakama of yours? How do you have this information? I'm still trying to puzzle out how Sanji knew you guys since based on everything I've heard, he's never left that restaurant since Zeph Sama built it. And there's still 4 more, if Luffy wasn't lying when I first asked. Who are they and where are they, exactly? Usopp tickled his chin. Well, we're meeting our doctor on Drum Island, our archaeologist on Arabasta or perhaps Whiskey Peak, our shipwright in Water 7, and our musician for some reason. Usopp went pale as the crewmate he was about to name. Yeah, so don't worry about that stuff. It's our little secret. Buggy huffed and let it go. Forget it, it's not worth the headache. This seems simple enough. When do we reach the island? 2 hours. Do whatever you guys do to pump up your crews before a fight. Nami waved them out before turning on Usopp. Okay, what is it? Usopp looked to be fighting tears. Brooke. What about him? Sanji asked. Luffy's lips had thinned to a line. After 50 years in the darkness, 50 years with nothing but his memories to keep him company, he got 1 month with us. Then he got separated from us for 2 whole years. And then, after finally getting back together with us for barely another 2 weeks, he woke up back on that ship. With absolutely no concrete proof that it wasn't all a dream. Aya covered her mouth. How horrible. Nami and Sanji looked like they'd been punched in the gut. Luffy sighed. I thought about that. And there's no way Frankie or Robin went to get him because he's still missing his shadow. I'm not saying they couldn't take on Moria, but they wouldn't take the risk. It would change too much and they couldn't have known we were all sent back. He clenched his fists so tight they went white. The truth is, I'm not sure what state Brooke will be in when we meet him. He was so lonely before we found him. This might have been the final straw. He might have cracked. Don't say that. Nami screamed. Luffy didn't react to her. I'm hoping Chopper will know some way to fix him. I even thought about bringing Laboon with us to meet him, but when we got to Sabaody he'd have the same problem as he does at Reverse Mountain, and having to separate again would probably do more harm than good. Zoro forced his eyes open. He'll be okay. He's miserable right now, but he's fine. He's a straw hat. He knows we're coming for him. Thus spoke the great Marimo, Sanji muttered. Anyway, we need to get ready. Let's just put it out of our minds and hope for the best. For all we know he beat that zombie that had his shadow and he's waiting for us with Laboon. Man, that would be a dream come true. Literally. Usopp sighed and went out. After one last check on Zoro, Kayu followed. It looked like her boyfriend needed some comforting. Sanji went outside for a smoke. Luffy gave Nami a hand on Nami's shoulder in silent support and left. The woman sighed and looked down at the map, alone but for Zoro's snores. Time to face her demons. Again. The ships made good time, the usual antics of the crews muted in light of the ordeal ahead. The chimney of the Baratie was already releasing smoke, meat simmering for the victory feast. It was an optimistic gesture, but also a self-fulfilling prophecy. The men would fight to the last breath just so they could earn the right to eat that food. Land ho! Shouted the lookout from the bees in black, alerting the armada. Everyone looked up from their jobs to glance at the horizon, where Nami's homeland and the lair of their toughest enemy yet was just visible. It was then that the men got their first taste of the Grand Line. With no warning, an explosion seemed to happen in the sea right next to the Baratie. "Bose moi!" shouted Mayasa. As the water settled, it became clear that there was some creature hidden within the spray. It cleared to reveal what appeared to be a cow, only with green spots instead of black, and a scaled belly. Its maw was open, showing that unlike its land-based counterpart, it wasn't an herbivore, as evidenced by the many serrated teeth. If the many strings of saliva dripping from them were any indication, it was hungry. Moo-oh. Roar. What the hell is that? Shouted Siam. It's a sea cow. There's a family of sea kings that look like land animals, but they're unique to the Grand Line. Arlong must have brought it along with him. Buggy answered, his eyes wide. Nami, something you forgot to mention. Oh, yeah. That's Mamu, Arlong's pet. Nami shrugged, totally unconcerned. Must have slipped my mind. How could that monster have possibly slipped your mind? Buggy demanded. Logi tapped his captain's shoulder. Captain. Did you forget we have a bigger monster? Buggy turned to see Mamu no longer looming over the Baroque, looking a second from attacking. Instead, he was sunk in the water down to his head, eyes wide, looking at Luffy, who was holding up his hand in a stop motion. The light seemed to be bending weirdly around them, a physical hint at the presence of Haki. Your name is Mamu? Luffy asked. As if afraid one twitch in the wrong direction would bring about his certain doom, Mamu nodded slowly. You have a choice to make, Mamu. Choose between me and Arlong. If you choose me, I will make you my pet. I will feed you and love you and give you a family. If you choose Arlong, I will make you lunch. Mamu shivered. This two legs was even smaller than Arlong. But somehow, he was more scared than he'd ever been in his life. He didn't want to get eaten. Taking a breath, he flipped over, going belly up. By putting himself in such a helpless position, he showed his submission. Luffy grinned and dropped the aura. That was the fastest that had ever happened. Then again, it wasn't fair comparing the comparatively gentle sea cow to the monsters of Rusakana. He reached out to rub the aquatic bovine's belly. Good boy. Stretching behind him, Luffy plucked Gaiman by the hair and dragged him over. Ignoring the harumph of the boxman, Luffy spoke to the righted Mamu. This is Gaiman. He's going to take care of you and show you how my pets should act. That done, Luffy hopped back to Mary. Seeing the faces of most of the other three crews all staring at him, Luffy tilted his head. What? They one and all hung their heads. Their captain was a monster among monsters. Nami sighed. You get used to it, boys. That or have a manic episode. Luffy rolled his eyes. Whatever. I'll be napping and listening. So saying, he laid back on his special seat, plopped hat on his face, and went still. In short order, Nami had navigated them to the cove. It was a tight fit, but that was the price of privacy. No patrols came to this cove because it was too small to easily maneuver out of. The Baroque staff took a break from feast prep to wave goodbye to the crews gathered on the beach. Nami took a moment to check up on her clima-tact. She'd only finished all the tinkering last night and she didn't want to miss anything. Weather eggs loaded. Check. Alloy strengthened. Check. Heat, cold, and shock gates modified. Check. How did I pay for borrowing and slightly destroying Usopp's tools in the process? Check. Her inspection done, Nami twirled her trusty miracle baton a few times before breaking apart and clipping the segments to her belt. Alright. Nami shouted, ceasing the chatter. She was back in the forest camo tank she'd worn the first time to help her get in character. Black Cats, search and destroy. Don and Buggy, set up the ambush. Usopp and Kaya, make sure they don't get killed. Sanji-kun, keep an eye out for the rat. Ready. Break. Good luck. Kick some fishman ass. Petty called out. You're a very special animal, yes you are, Gaiman cooed, all his attention on Mamu. Luffy gave a tiny snore. With that, Operation Shark Hunt was a go. Nami walked down the dirt path she knew so well, feeling a curious mixture of giddiness and dread coil in her belly. She could hear the rustling as the two crews shadowed her through the trees, waiting for when Arlong left and they could attack the park. Really, there was no reason to be nervous. As opposed to last time, they had the numbers, the knowledge, and she herself could probably take on Arlong and win with her sorcery clima-tact. Victory was all but assured. So why did she have this sinking feeling that something was going to go wrong? Before long, she had reached the gates of Arlong Park. She looked up at the tower where she'd spent so many unhappy years. She took a deep breath, reaching for the mask she'd made to survive among her tormentors. As she reached forward for the handle, something glinted at the corner of her eye. On reflex, she turned, hoping to find a coin or dropped piece of jewelry. Nature had not been kind to the corpse. The sun had already baked the moisture out of the skin, giving it the leathery tone of a mummy, though the lividity mark suggested it was reasonably fresh. Crows had already picked out the eyes, their sharp talons leaving harsh scratch marks on the delicate skin surrounding the now gaping sockets. The wriggling forms of maggots squirmed along the ragged tier of the throat, the clear cause of death. The body couldn't have been 4 feet tall. It was just a child. A male child. Nami felt her gorge rise and forced it down. The bile burned her throat, but she felt she deserved the pain. The old memory rose up clear as day. When she'd returned the first time, there had been a boy. Filled with impotent rage at his father's murder, he'd come with his little dagger to kill Arlong. She'd knocked him aside, scolding him, sending him running. She had saved his life, even if he hadn't realized it at the time. How much difference could 2 days make? Tears filled Nami's eyes, clouding her vision, but still she could see the corpse of the poor boy. It was tattooed on the backs of her eyelids, seared into her brain. How could she have been so arrogant? She'd been so certain everything would work out perfectly because she knew how it was going to happen. She was from the future, she'd already lived it once. But that future was the sum of a million circumstances aligning to make it so. One little detail left out would have resulted in a different outcome. How much could 2 days change? Everything, to a grief-mad child from Gosa. She didn't even know his name. How long she stood there frozen, she didn't know. But eventually she found her way back to herself. She dried her eyes and felt something harden inside her. In a way, she was responsible for this. She procrastinated, not pushing the trip to her island, out of concern for Zoro. But the world didn't stop for her and her crew. Their lives weren't a fairy tale or epic or some damn manga. Happy endings weren't guaranteed. So she was damn well going to have to make her own. Turning away from what was left of the boy, she opened the gates. She'd wasted enough time. There was a plan, and she had to play her part. "Ah, Nami. How nice to see you. I was getting worried there. It's been so long," Arlong called out, that mocking grin of his glinting in the sun. Nami felt a smile just as false cover her face. "Give me a break, Arlong. I predict the weather, I don't control it. I hit a bad patch and it slowed me down." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'd hate to have had to incentivize you over a bit of bad luck," Arlong drawled, a sadistic glint in his eye. Nami resisted the urge to blast the bastard into West Blue courtesy of Lightning Chan. This was a test for her nakama, not a chance for her to relive her vengeance. "Whatever. I trust things were all quiet back here." Arlong shrugged. "Nothing major. Some goody two-shoes marines came to try and stop me. We took them down easy thanks to your sea charts. We moved a boulder and sunk them with a whirlpool." Arlong then grinned even wider. "Oh, and I had to pay a visit to your old home. Turns out that crazy old man Jen was planning a rebellion. He had a whole stockpile of dangerous weapons. Shahahaha. Well, he won't be causing any more trouble now. I made sure of that." Something in Nami's head went click. Surely she hadn't heard that right. She must have misheard. Because if she hadn't, then she was going to do something ill-advised. Like run head first into a sturdy wall. Or bite out Arlong's heart. Time enough to check on that later. Now was game time. Arlong raised up his hands. "Yo, everyone. Nami's back." With a cheer, an aquarium of fishmen burst out of the 3 pools of Arlong Park. A party was soon underway and Nami found herself smiling and chuckling and trading small talk with the creatures she was forced to call friend. She still had this odd sense that something world-shattering had happened, but it couldn't have been that important if she couldn't remember it, right? When she'd reached her quota of false enthusiasm, she turned to Arlong. "Oh, by the way, I have the 100 million. Arlong froze. Slowly, he turned to face Nami, his face oddly slack. "Really? You hadn't mentioned you were getting close. Why bother alerting you until I had the full amount? This trip was especially profitable. I've got it all stashed back at my old house. Won't you come with me to check it out? After all, our deal is to show you 100 million biri, right? So come with me so I can show you." Nami's grin was wide, her tone carefully kept clean of sarcasm. No need to piss him off until all his reinforcements were taken care of. Arlong forced a smile, though his eyes burned with rage. Indeed it was. "Well, let's not waste any time. Let's go see this 100 million biri." Chu spoke up. "Chu. Actually, I'll leave with you. It's been a while since the patrols reported and I want to make sure those lazy bums haven't fallen asleep." The 3 walked out the gates, the tension a palpable weight. The moment the gates closed, the crew of renegade fishmen broke out into concerned chatter. "Then why you? This is bad. If Nami-chan can show Arlong she has the money, then there's no way he can't let her go. And then his dream of conquering the East Blue with her maps will be ruined. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do?" Hachi panicked, his 6 arms flailing. "Calm down, you drama king crab." Koby snapped. "Arlong-sama will find some way to wiggle out of this. Then it's just a quick call to that greedy little captain and the problem's solved." "Ah, that's right," Hachi noted, slapping 3 fists down on 3 palms. "Still, it's kind of odd how it came out of nowhere like that. You'd think Nami-san would be bragging about finally being rid of us. Did she seem any different before she left on her last trip?" asked one of the grunts. "Now that you mention it, she did seem to have an odd spring in her step. She had this huge smile on her face, not one of those fake ones when we have our parties," remarked another. Koby narrowed his eyes. "And she had a new weapon on her this time. Her staff was metal, not wood. Maybe her old one broke, offered an underling. And she replaced it with a more expensive one. That's not like her. And she did show up very late. The deadline's today, and she usually leaves herself a cushion of at least a day. She said she hit a bad patch, Hachi spoke up. There hasn't been any typhoons reported in the paper. Anything less she'd be able to see coming and avoid. Something doesn't smell right about this, growled the most paranoid of Arlong's officers. You're overthinking this, aren't you, Karubi-san? Challenged an older crewmate with glasses and already pink in the cheeks. At that precise moment, the entire outside wall of the park went down in a cloud of dust and rubble. What the hell? Shouted the shocked fishman. The dust cleared to reveal a line of men in two distinct groups, one looking like an asylum had joined the circus, the other all looking like they could do with a few extra meals. Leading the pack was a clown with a giant red rubber nose twirling a number of knives through his hands and a guy holding up tonfa that seemed to have cannonballs on the ends. Knock knock, rasped the tonfa man. Special delivery to Arlong Park. One ass kicking. What the hell are all you humans doing here? Growled Karubi. The clown let loose a laugh that made nails drag down a chalkboard seem like golden bells. For the crimes of torturing the nakama of Buggy the Clown, I hereby sentence you all to a flashy execution. He raised a hand and called over his shoulder. For the armada. For the captain. For Nami. For Nami, roared the crowd of men. And with no more preamble than that, Arlong Park was under attack. Meanwhile, 3 fishermen were hanging out on the dock near Gosa. Technically, they were on watch for any ships that could notice them and raise the alarm on Arlong's presence on the island, but once the economy of the island had dried up under the strain of Arlong's tributes, the ships had stopped coming on their own. Hey, shouldn't Nami be coming back today? One of them thought aloud. Yeah, unless she's gotten bitter and she's staying away so Arlong-sama will kill off those villagers that curse her out. The third one laughed. It's all so tragic. She's doing all this to save them and they think she betrayed them. It's like one of those cheesy plays. WAH. The 3 looked up, their boring afternoon broken by some wimpy yell. They turned and saw the strangest human they'd ever seen. He had green hair and some girly hairstyle, gloves with what looked like claws on the ends, a thick fur coat, and a pair of shorts that barely cleared his knee, showing off his unshaved legs. He was running straight at them, his eyes closed, his arms flailing, and doing some kind of waddling movement with his legs. WAH, I'm going to beat you guys up. He shouted, sounding like a little kid charging the bully twice his size. The anglerfish fishman tilted his head, his antenna bobbing. What the hell? What's with this idiot? Whined the second. Looks weak, even for a human, the third scoffed. At that moment, the man opened his eyes. And they were glinting with malevolent mischief. Appearances can be deceiving, he purred. Then he suddenly tripled in speed, and by the time the fishman realized that he was in their personal space, he'd already jumped back. What the heck? He's fast. I better tell Arlong-sama. The leader reached into his pocket and clutched empty air. What? Where's the den mushi? Oh, so sorry. Are these yours? The human asked with saccharine concern, holding up 3 sleeping baby snails in his hands. Give those back and I'll let you keep your teeth, human, growled one of the fishmen. The man tilted his head. I think you're confused. It's the cat that eats the fish, not the other way around. 6 men suddenly burst out of the water, heaving themselves onto the deck. Before the fishmen could even move, 2 of them had been tackled, stabbed, and subdued by 3 each of the strangers in cat costumes. Eyes! Cried out the third, looking back in horror. You should be looking up. Came a yell from above. The fishman had a brief impression of a cow before consciousness left him with a very painful crunch. Siam walked up to his brother to pat him on the back. Nice catapult there, Bucci. The tuxedo cat man grinned and held up a fist for his brother to bump. You did good too. You were almost fast as Kuro when you picked those guys' pockets. Oh, you're just saying that. The second greenhead of the armada looked at the other 2 fishmen, now getting tied up by the smug nakama that had ambushed them. And congrats to you guys. You took these 2 down like it was nothing. Are these guys really naturally stronger than us? It doesn't matter if you can lift mountains or jump over the moon. With the element of surprise, we are all equally vulnerable. The black cats turned to see their captain coming over to them with his distinctive walk. Excellent job Niaban brothers, Abraham, Giuseppe, Casey, O'Malley, Toulouse, and Berlioz. Django nodded to each of his men in turn. I'm sure all the other teams took down their weird targets as well as you guys did. They all grinned. They all knew that managing to sneak attack and outnumber an enemy hardly proved they were all that strong. But the fact that the enemies were Grand Line veterans, albeit gone to seed, was an excellent confidence boost. Django cleared his throat. Everyone should be done by now. I guess we should all head over to the park to watch the captain kick these weirdos, boss. That should be fun to watch. The black cats had barely taken a step before their cheerful mood was soiled. Captain Django. Help us. Help. They all turned to see one of their nakama, dragging the bloody bodies of two of his fellows, collapse to the ground from what looked like a bullet wound. Behind him, walking at a leisurely pace, was a fishman that was to lips as Usopp was to noses. There was no mistaking the hatred in his eyes. "How curious," the stranger remarked in a lisping falsetto. "I come to see why all the scouts seem to have fallen asleep and find them ganged up on by some deviant humans. You certainly don't see that every day." Django gave a weak smirk. Based on Nami's information, this was Chu, one of Arlong's officers. And he wasn't unsuspecting, he was ready for a fight. Part of him wanted to run for the hills, but that image was quickly supplanted by the image of his captain smiling. Luffy had faith in him. Now it was time to earn that. What can I say? We were hungry for some tuna and found some walking around on two legs. We just had to try it. Chu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I was already going to kill you for harming my brethren. But for that little wisecrack, I'm going to make it slow. Django started to twirl one of his chakram around his finger. When he's distracted, grab the guys and make for the park. Get them to Kayusama and Kadu. But Captain, how are you going to beat this guy? He looks tough and you don't have the drop on him. Siam bit his lip. Django turned and tilted his sunglasses, giving his nakama a droll look. Please. Like I could lose to this weirdo. Insolent human. Spat you. Apparently he had good hearing. Water gun. He shouted before spitting with such speed and pressure that it was as good as a bullet. Django dodged with style, moving his head out of the way by going into his disco pose, his finger pointing behind him as he looked at the ground. He looked up into the outraged face of Chu. Denied. Sorry, but cats hate getting wet. While Chu was busy being offended, Django reached into his coat for one of his chakram and flung it at Chu. The marksman dodged lest his lips get separated from his body. Django didn't let up, sending a constant stream of bladed discs at Chu while the others grabbed Chu's victims and booked for Arlong Park. Enough of this. Chu pulled off one last dodge and dived into the ocean. Django immediately ran off into the trees. Like hell, I'm just going to stand there in view of the water. Let the prey come to you. He patted his pockets and sweat dropped. Just as well that he did that, I guess. I got so caught up I forgot to keep count. I'm out. He looked down to his last remaining chakram, the one he used for hypnosis hanging on a string. Don't let me down, buddy. After a few minutes, Chu hopped out of the ocean. He was comically distended from all the water he'd swallowed, but it was no laughing matter. Where'd that puny human go? He muttered, scanning the environment. He paused when he spotted a flash of color. He spent a minute staring at the purple sticking out from behind a tree. He can't possibly think he's camouflaged in that. Rolling his eyes, Chu readied his diaphragm and let loose. 100-shot water gun. He roared before making like a turret. The foliage was torn to shreds by the water. When it finally died down, it looked like a team of termites on drugs had torn through the thick patch of trees. Chu huffed. Chu. That takes care of that. I live. Shouted Django, rising from a mound of leaves like a vampire from a coffin, his arms held out before him. When he was vertical, he tore off the shreds of his coat and blew the ruin of his hat off his head with an upward exhale. Other than the damage to his wardrobe, he seemed to have escaped the assault with little more than grazes. Looks like I need new clothes. They were tacky anyway. Chu snarled. Do you mock me? What are you even doing here? You some kind of mercenary the islanders hired? Django chuckled. Nope. Nothing like that. Captain Django of the Black Cat Pirates. Nice to meet you. Chu narrowed his eyes. What are you doing here then? Thought if you beat Arlong Sama you'd get a reputation boost. Not at all. Let's just say you fishmen weirdos hurt the friend of a friend. We came along to help him pay you guys back. Chu threw his head back and laughed. You threw your lives away for that. How stupid are you? Django froze. If there was one thing you should never call him, it was stupid. Kuro had called him stupid on a daily basis when Django knew for a fact he was above average intelligence at least. Hypnosis wasn't as simple as waving something back and forth. It required an intense knowledge of psychology and the human body, so he knew what limits he could push and a certain focus and mental presence that came with intense practice to slip past people's mental defenses. His art was a demanding one, not something any idiot could do, and he was a master. He was not stupid. Call me stupid one more time, Django growled, his voice sub-zero. Chu sneered. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. When the stupid people of the world gather, you're their king. What you going to do about it, human? Tigers with empty bellies grinned at helpless deer the way Django grinned at Chu. He brought up his ring and set it swinging. When I say 1, 2, Django, you won't be able to see or hear me. You're resorting to party tricks. How pathetic can you get? Chu growled. 1, 2, Django. The hypnotist intoned. Ju blinked and the man vanished. Where'd he go? Ju carefully scanned the environment but he couldn't find hide nor hair of the weird human. Must have run off while I was distracted. Pathetic weakling. But what more could you expect from a. Ju's back bowed and his eyes went white as a searing white pain flashed through his spine. As he collapsed to the ground, his back gushing blood, Django flicked the liquid off his ring. That's what you get for calling me stupid. You weirdo. Remember, Pearl-san. Everyone bleeds. It's not the end of the world to get injured as long as you keep fighting. Some girls actually love scars. You shouldn't be so scared of bodily harm, Kaya soothed, dabbing the minor cut on the shield fighter's arm. The man had managed to take down a half a dozen fishmen before he'd been benched for fear he'd go pyromaniac. Alright. And fire would hurt my nakama. I'll try to remember that, the man whispered, looking haunted. Usopp rolled his eyes as he discouraged yet another fishman from attacking the first aid area. This guy's got a serious problem. What the hell happened to him? Krieg found him in a jungle. Apparently he'd been abandoned as a kid. He developed this reflex of starting a fire when he got hurt to scare away animals. He was strong as a gorilla, so Krieg slapped some shields on him and made him the second mate, explained a Dawn pirate as Kadu finished splinting his leg. The fight was going pretty well, all told. Buggy and Dawn pirates each teamed up to take down individual fishmen, like a pack of wolves downing a bear. Though even glancing blows from the other species was enough to get a man sent to Kaya and Kadu, the crews were able to dodge and distract without getting too much in each other's way. The officers and captains, on the other hand, were doing perfectly fine fighting solo. Look, Richie. Dinner. Moji shouted, using his whip to trip the fishmen that ran screaming from the slobbering lion, pouncing after them. Feel the wrath of my acrobatics wordplay. Kabaji yelled as he dashed through the crowd on his unicycle, using all Zoro had taught him to slash down the Arlong pirates. Bar rice cracker. Buggy shouted, sending his lower half spinning at Hachi. The octopus fishman slashed with all 6 of his swords, practically Julianing Buggy's legs. But the blades sticking out of his shoe and the sharpened tip of his peg leg still found their way into his flesh. NYU, that's cheating, you bastard. My 6-sword style doesn't work on you. Buggy laughed. Hello. Pirate. There's no such thing as cheating for someone like me. Hachi frowned. Well, if that's the way you feel. Taking a deep breath, the swordsman shouted Teiko Hachi Black. As he let loose with the ink his species was known for. Whoa. Buggy yelled as he split vertically to avoid the jet of coal-black liquid. As he came back together, a look of disgust flashed across his face. Did you seriously just puke at me as an attack? Hachi grinned. That's the wonder of my fishman heritage. Just look at all my lovely arms. Aren't I marvelous? He asked as he went into something that vividly reminded Buggy of Sanji when a woman called his name. If you're going to sink that low to try and win, then no more Mr. Nice Guy. Bara Festival. Buggy's body suddenly burst apart into dozens of different pieces. As he did, all the knives hidden on his person seemed to appear out of nowhere as the motion knocked them loose from their hiding places. Then, before Hachi's disbelieving eyes, the knives seemed to fly through the air to attach to Buggy's floating parts. And now my ultimate attack. Bara chainsaw. With that, every piece of Buggy started to spin so fast it blurred. With the knives riding shotgun, the effect was of a whirlwind of slicing death. Hachi's swords were knocked aside as he raised them in defense, the sheer force of the rotation overcoming his natural strength. NYU the kindest Arlong pirate yelped as his world became glinting metal and sharp sweet pain. When Buggy finally had mercy, it looked like someone had stuck Hachi in a blender. He slowly collapsed forward, eyes blank. Buggy reassembled and started the laborious process of unsticking the knives and putting them back in their slings. As he jerked one off his flesh, he took a moment to trace the skin the metal had been attracted to. Magnets. I don't know who's crazier. Usopp for coming up with the idea or me for letting him stick them in. The clown turned to see Jin avoid another palm strike from his own opponent. Despite the sheer weight of his weapons, Jin's style was actually quite agile. He'd worked out over time exactly how to use the cannonball tonfa and their momentum as counterweights to allow him to pull off some truly impressive gymnastics. He needed every bit of it to dodge the strikes of Karubi. The Ray Fishman tried to hide his panting, clinging to bravado. You have no hope of besting me, puny human. I'm a level 40 fishman karate master. One blow from me would be enough to kill you. Jin huffed. I heard you the 12th time. And you still haven't managed to actually land a blow, have you? Karubi scowled. Insolence. Do you not realize that your rebellion goes against the will of heaven? Fishmen are simply superior to humans. This whole fight is an exercise in futility. I'll agree with you on that one. If this is the best you got, there's no way you can beat me. Jin grinned. And I have it on good authority that I'm more devil than man, so you might want to rethink your whole eugenic spiel. Karubi's eye twitched. He slipped into a stance. I'll show you the hopelessness of your struggle. My 1000 tile true punch is the true essence of fishman karate and capable of ending you with barely a touch. Instead of a cowering human, he got a cannonball to his jaw. Karubi's last thought was that the stars had come out early as he fell back on the ground, his teeth landing beside him. Jin rolled his eyes. Can't believe he left me an opening like that. How long has it been since these guys were in an actual fight? Looking around, it was clear the fight was over. Every fishman was down on the ground, dead to the world, while the armada, while sporting some pretty big boo-boos, were all still alive and kicking. What do we do now?" asked Shemp. Usopp cleared his throat. "We all get the hell out of ground zero and find good spots for the show, gentlemen. Arlong's going to be spitting mad when he sees what we've done to his chumps, and Luffy's going to teach him not to mess with his nakama. Now, we need to volunteers to carry the wounded. Remember who your buddy is. Try to limp in a single file line." Nami felt like she was walking through a ghost town as she led Arlong through Kokoyashi. A visit from a fishman was enough to make people keep their head down, but this total absence was unusual. The odd weight in her mind gave a little twitch, waiting for her to acknowledge, and again she ignored it. Before she knew it, they were at Bellamir's grove. She led her childhood nightmare to the secret compartment and lifted it up, revealing the first 100 million she'd gathered within 6 months of waking up in the past. She kept her eye on Arlong. She'd imagined this moment so many times, back when she was naive enough to believe Arlong would stay true to the spirit of his vow as well as the letter. Arlong's eyes quickly surveyed the pile of cash, jewels, and gold. He'd never imagined she'd actually be able to pull it off. Figured she'd be as good a thief as she was a cartographer. "I'm impressed, Nami. This all is certainly worth a great deal of money." Nami raised a brow. "But..." Arlong grinned. Good, she wasn't overreacting. He'd hate to make this difficult. "I asked for 100 million biri. As in cash. I've no doubt all this collateral will fetch a pretty penny, but I'm afraid you haven't quite met the conditions of our agreement." Nami grinned genially. She hadn't expected anything less, but she still felt a surge of anger at how determined the bastard was to own her. "I see. Well, I'll see to that on my next trip. I'm sure I'll get all I need." "You do that. In the meantime, there's some fresh charts waiting in your room." With that, Arlong turned to head back to the park. He didn't even wait until he was out of sight before he pulled out the den mushi. As Nami lowered the lid, she saw Najiko come out of the house towards her. Turning to face her sister, Nami felt a real grin split her lips. "Hey. There's some minor details to work out, but we'll be free by sunset." It wasn't even a lie. "That's great," Najiko said, her lips twitching, but otherwise not reacting. Nami noticed her sister was oddly subdued. "Najiko? What's wrong?" Her sister and all but blood looked into her eyes. Nami noticed they were bloodshot with bags under them. "Did he tell you about Jen-san?" the bluehead asked. The words were like a key to the lock holding Nami's pain back. She staggered as the horrible realization that Jen-san, the neighbor that had scolded her for stealing, who had endured such terrible injuries trying to protect her, who had been the only man to make Bellamere smile, was gone. He was gone, and he wasn't supposed to be. He was supposed to hug her and have some guy talk with Luffy and yell after her when she stole his wallet during her big exit. But they'd been 2 days late. Usopp hadn't been there to distract Arlong. Jen had managed to convince the villagers not to rebel, sacrificing himself for their war of patience. Arlong had snapped his neck for owning an antique pistol that was more likely to take your hand than hit the target if fired. Arlong had taken her father from her too. In her old life, when she'd felt like her life was falling apart around her, she'd broken down in tears. But she wasn't that pathetic little girl anymore. Nami steadied herself. "Where is he?" Najiko's eyes widened. There was murder in her little sister's eyes. "We buried him next to Bellamere." It's what she would have wanted. With a nod, Nami turned and made her way to the bluff. The ground swiftly vanished under her feet, hate lending her an energy she'd never known. In what felt like seconds, she was standing before the familiar weather-worn cross. The larger one next to it was new, and the earth was fresh in a square where they'd dug. A pinwheel was planted in the ground between the 2 graves, turning in the wind. Nami bowed her head and thought of the good times. She'd been a rebellious child, but she'd had people tough yet gentle enough to correct her without smothering her. She remembered Bellamere admiring her first map and Jen telling her Bellamere's story over a cup of hot chocolate. They were both gone, but she'd always have the memories. And they'd both been taken by the same person. The same one that had caused her so much pain, robbed her of her childhood, stolen the hope of her people. Feeling her fury coalesce into a single word, Nami threw back her head and cried it to the sky. "Arlong." The next instant, 2 men appeared on the slope. "Nami Swan, what's wrong? Did someone hurt you? Where is he? I'll make a custard from his bones." Sanji ranted, hovering near his beloved Nami, but hanging back on seeing the practically visible waves of anger flowing off her. Nami? Luffy asked, his voice calm, his eyes concerned. Nami turned, and both men almost gasped. They recognized the fire in her eyes. They'd seen it in each other. It was the light of one about to go to war. Sanji-kun, she stated. Arlong called Nezumi. When he shows up, express my displeasure at his idiocy in trying to steal my treasure. Sanji merely nodded. As you wish, he answered. Her gaze turned to Luffy. Change of plans, Captain. I'm going to take down Arlong. Got a problem with that? Luffy adjusted hat. Nope. That done, Nami turned and began striding with violent purpose. As she passed Najiko, who'd followed after her, the older girl raised a brow. Where'd those two come from? Arlong gaped, unable to believe what he was seeing. His brethren, those that understood their rightful place as he did, were strewn like dummies across his beloved park. This was impossible. No one could have done this. Well, no one outside the Grand Line. But someone had. As Arlong gazed at his beaten comrades, feeling his horror fuel his rage, someone spoke to him. Arlong. The rogue captain turned to see Nami, her staff assembled and resting on her shoulder. Nami. I have no idea how this could have happened. It doesn't make any sense. But when I find those responsible, I swear. It was my crew. Arlong paused. He slowly turned and realized that Nami was looking at him like she was sizing up an opponent. The hilarity of the situation was lost in his anger. Your crew? Nami's lips curved into a smile hard as steel. I met the man who will become the Pirate King. He's a bit of an idiot, but he has a heart as big as his dream. And he has the strength and will to make it reality. He showed me things I never would have believed possible. I watched as he freed a country from a drought, felled a god, defied the world to save a friend, and vanquished a demon of blackest shadow. He bows his head to no man, whether king or noble or emperor. And along the way, he inspired me to find the same strength within myself. Spare me the poetry, Arlong hissed. Did you have anything to do with this? I distracted you so that his crew could beat yours. And now I'm here to kill you. Arlong couldn't contain his laughter. Shahahaha. Kill me? How many times have you tried in the past? Assassins, poison, none of it worked. That was before I had this, she said, twirling her staff and taking a two-handed grip. You think an iron staff will be that much better than a wooden one? Stop this nonsense now and I'll let some of your villagers live, Arlong growled. Nami narrowed her eyes. Gust soared. Next thing Arlong knew, he was flying through the air at incredible speeds. Before he could figure out how that happened, his flight was brought to a sharp stop by his back hitting the wall on the other side of Arlong Park. Shaking his head of the cobwebs, Arlong looked up, determined to put Nami in her place. But she wasn't there. He looked left and right, but Nami had vanished. For today's forecast, came Nami's voice, oddly disembodied and echoing. The temperature is a brisk 54 degrees Fahrenheit with scattered clouds. Humidity is low and conditions are stable. Except for one area by the coast that is experiencing some freak weather phenomena. Beware of sudden shifts in temperature, gale force winds, and lightning strikes. Show yourself, witch. You're mine. I'm the only one that can use you properly. Stop resisting and accept your place as my navigator. Arlong's eyes were close to changing. I'm the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Arlong's eyes widened as the whisper tickled past his ear. Before he could turn, he was sent flying forward again. He caught himself, turning to confront Nami. But she wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. Where are you? How are you hiding? He roared, getting frustrated. Changes in air temperature refract light waves, resulting in a mirage. Before Arlong could puzzle that out, he felt another gust hit him. To his intense surprise, it blew him into the center pool of Arlong Park. Ah, you fool, Nami. You know as well as anyone that fishmen double in strength in the water. Now it will be simple to subdue. Arlong's monologue was cut off as his eyes crossed, his muscles seized, and he felt the metallic tingle of electricity pulse over his skin. Nami, her mirage tempo cancelled, looked dispassionately at the twitching shadow of Arlong in the water. Thunder egg, she muttered as she let loose another electric orb. Again the charge dissipated throughout the water. Again she watched him twitch. But it wasn't very satisfying. As angry as she wasn't a sadist. So she might as well make this quick. Weather egg. She cried, letting loose one of her precious orbs. Tornado breed tempo. She commanded. The shell cracked and a twisting whirlwind of opaque wind broke loose, quickly funneling down into the water. In seconds the tornado had become a waterspout, the form of Arlong visible as a shadow caught in the endless rotations. Cool egg. She commanded, taking the proper segment and releasing wave after wave of super cool spheres into the vortex. Before the eyes of her hidden spectators, the mass of wind and water hardened and coalesced until an iceberg floated inside Arlong Park. Arlong could be seen in the heart, body frozen in some twisted position by the forces that had acted on him as he'd frozen. Nami took a deep breath. Consider this my resignation. Black ball. From the end of her climatak came a string of bubbles containing a cloud black as coal. From peaceful skies appeared a monstrous thunder cloud, the kind seen only once or twice a century, the kind whose strikes were called the hand of God. And at Nami's command, it unleashed its fury. The thunderclap of the single strike that defeated Sawtooth Arlong was heard on the nearest island. Anyone unlucky enough to be looking directly at the bolt had to blink dots from their vision for hours. Meteorologists of East Blue eventually named it the strangest phenomenon to be recorded outside the Grand Line. Nami took her fill of the side of Arlong, smoke leaking out his mouth, floating belly up in the water, surrounded by chunks of ice. She collapsed her climatak and turned away. She had avenged her mother and father. She was content. The armada slowly emerged from the trees, most of them with their jaws around their ankles and their eyes rolling in the grass behind them. Well, it wasn't Luffy, but we still got a hell of a performance. Brava. Usopp called. Barry, Shemp. Mo muttered. Yeah, buddy? They asked. One day, when I'm desperate for money and think of borrowing from Nami-sama, remind me of this moment when I gave you permission to punch me in the balls if I ever take a single beery of her money. Agreed. Aw, great. Now I'm deaf in my good ear. Everyone's going to have to sign at me for a week, Kadu loudly complained as she put a bandage on one of the black cats that had joined them as they waited for Arlong's return. Aya cleared her throat. Gentlemen, let this be a reminder to you all. Hell truly hath no fury like a woman scorned. For the sake of everyone's sanity, the tension was released by one of the resident buffoons. Ah. Nami Swan. You are the goddess of the winds and sea. Please allow this lowly mortal the divine privilege of rubbing the tension from your supple and smooth muscles. Everyone in hearing range rolled their eyes. Nami sighed before bringing up a hand to massage a crick in her neck. I'm so strung out, I might actually let you do that. For 50,000 a minute. Sanji looked like he could die happy at that moment as he oozed over to Nami to start fussing at the tiny injuries she'd gotten from flying debris. A pained moan made people look too down to see the bloody form of some marine wearing a hat that looked like a mouse lying on the ground like a wet noodle. Well, I'd say this was a good day, spoke up Luffy, appearing from nowhere like Sanji. No one died, everyone won their fights, and once we spread the news of Arbong's ass-kickness, we're in for free food on top of what Mustache Man is making us. So are we ready for the Grand Line, Captain Luffy? Asked a Dawn pirate, eyes filled with nervous excitement. Luffy turned and grinned at his nakama. Hell yeah, Vermouth. And that goes for all of you. The weary armada raised a cheer. Luffy turned to the limp form of the marine Sanji had dragged there. Hoi, he muttered, slapping the man's cheek. The rat bastard stirred. I'll get you for this. I am a marine captain. Touching me is a severe punishment. Tell it to someone who cares, Luffy muttered. Listen to me, you little weasel. I need you to deliver a message for me. A message? Yes. In the newspaper article that goes with my bounty, I want you to print a certain message. What makes you think you'll get a bounty? Luffy raised a brow. I got Buggy the Clown and Django the Hypnotist to swear allegiance to me and join my armada, and got Devilman Jin to do the same after I beat Don Krieg with one blow. And my navigator just kicked Sawtooth Arlong into next week. That just proves you're some smooth talker. The thing with Krieg is apocryphal, and if anything that witch would get the bounty, not you. I've not seen or heard anything about you to makes you worth a Marine HQ's notice, Nezumi sneered, somehow looking down on someone standing over him. Luffy tilted his head. 1 second later, he was in the air above Arlong Park. Nezumi watched wide-eyed as his foot swelled to truly gigantic proportions and came down on the tower. Gomu Gomu no giant axe. The entire 5-story edifice vanished beneath the flesh of that giant foot attached to that small guy. As the foot swiftly returned to its normal size, Nezumi saw that where Arlong Park had been, there was now just a sheet of oddly colored dust and a crater that matched the exact contours of a foot. Luffy reappeared in a blur beside Nezumi. You were saying? Nothing important, the corrupt captain squeaked. Now, again. When the poster for Straw Hat Luffy comes out, I want these exact words to be in the article. I'm listening. Nezumi glanced again at the crater where a minute ago there had been a tower. Intently. Luffy grinned enigmatically. To the monster doctor, demon flower, pervert cyborg, and humming skeleton. We're coming for you. In the interest of sticking to the schedule, the armada only stayed overnight instead of sticking around for a 3-day party. The men had plenty of fun anyway. The entire island turned out to celebrate once the news of Arlong's fall spread. Those from Kokoyashi had a solemn moment of silence for Jen, Bellemere, and all those that hadn't lived to see this day, before shaking off the ghosts of the past and joining in the merrymaking. Nami had disappeared after having her tattoo altered by Dr. Neko. The core crew remembered this from last time and let her have her time to say goodbye, while the rest hardly noticed her absence in the chaos of the massive party. Between the Baraty's pre-planned feast and the seemingly infinite string of potluck dishes, Luffy got to eat his fill for the first time in what felt like forever. Usopp dazzled islanders and the crew alike with stories of the Grand Line, with Kaya an eager actress, and Gaiman and the animals colorful extras. Sanji got his fill of flirting, though he seemed more subdued than usual. Buggy, Django, and Jin all got into a drinking contest and then vanished for a few hours. When they reappeared, they were blushing and had the look of those that had sworn a vow to never speak of something ever again. The next day, the ships were ready to go, already stocked, even if their crews were half dead from the hangovers and day after aches. The islanders that were awake had gathered to see them off and to say goodbye to Nami. "Think she'll do the same thing as last time?" Usopp asked as he lifted a crate of gunpowder from where some idiot had placed it. "Nah. She'll never admit it, but we've rubbed off on her. She'll go for something more dramatic," Luffy mused. "What was that about rubbing off on Nami Swan?" Sanji asked dangerously. "Dirty-minded candy cane fairy," hissed Zoro through the open porthole. "Don't make me kick your ass, Chia pet." Kaya squinted before opening her eyes wide. "Oh, my. I'm going to have to get used to this kind of thing or my nerves are going to be shot by Arabasta." Confused, everyone turned to see what she meant. The East Blue crews gaped in awe, while the Straw Hats could only chuckle and shake their heads. Nami had appeared over the clearing, standing on a puffy white cloud. Her Klimatact was assembled and held like a scepter, her hair flowing in the wind. As the islanders gaped below her, something began to fall from the cloud. Those beneath her gaped as they realized that coins, bills, and bits of jewelry were leaking out of the cloud. Nami looked forward, serene and unconcerned, as the wealth of the Konomi Islands was returned to its citizens. Her own cut was stashed on her person. "Talk about making it rain," muttered Karn. "I don't know whether to cry or scream at the sight," Boogie said hollowly. "It's so beautiful, but she's just giving it away. That reminds me. If we come across a sky island, I need to tag along. It's been so long since I worked with those kind of ingredients," mused Zeph. Nami hopped off her cloud to land on the deck of the Going Merry. She turned to wave at the jubilant masses she left behind. "So long. When Marines come to interview about me, only say nice things. Good luck." Najiko could only shake her head as she watched her little sister sail off with a veritable horde of pirates. "Who'd have thought it, eh, Bellamere-san, Jen-san?" The day was sunny and clear, the waves a calm and constant music. Tadashi checked that his line wasn't knotted one last time, then made a textbook cast. He settled his rump on the bench of his raft, worn smooth from years of his wriggling, and got ready for a long wait. Sunday was a sacred ritual for him. Every week, since a time when he would have scoffed at the idea of having liver spots, he'd packed his little boat with fishing gear and set out with the dawn for some open water fishing. The actual rowing had taken more and more time as the years went by, but even now he still got a few hours with nothing but the waves, the fish, and his thoughts to keep him company. Tadashi eyed the float his beloved Yoko had made him. He grinned and turned an eye to the gold band on his hand. 60 years this June. He could hardly believe it. It felt like he'd just met her yesterday. She'd swept into his life like a cheerful tornado, throwing everything into shambles to make way for something new and wonderful he could never have imagined. She was the seaweed to his rice, the miso to his ramen. The only woman to ever beat him in at an arm wrestling contest, she'd kept him in line through belligerent taxmen, hurricanes, a food shortage, annoying neighbors, 3 rascally children and 7 beautiful grandchildren. He took a deep breath and felt the salty air fill his lungs. He thought about how world nobles lived in Mariajois on the red line, higher than the clouds. There wasn't any salt on that air. He heard they carried special tanks of air to breathe whenever they came down to do business with the rest of the world. If that was true, they might not even know what the ocean smelled like. He snorted. Imagine not even knowing what the ocean smelled like. There wasn't a man, woman, or child on this planet that hadn't caught at least a whiff of sea breeze on the air. The whole world was made up of islands. And yet, the only people that never had were the ones that made decisions for all the rest. Sure, he could sorta get the point of maintaining purity from the rest of the world. It was a pretty crazy place. Pirates and revolutionaries and marines, oh my. Maybe it was something about ocean air that made them so out of sorts. And again, what position did those nobles have making decisions for a world they had never experienced? Oh, sure, they were descended from the kings that founded the world government, but that was how many years ago? Tadashi knew that things tended to run in families. Hikari was practically his clone, except for that extra X chromosome. Still, he'd be pretty surprised if he was anything like his great-great-great-grandpa. It wasn't just the blood, after all, they'd grown up in different worlds. But that was just the way things were done. It didn't make much sense if he thought too hard about it, but he wasn't about to join that upstart dragon and try to set up a democracy or whatever the heck it was called. Thinking about politics always made his head hurt. Tadashi shook his head and refocused on something much more interesting. Pirates. He'd noticed about a month ago that things were starting to quiet down in his little corner of the world. First Iron May Salvita, then Buggy the Clown and 1-2 Django, now Don Creek. A bunch of big names had just disappeared from the headlines recently. They hadn't been captured by the Marines or bounty hunters, Tadashi knew. The Marines would have plastered their executions over the front page. They were so eager to show they were doing something ever since this age of pirates had started. Tadashi idly wondered if anything would really change if anyone actually managed to find One Piece. It wasn't like all the other pirates would just quit and the Marines could hardly get more paranoid. What was the big deal, really? He was jerked out of his musings when he felt a twitch from his pole. He sat up, getting ready to pull, but apparently whatever fish it was thought his worm was unworthy of its palate. He sighed. He took off his hat to wipe his brow. It was pretty warm today. All the fish were probably further down, swimming in waters where they didn't feel like they were getting cooked. If he were younger, he'd wish for a squall. Fish always bit better when it was raining. But his stubby old arms couldn't face off against those kinds of waves like they used to. Still, the sun was pretty bright. As he took a sip from his canteen of grog, a secret pleasure, he figured he wouldn't mind a cloud ride about now. Woohoo. Right cowboy. Tadashi's head snapped to his left. He felt his brows creep up to what was left of his hairline. A cow the size of his house was swimming through the water a little ways away. On its back, whooping and hollering like savages, were what appeared to be young men dressed up early for Halloween. Apparently, they all liked clowns. He watched as one with eye-searing orange hair tugged on what looked like reins for the cow, which promptly turned hard to port. Tadashi thought he saw a flash of scales. Then the cow, its rider screaming in manic glee, seemed to pick up speed before diving into the ocean. Tadashi blinked. He looked down at his grog. He sniffed, but it didn't smell any stronger than usual. Still, he reeled in his line and picked up the oars. Apparently the sun was getting to him. Maybe it was time to call it quits on these weekly excursions. Unaware of the man they had unwittingly convinced of his own senescence, the group of buggy pirates held tight to each other as they finished off the underwater leg of the course. When Mamu surfaced, they were back in view of the fleet. They shouted out encouragement to the aquatic mammal, trying to spur even more speed out of him. At last, they swerved into place beside the big top, soaking some of the spectators with an impromptu wave. "Time," called Mo, the man holding the reins. Usopp, official game master, examined the watch in his hands. 9 minutes, 28 seconds. The winning time. The buggy crew exploded into cheers as the Dawn and Black Cats moaned their defeat. Mamu waited patiently for his nakama to disembark before paddling for the delicious smell of suckling pig coming from the Barati. All that sprinting had worked up his appetite. He happily munched the haunch given to him by the smiling cooks, feeling a sense of contentment deep down in his second stomach. These two legs were much nicer than Arlong. The race over, the crew settled down, trying to find a new way to distract themselves until 4 o'clock and the second training session of the day. Life had settled into a comfortable rhythm amongst the armada in the week since their victory over Arlong. Wake up, train until you puke with Luffy, breakfast, drills with Nami, lunch, daily entertainment as arranged by Usopp, train until you pass out, wake up for dinner, then settle down and hope you didn't get night duty. They all knew that things wouldn't remain this constant for long. They were set to dock at Log Town tomorrow, according to the infallible Nami-sama, and once they reached the Grand Line normalcy would be thrown out the window, as was warned by the Dawn Pirates. But they all savored this time, when things were simple and one could just bask in the joy of nakama. Usopp landed back on the Mary and retracted his hook. He'd perfected the design to his Usopp making it so the hook actually detached at destination, plus a handy winch in case he needed different levels of slack. He glanced around the ship. Zoro was taking his daily constitutional, supervised by Usopp's awesome girlfriend. He seemed to be annoyed at the fact he had to hold her hand, but Usopp knew that Zoro knew better than to talk back to anything Kaya said. The swordsman looked remarkably well, considering he was playing ding-dong ditch with death just 2 weeks ago. The full body bandages had finally come off, revealing that Zoro now had more scar tissue than normal skin. Once he'd confirmed with 2 mirrors that his back was untouched, the greenhead didn't seem to give 2 shits about his new downright frightening appearance. Once he got past the instinctive revulsion, Usopp had to admit that his nakama now looked pretty badass. Yes, it made his heart stop to see all those pockmarks and jagged lines on full display and to know there were even more out of sight below the waist. But the fact Zoro was still alive after all that had clearly happened to him made him positively godlike in the eyes of Usopp and about 3/4 of the rest of the armada. It bore mentioning that Zoro had not taken off his new hat since he'd been allowed to sit up. Nami had been quick to point out that it didn't match at all with his robes, but Zoro didn't care about fashion. That was Mihik's hat, it was proof that Zoro had beaten him, that the greenhead was now the unofficial world's best. Short of burning it, there was no way any of them was going to get him to stop wearing it. While Usopp had been wool gathering, Kaya and Zoro had finished the walk. And that's it. Very good progress today, Zoro-san. You seem to have regained your full range of motion and your stamina is up to acceptable levels. I'd wager you'll be fully recovered by this time next week. That mean I can train again? Zoro asked, visibly chomping at the bit. He'd tolerated all the babying when he'd been physically incapable of moving, but now that he could walk, he seemed to think anything further was pointless. Kaya's eyes hardened. Oh, no it doesn't. I saw how crazy you get when you exercise at the Baroque. I've invested serious time and energy in building your body back up to health. Like hell you're going to start tearing it back down again until I say so. You're not to do anything besides your rehab stretches and if I catch wind you disobeyed doctor's orders, I'll confiscate those swords and throw them in the lockbox until we get to Arabasta. TCH. Zoro hissed, but he bowed his head regardless. Why had he thought it was nice to have her on the crew again? Kaya-sama. I've brought you an afternoon snack. Tart aux poires. Sanji announced, appearing from thin air with a tray. Kaya smiled frostily. I do hope you made one for everyone else, Sanji-san. You know how I feel about preferential treatment. Sanji's skin turned an interesting shade of blue. Oh of course, Kaya-sama. Perish the thought. I just brought you yours first because you look the hungriest. That's all. Zoro hid his grin. Oh, yeah. That was why. Luffy appeared at Usopp's side. Usopp, thank you so much for getting a girlfriend. She makes Sanji make us food too. The sniper grinned. It was nothing really. When a grumbling Sanji handed them their own fancy snack, the two sat down to eat them. Hey, Luffy, something's been bothering me. Care to explain? Explain what? The captain asked, already halfway done. I thought you wanted to keep a low profile as long as possible. Would you brag like that to that creep marine? Wouldn't letting the world know you're building an armada get a lot of bad attention a lot earlier than the others are ready for? Would you want a bounty so bad? Usopp asked. Luffy sighed. He put down the unfinished tart, which told Usopp that he was taking the question seriously. 2 reasons. 1, I really wanted to let the others in the Grand Line know we're back and the only way I could think to reach them is the paper. I know how lonely I felt, not knowing for sure if I'd ever see my Nami or Chopper again, and I wanted them to know for sure. Usopp nodded. That made enough sense. But what's the other reason? Luffy's face suddenly twisted into an odd expression of utter horror, disbelief, and disgust. Usopp could only recall one time his captain had ever looked like that. When he'd discovered that Kokoro was a mermaid. If I hadn't said anything, the only thing that Marine would have known about was Nami beating Arlong. Can you imagine if she was the only one to get a bounty? If people thought she was the captain? Usopp applied his incredibly brilliant and devious mind to the concept. Look out. Lock up your purses. It's Nami, the infamous pirate captain of the Tangerine Pirates. Did you hear about that Nami? Attacked Eni's lobby. The Marines should really do something about that dangerous pirate lady. Empty the base. Notorious Captain Nami has been spotted. We must destroy this leader of evil. For justice. Usopp slowly turned his head to spy Nami on her lounge chair. Her eyes were closed, apparently just working on her tan. She seemed totally at peace. He imagined her hair flying about her in the heat of her anger, her eyes transforming into blood-red slits, her teeth sharp enough to bite off a man's head, her fists like wrecking balls, her voice like the howl of a hellish beast. He turned back to Luffy, identical expressions on their faces. That would be bad. Very, very, very bad. Luffy nodded solemnly. They both finished their snacks, the air quiet except for the sounds of nature and the buzz of conversation that's always present when a group reaches a certain size. Hey, Usopp. Yeah, Luffy. Can I talk to you about something that's been bothering me? Usopp looked at his friend. There was something off about his eyes. It took him a second before it hit him. Luffy looked troubled. Luffy never looked troubled. Happy, definitely. Hungry, almost constantly. Angry, annoyed, intent, sad, Luffy was an open book when it came to his emotions. But Usopp had never seen that little furrow between his eyebrows or the almost guilty frown. What is it, Luffy? The teen sighed. Krieg. Usopp tilted his head. What about him? Usopp's nonchalance seemed to make Luffy feel even worse. I killed him. Yeah. So? He was a pretty nasty guy and his bounty probably paid for Zoro's survival and it let Jin become captain so he could join you. I don't see anything bad that came out of it, Usopp listed. Luffy shook his head. You don't get it. Usopp, I've never killed someone before. I mean, he amended, I'm not saying no one's ever died after I fought them. I'm pretty sure there's at least a few guys I hit a bit too hard at Marineford or Punk Hazard. And there were times when I was mad enough to want to kill a few of the guys we fought. But it almost doesn't count then, you know. I mean, I'm not saying their lives don't mean anything, but it was a fight, you know. Me against them, so it's fair. I don't know. What I'm trying to say is. You've never done it on purpose, Usopp realized. You've never done it cold. Luffy shook his head, his eyes a million miles away. What if the ambush was too much? What if something's wrong in my head now? What if I'm turning into exactly the kind of guy I used to beat up? Usopp sighed. Look, first off, I'm probably not the best person to talk to about this. You'd be better off with Zoro or Sanji. Then again, maybe you should hear this from someone that won't treat it casually. Zoro'd probably just go that's how it works or something. Exactly. Usopp considered his words with care. Geez, maybe they should look into recruiting a shrink. He was no more qualified to patch up Luffy's psyche than he'd been to patch up Mary. Between Brooke's questionable state after returning to essentially solitary confinement and the fact he was 99% sure the whole armada was going to fight in the war at Marineford, they could certainly use one. Let's start simple. When did this start? You seemed totally calm when you were actually doing it. Luffy took a deep breath. It started that night. I had a nightmare. I kept seeing his eyes, that moment the light left them. I don't think it really hit me, what I'd done, until the moment I woke up. And how did that make you feel? Usopp asked, feeling like he should have a clipboard or something. See, that's the thing. I didn't feel anything. That's what keeps getting to me. Krieg's dead. I did that. A whole life just cut off because of me. Shouldn't I be torn up inside? Feel guilty, bad, something. What kind of person isn't bothered by the fact they killed someone? Luffy looked to Usopp, seeming desperate for guidance. I am so out of my depth here, Usopp mentally bewailed. Let's take a step back, shall we? Tell me what you were thinking that day at the Baroque. What was going through your head? Luffy huffed. I was thinking that Mihawk was coming and we didn't have time for him to have his little hissy fit. I was thinking that I needed to do something big and dramatic to impress Jin and Zeph so they'd join. I was thinking that it would be too much trouble to keep him prisoner. Those seem like some pretty legitimate reasons, Usopp said, trying to sound objective. Yeah, but is there really ever a good enough reason to just kill someone? It's okay as long as it helps your own goals. If it's all that arbitrary, then the only difference between me and Akainu is what side we're on. Usopp felt a light bulb go off over his head. Aha. That's the real issue here. Weren't you the one that said yourself that you're not a hero? You didn't beat up Crocodile because he was going to kill a bunch of people, because it was the right thing. You did it because if you didn't, Vivi would be sad. That was enough for you, wasn't it? Yeah, Luffy muttered. Suddenly he hung his head. I hate my Gramps. If he hadn't made me do all this thinking, he said the word like it was a reprehensible activity, then I'd still be blissfully ignorant and not care about any of this stuff. The only thing on my mind would be if I'm fast enough to actually sneak a tangerine from that bush now. Usopp couldn't help but laugh at that. But then he sobered up and tried to look as serious as possible, tilting Luffy's head up to look him in the eye. Look, Luffy. If you're asking me if you're turning into a guy like Rob Lucci, my answer would be hell no, and I'd ask you if you'd eaten anything questionable. Luffy's mouth quirked up a little. But if you're asking if you're becoming a harder person we all have. Usopp cocked a thumb at the still lounging Nami. Could you have imagined the Nami you first met ever kicking Arlong's ass in a million years? You can't go through complete and utter defeat like we have twice now and still be rainbows and smiles. All you need to know is that Krieg's death ultimately made things easier for your Nakama. Leave all the debate over ethics to people that have nothing better to do. And if you ever get in a situation with an enemy where you have to choose between us and them, is that even really a choice? Luffy shook his head. Of course not. Then he grinned that giant grin that brought back so many memories. Thanks for that, Usopp. You always know just what to do. So I hereby name you second mate. Usopp grinned back. Cool. Do I get a pay raise? Luffy snorted. No. But if ever there's a time when me or Zoro aren't around and a big decision has to be made, you get to be captain and make the call. You serious? Usopp asked, his eyes extending past his nose. Yep. So, think you can stop introducing yourself as Captain Usopp? That really cramps my style. Usopp stood up proud. Who do you think I am? There's no way I'd claim to be something so low as a mere captain. I am Usopp, second mate of the legendary Straw Hat Armada, revered around the entire world. You know it? Luffy shouted. The two then broke into an improvised musical about the many epic adventures of the world-famous pirates in the notorious SHA. Nami cracked open an eye. Learn to keep your voices down when having secret discussions, idiots. She'd been listening the whole time. Nami noticed the news coup approaching and sat up. It landed on the railing and promptly saluted. Nami popped her usual 100 Biri coin into the little purse and took one of the papers from its satchel. She started to turn around when it gave a little cough. She rose a brow when it tapped the coin slot with a feather. A price raise. Why does that ring a bell? When the bird made a little noise again, her eyes narrowed. "You'll take what I give you and you like it," she said in the tone she used with the monster trio. Suitably terrified, the poor bird flew off while Nami adjusted her chair so she could read. "It's odd how nostalgic I feel when I read these things," she muttered to herself. "There was a coup in Villa. Didn't Norland dock there? I could swear he wrote that in his journal." Nami trailed off as she turned the page, and not one, not two, but 5 flyers fell out of the paper to land face up on the deck. Nami looked at the flyers, eyes wide. Well, one in particular. Then she turned back to the paper to find a full-page article. She skimmed it, her eyes pausing when she found a particular sentence. "Luffy, I'm going to kill you," she roared. As she watched her captain turn to see what he'd done that time, a very small corner of her mind conceded then again, it could have been a lot worse. He and Usopp have no idea how big an understatement they were making when they said it would be bad. The day before, in Marineford. The Bounty Committee was a collection of some of the most decorated officers in the Marines, those that had real experience with combating pirates and other forms of evil, but had through one reason or another been delegated to administrative duties. It was they whom assessed the never-ending stream of threat reports brought in by the information branch and decided how much of the world government's budget they would offer up to incentivize third parties and warn the general public. They had heard it all before, and it took a great deal to faze even one of them. The whole group gaped at Lieutenant Commander Branu in abject horror. "Could you repeat that?" one of the oldest asked. Branu sighed. "I said, gentlemen, that we have a rogue admiral on our hands. Or perhaps I should say that a man that could have well become an admiral has been confirmed as an enemy of justice." "Explain, Lieutenant Commander," barked the most cunning. Branu turned to the board behind him. There was various names on it, all connected by different colors of chalk. He indicated the one at the top. "Monkey D. Luffy, the grandson of our own Vice Admiral Garp. Fleet Admiral Sengoku reports that the Vice Admiral requested special permission to train the boy on his home island 2 years ago. The boy had apparently expressed interest in becoming, quote, as awesome as my gramps. Garp evidently saw this as a desire to join the Marines once he was older, and Sengoku granted the request for extended leave after Garp's repeated assurances. The boy's evil was strong even then, it seems, fooling his grandfather into unwittingly aiding his ascent to power. Garp sent in several glowing reports during his leave, and even accounting for familial bias, the fleet admiral himself agrees that the boy has real potential. Garp returned to Bay 7 months ago under the impression that he would return to pick up his enlisted grandson for an apprenticeship any day now. Clearly, he will be disappointed. "What has the boy done?" asked the swiftest. "He first appeared a month ago when he appeared from nowhere to defeat Captain Axe Hand Morgan and inflict significant property damages. He did not reveal his full name at the time and the report provoked no real response. He then vanished for weeks. It was not until 5 days ago when Captain Nezumi reported that we learned what nefarious deeds he'd been up to." Branu indicated the other 4 names one by one. "The boy is building a pirate armada. Buggy the Clown, 15 million, and 1-2 Django, 9 million, though we recommend his price be raised to that of his former captain, Kuro of 1000 plans. 16 million. Furthermore, he defeated Don Krieg, 17 million, with what was confirmed as a Shigan at autopsy, and convinced his number 2 man, Devilman Jin, to become captain and join as well. For this reason, Jin shall inherit his former captain's bounty. As for his personal crew, we have limited information, but Luffy seems to have found at least one very dangerous individual. His navigator, a woman called Nami, seems to have defeated Sawtooth Arlong, 20 million, with lightning. Whether through a devil fruit ability or some kind of weapon, we don't know. It seems appropriate that she have a bounty at least as great as the man she defeated, so we propose 20 million. As you can all see, Luffy is not only dangerous but charismatic, which is its own threat. Have we any information to go on besides Nezumi's report?" asked the wisest. Branu seemed to bite his tongue. Given the extraordinary nature of his report, we felt it prudent to follow up on it. Thus, Fleet Admiral Sengoku approved the use of the secret coup service. There were a few suppressed guffaws throughout the room. The secret coup service was something of a joke amongst the Marine elite. There had been a great buzz of excitement when Dr. Vegapunk has announced a design for a long-range surveillance device that could be mounted to trained seagulls. Thoughts of unlimited reconnaissance capabilities had made some of those assigned to such targets as Dragon and Red Hair Shanks practically jump for joy. They had been greatly disappointed when repeated field testing revealed that the rigs were simply too delicate for use in the turbulent climates of the Grand Line, a stiff breeze could knock them off calibration. The whole thing was looked on as a very expensive embarrassment by the majority of the Marines in the know. However, there were those, among them Sengoku, that insisted that they could still prove useful and frequently approved them for jobs in the blues, and even then you could only count on reliable images on a calm day. Branu got back in his stride. Several high-resolution images were attained. In fact, we will be using enhanced cuts for the new bounty posters. He grabbed a stack of photos from a file on his person and began passing them out. Luffy himself seems to have chosen a caravel, and we estimate his crew to be no more than 7 in number. Evidently when it comes to his personal gang, he prefers quality over quantity. As you can see, Boogie's ship the Big Top and Django's ship the Black Bison are sailing behind him in a triangle formation. Jin and a small portion of his crew seem to be sharing space on the Big Top. Given Krieg's recent attempt to enter the Grand Line, we can assume the rest were lost to the freak weather near Reverse Mountain or the Sea Kings in the Calm Belt during their escape. The ship they are surrounding has been confirmed as the Baroque, a floating restaurant very popular in the East Blue. Given the shady reputation of the staff and owner, we cannot tell whether they are being held hostage or are colluding willingly. But as you can see, these images clearly confirm Nezumi's report. What shall we do? Asked the most powerful of them all. This cannot be simply swept under the rug. Nezumi seems to have already made arrangements with the News Coup branch. Apparently, Luffy had some requests about the newspaper article he anticipated about himself, and the captain followed through under fear of retaliation. Also, given that Vice Admiral Garp has already embarked for the East Blue and will undoubtedly be very angry on learning of his grandson's betrayal, there's a possibility this whole business will be handled before it really starts. However, we cannot depend on that. The final report on Luffy's training indicated he had the raw power of a vice admiral, and if this was all a plot to gain power, we cannot be sure he didn't keep some things hidden from his grandfather. All that being said, Fleet Admiral Sengoku has recommended a level of discretion. We do not want the public panicking about there being a second Whitebeard or some such nonsense. Branu slapped a poster onto the board behind him. There has never been a 9-figure starting bounty in the history of the Marines. That shall remain true. But in light of the very significant threat he poses, Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself advises an amount of no less than Kyoji-sama. The staff of the mansion all jumped at the wail of despair that pierced every corner of the expansive house. There was a veritable stampede as all the maids, servants, and bodyguards rushed to the office of their new master and former peer Mary. "Mary-sama. What is it?" asked a first man to cross the door, his eyes sweeping the room, looking for threats to his employer. "Kyoji-sama," moaned the man with floofy hair, seemingly crying over some piece of paper on his desk. The oldest of the maids, a rather plump woman by the name of Molly Potts, stepped forward to lay a hand on her master's shoulder. There, dear. What seems to be the problem? Did you find an old letter of her ladyship's? You really need to learn to let her go. A nice cup o' tea should do you right." "That's not it," Mary protested wetly. "And enough with the tea. I've had more tea in the past 3 weeks than I've had in 3 years." Mrs. Potts didn't seem to like that. In her mind, the answer to all problems was tea. Her husband, the cook, saw the warning signs of his wife's infamous temper and rushed to do damage control. "Why don't we wait until he's calmed down a little and then ask him, dear?" Agizo-Usu, the new head butler with the recent retirement of Clahater and ascension of Mary, gave an imperious sniff and seemed to glide to his master's side, offering a perfectly pressed handkerchief. Mary seized the pristine cloth and proceeded to repeatedly defile it with various bodily fluids. Kaguzuado gave no outward reaction to the destruction of his hanky. It took 15 minutes, but Mary finally stopped being a sniveling wreck and had evolved into a broken man. "Oh, Kyoji-sama. Dear Kaya. How will we ever recover from this?" "What seems to be the problem, monsieur?" questioned Rumiru, the newest employee from a far-off village with a peculiar accent. This is the problem," Mary exclaimed, slapping a hand on the piece of paper on his desk. Agizo-Usu adjusted his pince-nez and peered forward. "Wanted dead or alive. 1-2 Django, 16 million Beery. Pardon me, master, but I fail to see how this has anything to do with our former ladyship. Are you mocking me? Can't you see it?" Confused and hoping to find what was causing their lord such distress, all the staff leaned closer to the desk to examine the poster. The picture was of a man, perhaps in his late 30s, wearing heart-shaped sunglasses and some sort of false beard. The picture was taken at an angle, showing him in profile, with the ocean and a couple ships in the left half of the picture. It was Potson Chip with his young eyes that spotted it. "You. Mama, why are that boy and girl kissing like that?" "What are you talking about, Chip?" his mother asked, unable to see anything like a kiss in the picture. "There, mama, there," the boy cried, pointing to the extreme left of the picture. Ever handy, Kaguzuado procured a magnifying glass and held it over the spot in question. Details suddenly burst into focus, revealing what appeared to be a rather amorous embrace between a young man and woman, she arching up into him as he bent over her. Her foot was even popped. The clarity was offset by the cheap quality of the paper and ink, but they all would recognize that nose and those blonde tresses anywhere. "Oh. How romantic. Kaya-chan and Usopp-kun look so good together, don't they?" gushed Fifi, the other maid, clutching her feather duster to her chest like it was a bouquet of roses. Everyone knew how big a romantic she was, what with her personal library of romances that outsized the manor's actual library. She'd met her match in Rumiru, who was such an unabashed flirt that he'd even made a move on Mrs. Potts, whom had good-naturedly laughed it off. "It's a disaster," Mary shouted, shocking Fifi out of her daze. "The whole world can't see Kaya Ojisama in such a shameful position. Oh, Kaya Ojisama, how will I ever look your father in the eye in the afterlife? You have to lighten up, monsieur. The girl is in love, there is no shame in that. Besides, no one can even see her," Rumiru consoled. Mary didn't seem to hear, his head resting on the desk and a visible cloud of depression hanging over him. Agisowasu rolled his eyes before giving an official hem. "I think we can conclude that our master is no real danger. Everyone, return to your posts." Out in the forest, a trio of boys was also examining Django's poster. "The captain is doing well. We are very happy for him," they said. They turned to the only other inhabitant of the clearing, another young boy tied to a stump with several lengths of rope. He seemed very freaked out. "I told you freaks, I don't want to join your stupid club. Let me go, damn it." The three former members of the Usopp pirates merely grinned. "Resistance is futile. You will be assimilated." Koby could hardly believe he was where he was. How had the crazy dance called life led him to this moment? Of course, he knew the answer to that question. And it wore a straw hat. The day before, he'd been going about his usual duties as a chore boy. He'd presented the letter Luffy had given him to Commander Ripper the day after Morgan had been defeated. The man seemed very skeptical at first, glancing between the signature of one of the biggest names in the Marine Navy and the shrimp that was trying and failing to hide his trembling. However, after Koby's heartfelt declaration that he wanted to be a Marine when questioned, Ripper decided to let it slide. Still, he remained skeptical that Garp would show up, so much so that he didn't even bother troubling the man with a call to confirm the letter's authenticity. He'd let Koby join morning PT, but otherwise the boy was just another chore boy. Koby didn't mind being stuck on the bottommost rung of the military. Even chore boys had their place in the grand scheme of things, and he performed all the menial work with a smile and sense of pride. His enthusiasm for what many considered to be drudgery had led many of the other Marines to question the boy's sanity. Koby's extraordinary work ethic had initially been taken as a personal insult by fellow chore boy Helmeppo, the son of the disgraced former captain. The spoiled brat constantly whined that Koby's can-do attitude only encouraged the higher-ups to give them even more work, which was as bad as murder in the eyes of a boy who until recently had never had to lift a finger. Koby had endured this for a week before he'd confronted Helmeppo, privately drawing courage from the example of Luffy and his two friends. "Helmeppo-san, you wish to return to the life you knew, yes?" Helmeppo blinked before sneering. "Of course, idiot. And Helmeppo-san is a Marine, yes?" He huffed. "Not by choice, but yeah. I'm stuck at this to make up for Dad's crimes, so-called. Then the only way for Helmeppo-san to get back the privileges he is used to is to become a Marine officer. And the only way for Helmeppo-san to become an officer to get promoted. And the only way for Helmeppo-san to get promoted is by working hard, yes." Koby had subtly been getting closer until he was practically nose to nose, the better to deliver his message. Helmeppo looked away and scratched his head. Finally though, he was able to face Koby. "Well, yeah, when you put it like that, I guess that's true." Koby's stern expression gave way to a wide smile. "Then Helmeppo-san should not complain about doing work. After all, you have to work in order to not work. Helmeppo-san should not mind a little friendly competition." "Friendly competition?" Helmeppo asked. Koby quirked his mouth. "We're friends, aren't we? So we should help push each other to be the best we can be. So we should compete to see who gets promoted through hard work first, yes?" Helmeppo stared blankly for a moment before breaking into a snide grin and rolling up his sleeves. "Step aside then, chore boy. I'm going to blow past you so fast it'll make your head spin." Koby had only smiled in response. Since then, the two had become the most productive chore boys the East Blue had ever seen. Life at the base had never been so efficient. Ripper had watched the two's contests from a distance and felt a sense of pride for the next generation of Marines, though he still didn't believe Garp the Fist himself would show up. How wrong he was. It was with a sense of panicked disbelief that Ripper watched a dog-themed ship sail into the harbor and find the massive veteran himself towering over him in his office. "You in charge here?" The man barked around a cigar. "Why yes, Vice Admiral." "Well, what are you waiting for? Go get Luffy and any little friends he's made by now." "Luffy, sir?" Ripper asked timidly. "The boy with the letter, man. Get a grip. I'm a superior, not a snake." Ripper was pretty sure the boy's name was Koby, not Luffy, but he picked up the intercom speaker anyway and stated, "Will the chore boys please report to my office? Right away. That is all." Garp raised a brow. Chore boy, huh? I said to start him with the basics, but I figured you'd at least have started him as a petty officer. Didn't you see him? Ripper held his tongue. Either Garp was actually as senile as all the rumors said, in which case Ripper didn't want to do anything to provoke him, or there was a massive misunderstanding, and in that case, he didn't want to commit to anything until he knew who to duck. Shortly, Koby and Helmeppo had filed into the office, apparently straight from dishwashing. Garp turned, a smile about to break out on his weathered face, before he paused. A confused wrinkle formed over his brow. Then, settling on annoyance, he turned back to Ripper. Luffy's not here. I told you to send for the boy that brought the letter. Ripper gulped. This is the boy who brought the letter, he said, indicating a slightly shaking hand at Koby. The other is his friend. Just as you asked, sir. Garp took a couple deep drags on his cigar. After a tense minute, in which time Koby seemed to sweat half his body weight, Garp turned his eye on Koby. Explain, he barked, his aura playing jump rope with a line between rational calm and hair-trigger rage. Koby seemed in trouble of losing control of his bowels. Still, he took a breath and answered. LL Luffy-san gave me the letter, sir. We met and Luffy-san became my friend. I told him my only dream was to become a marine. He just handed it to me and went on his way, sir, I swear. He carefully left out any mention of Luffy being a pirate. Some sixth sense based on self-preservation perhaps, told him that it would be exactly the wrong thing to say in this situation. Garp's eyes became shadowed. The tension in the room was thick enough to scoop up and drink as soup. It tasted of peace. Ripper felt like he was waiting for a bomb to go off. Koby's life looked to be flashing past his eyes. Helmeppo just looked confused. Then Garp threw back his head and laughed loud enough to hurt. Bwahahaha. This is just like you, cheeky brat. The other three visibly relaxed. When Garp wound down from his laughing fit, he turned an assessing eye on the two chore boys. He seemed to pay particular attention to their eyes. You two don't seem like total wimps. Guess I might as well take you 2-on-2. Come along, keep up. And that was how Koby found himself to be on the ship of Vice Admiral Garp, en route to Logtown before returning to Marine HQ. I just want to thank you again for this, Garp-san, Koby spoke up from his position behind the man at the railing. Don't worry about it, brat. Luffy clearly saw something in you. Besides, there's nothing more challenging than a hopeless case. Thanks. Koby gulped. So, you're sure we'll find Luffy-san in Logtown? Of course. If he didn't join up at Shell Town, he definitely went to Logtown. I hear good things about the captain there. He probably thought he'd work his way up the old-fashioned way, as if I'd let him out of my sight. Such a troublesome grandson, he is. Why yes, Koby muttered, feeling a chill run down his spine. It was clear that Garp had no idea about what his grandson was really up to, and Koby was not looking forward to the moment he figured out. He saw how big that ball and chain was in the hold. He didn't want to be in the same time zone as a man that could swing that around when he got a nasty shock. An officer ran up to them, clutching a few flyers. Vice Admiral. New bounties from HQ. I think you'll want to see this. Garp raised a brow as he took the pile, not noticing Koby turn pale as a ghost. Why would they bother me with these small fries? You still getting back at me, Sengoku? Stingy bastard. Garp froze when he actually saw the poster on top. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and peered closer at the poster staring back at him. On instinct, Koby covered his ears. It probably saved his eardrums. What the damn hell? If a stranger were to walk into Fuchsia village, they might well think some local festival was taking place. People were gathering in the streets, talking animatedly about some event, and the general atmosphere was one of celebration. When said hypothetical stranger learned it was all in support of a pirate, they'd quietly edge away before running for the hills. Look. Can you believe? That son of a gun really did it. Luffy's a wanted man. Conversations like this were the only kind in town that day. Geez, can you believe this? One guy asked his buddies. I knew he was crazy strong, and he said he was going to do big things, but this is something else. Whoever heard of a pirate recruiting other pirates? Out on the Grand Line, a rather ugly and fat silver-tongued coward was overcome by a sudden bout of hay fever. Hey, maybe we'll get famous. Another dude said. This is the highest starting bounty in history. People could come from all over to see where he came from, where he grew up. We might get tourists. This is the most exciting thing that ever happened to this place. Shouted an exuberant woman. Shut up, all of you. The street hushed. The crowd parted around the positively steaming form of their elderly mayor, Whoop Slap. In casual clothing and hobbling along with his cane, he was about as intimidating as a baby sloth. But still, there was something in his eye that made all the revelers feel like children caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Honestly, what's wrong with this town? This is a bad thing. An infamous criminal has been linked with our name. Damn that Luffy, he's shamed the whole village. I should have brained the bastard when he broke my house like I wanted to. Boop Slap kept on grumbling as he made his way into the bar. Apparently, his shout hadn't penetrated the din, so no one was suitably cowed. A toast. To the most fearsome pirate in the East Blue. Our own Luffy. Roared a flushed farmer. Pan pie. Came the ear-shattering reply. Boop Slap huffed as he made his way to the nearest stool, where he was swiftly attended to by Makino, the owner of the establishment and something of a big sister figure to Luffy. Damn brats. I don't know why they're so proud of this. That destructive brat went and did it. You can't hold it against them, Mayor. They're just happy that Luffy's doing well. The greenhead cast her eye to one of a dozen posters laying on her bar, left by her customers. Luffy was staring straight into the camera, which seemed odd since it had clearly been taken from far off. The hard mocking smile showed off his teeth and his eyes seemed to shout bring it to anyone that looked at him. As always, he had his hat on, held to his head by a hand. Her eyes drifted to the other posters of his accomplices. He certainly seems to have surrounded himself with lots of interesting people. But the gang he's putting together, maybe his dream isn't so far out of reach after all. His dream, muttered Whoop Slap, looking into his glass pensively, or his destiny. Up the mountain, the Dayton family were treated to the sight of their beloved leader, having what appeared to be a complete psychotic breakdown. She was on her back, her legs running faster than a hamster on crack, pounding the ground with her fists, tears streaming down her face, with her face red as a tomato. What made this scene comical rather than demented was the fact she was laughing so hard you could hear it from Grey Terminal. How long is she going to keep this up? Muttered a lowly henchman, looking up from his grinding wheel. It's already been 10 minutes. She's going to pop an artery at this rate, fussed Magra. She'll wind down soon. Cut her some slack. She's been looking forward to this since before Garp moved in. Advice given, Dogra got back to the never-ending task of sweeping. Oh. Oh. Oh, my ribs. Roared Dayton, catching her fifth wind as she again looked at the flyer clutched in her hand. Ha ha ha. Garp is going to shit a sideways brick when he sees this. I take back everything I ever said about you Luffy, you magnificent bastard you. The men all sighed. Maybe handling all those coca leaves was starting to mess with their boss's head. But the roll of his eyes, random goon number Q thought aloud, wonder how Ace is going to take this. The Moby Dick was the proud flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates, a massive construct that plowed through the otherworldly weather of the New World with all the gentle, overwhelming power of its namesake. Her sturdiness was unneeded at the moment, the water calm as a puddle and the wind barely a breeze. Granted, that was because it was near the edge of the calm belt, but the point was that the crew or rather family aboard felt free to relax. Marco, 1st Division Commander and General 2nd in command, took the chance to spread his wings, literally. He flew in the air over the mighty ship in the form of the legendary Phoenix, the power gifted to him by his devil's fruit. As he banked on a thermal, his eye fell on the ship and a deep sense of peace suffused his soul. There were no words for how good it felt to be riding the wind, knowing his flock was safe and sound. Life with the Whitebeard Pirates was 10 kinds of crazy, but he wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. He spotted a news coup coming and quickly dived. For some reason, seagulls weren't comfortable around fellow aviaries made of living flame 10 times their size. They were lucky if one of the blasted birds found them once a week, so Marco decided to cut his flight short. But the thoughtless ease born of long practice, Marco shifted back into his human form the second he got near the deck, walking off his momentum as easily as stepping off a treadmill. Maneuvering around the lounging forms of his brothers, Marco walked up to the news outlet and fed spare change into its pouch until it allowed him to take a paper. His brow raised at how many new bounty posters fell out, that was unusual. The other brow joined its brother as he read the article about the rookies in question. Huh. This could prove entertaining. Hey Ace. I got a question for you, Yoi. Eh? What is it Marco? Marco concealed a roll of his eye when he saw his fellow commander sit up from his obvious sunbathing. Ever since he'd eaten his fruit, the boy had been impossible. Now that he never had to worry about temperature ever again, he seemed determined to spend the rest of his life half naked. Their sisters certainly seemed to appreciate the decision, which only served to inflate the fireman's ego to an annoying degree. What was the name of that kid brother of yours again? Marco asked. All the crew in earshot groaned in unison. Would you have to bring him up? Once you get him started on the kid, he never shuts up. Complained one of the older vets. Ace didn't seem to hear, a nostalgic grin spreading involuntarily across his face. Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. Big crybaby. Doesn't know what 2 + 2 is. Totally helpless in a fight. Can't walk down the road without getting into trouble. But there's something about him that makes it so you can't help but love him. He's probably set out by now, shouting how he'll become Pirate King at the top of his lungs every other minute. I'm scared as hell about him actually being on the Grand Line, but he's got to live his own life, and I have to let him. Ace sighed. Yep, that's my little brother. He cocked his head. Would you ask? Marco shrugged, hiding a shit-eating grin. Oh, this was going to be good. Oh, no reason. I'm just looking at his record-breaking bounty poster, that's all. Wait, what? Blurted Ace, snatching the poster from Marco's hand. He straightened it out and took a good look at it. He blinked. He rubbed his eyes. He blinked some more. He took a breath. What the actual fuck, Luffy? Those and sundry laid out on the deck jumped as a miniature explosion seemed to take place. They all turned to see Ace literally steaming, flickers of flame racing over his skin as he breathed heavily, clutching a now charred poster. Marco sipped the fumes of his brother's outraged surprise like they were a fine cognac. You seem a tad tense, Yoi, he remarked dryly. Of course I'm fucking tense. My little brother has the biggest rookie bounty in the history of the world. How the bloody blue fuck did this happen? When I left he could barely throw a punch straight and now he's practically a supernova after, what, 1 fucking month. How the motherfucking hell did this happen? Ace's rant climaxed with another blast of uncontrolled flame. Man, I forgot how big a potty mouth Ace is when he gets in a bad mood, muttered Jozu. Not really the point, man, sweat dropped the guy next to him. Marco wiggled the hand holding the paper. Well, there's an article in here about him. A whole page, too, Yoi. I'd offer it to you, but I'm afraid you might burn it. You'd have to be blind, deaf, and dumb to miss the teasing sarcasm. Give me the goddamn paper, Marco. Marco held up his hands in a don't shoot the messenger gesture as the mass of paper and ink was torn out of his hands. Ace raced through the article, muttering like a madman as his face got more and more pale the further he got in. A new and frightening evil has emerged on the seas, blah blah blah, slander and calumny, first appeared with the cruel and unwarranted assault of respected Marine Captain Morgan. Hey, I remember that guy. Total dick, so I guess that's understandable if he did something to piss Lou off. Abused family connections to steal Marine secrets. What the fuck, don't tell me he actually tricked Gramps into training him. Gramps is going to chew him up, shit him out, and pound him flat for a start if that's what he did. Seduce and conquer his rivals into submission. What? That doesn't sound like Luffy at all. He beats up first and asks questions never, he doesn't recruit. The monster doctor, what the hell, were you hire something Lou? Measures will be swiftly taken. Shit, that doesn't sound good. God damn it all the hell, Luffy, what the fuck are you thinking? Their problem, son. Ace jumped, turning to see the man that he devoted his life to. Edward Newgate was an intimidating figure, an example of the deluded giant blood common on the Grand Line, standing over twice as tall as most of his sons. Though his skin was wrinkled, it was pulled so taut over solid powerful muscle, you could bounce a coin off his abs. His unmistakable mustache bristled as he frowned down at Ace. He seemed deaf to the calls of the 3 nurses in pink ineffectively admonishing him. Pops. You shouldn't be standing. The Yonko rolled his eyes. Gurara. I'm not made of glass. I can walk if I want to. And I was worried. You haven't had a flare-up since the first week you had your gift. What's wrong, son? Ace shook his head. My idiot little brother, that's what, he grumbled. Oh? The brat with Shanks' hat. What's he done to get you so worked up? Without a word, Ace handed the crispy poster over to his father. Whitebeard squinted before raising a brow. This is the weak little brother you're always talking about. Doesn't seem so weak. His bounty's more than twice what yours was, Gurara. Ace blushed. I swear, he was totally helpless when I left 3 years ago. Sure, keep telling yourself that, Yoi. Shut up, Featherbrain. Still, what did the brat do? East Blue is the last place I'd expect a price like this to pop up, Whitebeard mused. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he knew I joined you and is trying to show me up. He somehow got all the big names in East Blue to join him. I always figured him for a small crew, tiny even, and now it's like he's building an army. They say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, Haruta commented. Whitebeard hid a little smirk. So this is what you meant, you red-hair brat. Bet on the next generation indeed. On an unremarkable spring island in paradise, one of the most feared pirates in the world had set up base. The grunts of his crew were well known, feared pirates in the blues, the officers on a level that barely qualified as human. The man himself would give all 3 admirals pause. Yet he'd been laid low by one of the oldest and simplest vices known to man. Someone turn off the sun. I hate hangovers, moaned the one-armed emperor. Ben Beckman released a thin stream of smoke from his lungs. It's your own fault for forgetting to drink some water last night. But water's got no alcohol. The 40-something sounded like a toddler. That's kin to the point, Captain, mumbled Luckiru around his usual mouthful of meat. Yasop sighed. I spy, with my little eye. No fair, Yasop-san. No one can beat you, you always pick something none of us can see. Whined one of the newer recruits. The dreadlocked man grinned. I was going to say the news coup. Turn out your pockets and look for change, boys. Some of the coins handed over had green stuff on them, but eventually they managed to get the news crew to part with its cargo. Ben glanced at the headlines and opened to examine the full articles that caught his attention. He barely noticed the slips of paper that fell out of the folds. New bounties. Ready the dartboard, gentlemen, called one of Usopp's underlings. Lucky's eyes widened. Wait a minute. What? Asked the guy who picked up the poster on top. Captain, doesn't that look like, began the portly glutton. It is, interrupted Ben, unfazed as usual. He has a whole page right here. Looks like Captain's hunch was right. What are you guys talking about? Grumbled Shanks, turning his bloodshot eyes to the piece of paper causing so much fuss. They just about popped out of his skull when the photo came into focus. A slow grin spread across the man's face. Boys, break out the casks. We're having a party. But you were just complaining about your hangover. Protested one of the mooks. Irrelevant. We can't let an event like this go by without a celebration. We go hard tonight, boys. It's not even the afternoon, muttered one of the most heavily affected from last night. Shanks merely turned his head towards the east. So, let's see what you can do, Luffy. The armada was a mess. Each ship was its own self-contained explosion as each crew gaped at the bounties. Would they even issue mine if I'm not getting a price bump? Am I just some footnote to those tools? Raved Buggy. Well, I don't look weird, mused Django. My own bounty. Kind of get how this went to Krieg's head. This is a strange ego boost to seeing this, reflected Jin. 20 million, that's even bigger than it was last time. And what the hell kind of nickname is Lightning Thief? That's not nearly as cute as Cat Burglar. People will think I'm actually dangerous now. That means they'll want to fight me. Which means I have to fight now. Which means I have to kill you, Luffy. You're the one that wanted to beat Arlong. You earned every berry of that, Nami. Luffy was too distracted to properly fear for his life. He couldn't stop the childish grin on his face. This looks much cooler than the last one, he mused. And for some reason I find the number incredibly funny. Wanted? Dead or alive? Monkey D. Straw Hat Luffy. 99 million berry. Zoro was not an idiot. Or rather, he knew he was not a retard. His brain was not smaller or in any way more damaged than the average person. He had no history of concussions, though one had to wonder about those 2,000 times he'd blocked Kuina's Bakken with his head. He hadn't gotten a very thorough education as a child, but Kishiro had made sure that he at least knew the birds and bees and how to read and count. He never applied his intelligence, but that wasn't to say he had none. So, given that Zoro was no stupider than the next guy, why was he so often compared to or lumped in with a pre-training from hell, Luffy? First off, he was stubborn to a fault. Even if he knew he was wrong, even if he knew the odds against him were hopeless, he'd still pursue his given course of action to the death. His persistence hadn't become quite so hazardous to his health until he joined the crew, but it had always been there. In arguments, in daily life, in drinking contests, Zoro refused to back down. This inability to yield in a world of compromise marked him as a freak. And since people didn't want to admit that this kind of integrity to his beliefs was a strength they envied, they denounced it as a foolish flaw. Second, he was simple. No, not slow, just simple. He didn't needlessly complicate his life. Who needed to know all the minutiae of politics and the balance of power? Why break down everything into ever smaller, more technical parts? What good did philosophic debate or agonizing over ethical conundrums ever do anyone? Zoro had no need for any of that. The sun rose and set. Seasons changed. Alcohol was the gateway to paradise. And a man only needed two things. His balls and his word. Other than how to swing a sword, that was basically all Zoro needed to know in life. So whenever Zoro heard and saw people all but losing their heads over pointless abstract ideas like government or economy or personal hygiene, he could only shake his head at how much stress and worry they went through for no reason. Accordingly, since Zoro had not spent his life amassing schema regarding how the world worked like most people, he had picked up and assimilated a few things as fact that simply, well, weren't. When it came to his health, Zoro honestly believed that if it didn't kill him, then he was okay. And all the nagging Chopper and now Kaya had ever given him over taking it easy or keep your bandages on was just a bunch of coddling. And clouds were just part of the sky, the thing above his head that changed every day. When Nami had first gotten sick from the Kestia and Zoro had been left to steer Mary, he'd just picked a cloud in front of them and tried to keep her straight. Nami raving about how clouds move or change shape was either the ravings of illness or some esoteric idea cobbled together from all her weather books. But knowledge and intelligence aren't necessarily the same thing. A child could be told all their life that the sky is green, and whenever they see that color, they would naturally associate it with green. Just because the rest of the world insisted that it was blue didn't make the child dumb, it just meant they were misinformed. And really, how could anyone be really sure that everyone saw the sky as blue? or that it truly, objectively was in fact colored blue. What is blue, really? The point was that just because Zoro believed in things others didn't, it didn't automatically make him an idiot, though that was the most common conclusion. But the third, biggest, and most obvious facet of Zoro's character that made people question whether he had two brain cells to rub together was his sense of direction. Or his spectacular, illogical, unholy lack thereof. The cause was unknown, and might forever remain so. Chopper had never gotten his hands on an MRI, so he never got to take a look and see if Zoro had a few wires crossed in his head. All the boos hinted at an explanation, but Zoro was sober most of the time he got lost. Plus, if he was so deep in the bottle that it had damaged his brain, he'd have other, more glaring health problems, and probably would not be fit enough to do all the insane physical acts he could. Short-term memory loss might fit the bill, but Zoro had no trouble remembering names and faces of people he just met or being aware of the world around him. Early onset Alzheimer's didn't work for the same reason. Some of the misapprehensions he'd picked up on how the whole idea of direction worked, see, north is up, were probably a factor, but Zoro failed to follow even those rules consistently. Whether it was any of these things and their possible combinations, something not thought of, or simply divine will, the ultimate observable phenomenon was that Zoro could get lost following someone down a clear straight road. So there you have it. Zoro was not an idiot in the classical sense, being capable of a perfectly average amount of logical reasoning, but he was a bull charging forward without knowing or particularly caring why. Thus, barring an extensive argument over semantics, Zoro was, for all intents and purposes, an idiot. A dumb ass, a goober, slack-jawed, a pudwhack, witless as the day was long. You get the idea. And as much as Zoro himself would like to dispute this, his current circumstances didn't exactly help his case. It was ridiculous really. He had observation. He knew what her aura felt like, albeit with about 2.5 more years of growing. His range was such that he could sense half the city without too much strain. He had actively set out not to run into her. So why, for the love of all things great and small, was he watching one Master Chief Petty Officer Tashigi cut down two indignant pirates with more balls than brains? Were Zoro not a staunch apathist, he might think someone up there had it in for him. The as yet unacknowledged greatest swordsman on the planet heaved a sigh as he watched a ditzy girl trip trying to come out of her stance. And lo and behold, her glasses slid along the ground only to come to a stop against his boot. He might not believe in gods, but he was suddenly open to the idea of ghosts. He could practically hear Kuina and her cocky, mocking drawl. HMPH, a boy afraid of a girl. How pathetic. The strongest in the world, and still so weak. Zoro grit his teeth. He wasn't afraid of the marine girl. She just evoked a big complicated knot of emotions every time he saw her face or heard her speak. And while Zoro would literally rather die than back down in combat, feelings were another thing entirely. Like most men, he adopted a why confront something when you can avoid it attitude to any problem that required inner reflection or tackling psychological hang-ups. He'd planned on never seeing the woman at all. Or if he had to, without that whole you lied to me thing that led to her swearing a vendetta against him. But it seemed that just wasn't meant to be. He could have just slipped away before she put on her glasses, but that would be too much like running away. Now that he was there, he might as well face it head on. So he reached down, picked up the corrective eyewear, and held them out to the woman patting the ground like a brainy college kid who'd read too many mystery novels. Here, he grumbled out. Oh. Tashigi grabbed at the tan blur and felt hard plastic. She slipped the frames over her eyes in emotion all but reflex at this point, sighing with relief as clarity returned to her. She looked up to see whoever got off their ass and helped her instead of just watching her flail. Thank you very. Tashigi's words died in her throat. Her first, wild thought was that it was some kind of mask. The kind kids used to scare each other on Halloween. But then the mouth frowned and the eyes narrowed, and Tashigi realized that it was really the man's face. His horrifically scared face. More lines than she could count riddled the surface, clearly the work of a knife or some other kind of blade. The most obvious was the one that went from the curve of his left cheek all the way up to the temple, coming within millimeters of nicking the eye along the way. At least 5 lesser cuts crossed paths with it and about a dozen minor ones. Her view was blocked by a wide-brimmed hat, but it looked like a couple of the larger cuts even went into his hairline, leaving harsh paths of scar tissue that stopped seemingly natural green bristles from growing ever again. But cuts weren't the only damage, oh no. A jagged puncture wound stood out on his right cheek, as if he'd been shot or stabbed and the knife twisted. A good chunk of his nose was just gone, as if he'd been in a guillotine and moved back a few inches. Burns stood out around his mouth and jaw, like he tried to kiss a fire. Tashigi's eyes tracked down and saw just as much damage on his arms and the part of his chest exposed by his robes. It was like a kaleidoscope of pain, a tapestry of suffering. This was a man who had been to hell and back. Tashigi felt her gorge rise. This was wrong. Something about all those wounds that destroyed flesh sent the sound of sandpaper across a chalkboard through her mind. Her intellectual side promptly told her that she should feel nothing but horror and sympathy for one who'd gone through such torture. But something deep down, in the part that was still just a hairless ape banging stones and trying to survive, screamed Danger Danger Radicydron. It looked like a man, but it couldn't be. No one could endure all that and live. Whatever this thing was, it was not human. So it must be a threat, and threats must be dealt with or you will die. And the scariest part. All of the scars, every single one, was pink, fresh, not fully healed. Whatever the bloody blue hell had happened to this creature, it had happened recently and all at once. And then it spoke, and the illusion shattered. Your stance is too tight. Widen your legs, keep your elbows relaxed, and don't hunch your shoulders. Tashigi was shocked at how normal he sounded. Despite the ruin he had become, his vocal cords seemed unaffected. Then the words actually processed, and Tashigi's jaw dropped. What right did he have to critique her technique? How did have the gall to just walk up to her and tell her how to wield a blade? But he had already turned and started to walk away. Tashigi got to her feet and chased after the man. She didn't bother to call in the incident with the two ne'er-do-wells. With patrols so high after Vice Admiral Garp arrived and promptly took over Captain Smoker's command, they'd be noticed and picked up within 10 minutes. She came within striking distance of him before calling excuse me. In the tone she used for newbie grunts that thought they could boss her around given her gender, never mind the fact she was the highest enlisted rank there was. The man paused and looked over his shoulder. Even just a fraction of his face was enough to provoke reflexive repulsion. But Tashigi swallowed her distaste and spoke. Why did you say that to me? The man raised what used to be his right eyebrow, but was now more a raised ridge of fibrous tissue with a few stray hairs. I don't read the news. Is it now illegal to offer someone advice? Tashigi bristled. There was nothing really condescending in his tone, but the total calm in the face of a fairly pissed military officer implied he didn't see her as a threat. Body language could be as demeaning as words. And who are you to criticize my swordplay? She challenged. He turned around to face her fully. As he did, Tashigi belatedly realized he was armed. 3 different katana hung at his right hip. He laid a hand on their hilts, not overtly threatening, more like a reassuring habit. I know a thing or two. Were Tashigi not mentally reviewing her named blade index, she might have been overanalyzing how his tone was more understated humility, not pedantic mocking. Wado ichimonji yubashiri sandai kitetsu. Tashigi could barely restrain herself from grabbing them from the man and drawing them to see the beautiful blades hidden by the scabbards. Though that probably wouldn't be the safest course of action. Then her natural marine suspicion kicked in. How did you get your hands on 3 named blades? The man narrowed his eyes. I didn't steal them, if that's what you're asking. Wado was given to me by my sensei. Yubashiri and Sandai were gifts from a salesman. Tashigi narrowed her eyes. The Sandai Kitetsu alone is worth 1,000,000 biri. You expect me to believe he just gave them to you? The walking haunted house prop shrugged. He said meeting a true swordsman was payment enough. You can ask him if you want. I believe he's the one you left Shigeru with. The marine woman felt her stomach drop. How did you know that? Have you been following me? Tashigi felt her ire rise, along with a shadow of that fear she'd had since she was 12, and realized she lived in a world filled with people taller, stronger, and bigger than her that saw her as nothing but an object. The man gave her a smile that he might have meant to be reassuring, but the effect was quite the opposite. Like I said, I know a thing or two. Tashigi shelved that for a later date. We've gotten off topic. What made you walk up to me and criticize me like that? The chip in her shoulder flared up. What, you think that just because I'm a woman that I'm a worse swordsman than you? The man scoffed at her. Scoffed. She reminded herself that Marines do not attack civilians, but his next words shocked her to her core. Your gender has nothing to do with it. Your stance was too tight. I would take issue with anyone not swinging a sword properly. If you're going to call yourself a swordsman, you should do it right. That goes for every man, woman, child, or beast that picks up a blade. Tashigi realized her jaw was hanging. She closed her mouth with a snap, which was about all her brain could handle at the moment. She was so accustomed to sexism that it slacked threw her off. Oh, she managed. If that's all, I'll be on my way. He turned to go. Tashigi gathered herself. Wait. The man paused, and Tashigi fought to keep her stature from becoming too sheepish. I want to apologize. I misjudged you and overreacted. There's a lot of people who look down on swordswomen, and I've taken to assuming the worst. I shouldn't have accosted you like that. Tashigi gulped. Oh my, and I haven't even properly introduced myself. I am Tashigi, Master Chief Petty Officer of the Logetown Marine Base. She bowed and held out her hand. The man's eyes were blank and unreadable for a few seconds. Then he held out his own hand. Hirano Zoro. Tashigi expected to feel disgust when her skin met his, but his palms seemed mostly untouched. Rough from calluses, but nothing out of the ordinary. It was also pleasantly warm. His name rang a bell just as she pulled away. "Oh, so you're that Urano Zoro. The bounty hunter who uses 3 swords at once." The man grinned nicely, but his eyes remained guarded. She couldn't really blame him. Marines and bounty hunters had an uneasy relationship at the best of times. One could argue the whole point of wanted posters was to get bounty hunters to try to do what Marines couldn't, and some Marines took issue with the implication they couldn't do their job. Plus, she hadn't done the best job hiding the occasional wince or grimace as her eye noticed some new flaw in his visage. "I'm actually out of the bounty hunting business." Tashigi smiled brightly. "Oh, that's good. It's a dangerous business," she said, pointedly eyeing his scars. "You'll be much better off with some honest work." She hesitated, but decided she'd already put her foot in her mouth and might as well continue. "It's also a good thing for your swords. It's a shame that such works of art be used for petty violence." She clutched the loaner she'd gotten from Ipponmatsu to her breast. "The 12 superior works, the 21 great works, and the 50 good works. It disturbs me to my bones that so many of those fine blades are in the hands of pirates and bounty hunters. Why must the world be so cruel to them? The swords are crying. That's why I have sworn to not rest until every named blade is out of the hands of evil people." Zoro shrugged. "Well, evil is a strong word. You can't blame people for their circumstances or using what tools they have. It's a disgrace. Things of beauty twisted into instruments of destruction. A sword should only ever be raised to keep the peace. Instead, they're used to perpetuate the cycle of violence that has gripped our world. I actually think it's a good thing." Tashigi gaped at him in disbelief. Zoro shrugged and elaborated. "I agree with you that swords are beautiful, even artistic treasures. But they are inherently weapons, forged to cause harm. Hoarding them to hang them up on some wall is not honoring them, it's disrespecting them. A blade can only sing in the midst of battle, clashing against its brothers and sisters. So it's for the best that so many are handled by pirates. There's no other profession with so many chances to find yourself in a fight for your very survival." Zoro then grinned. "Besides, last I checked, the world's best swordsman was a pirate. Are you saying he's doing swords a disservice?" Tashigi swallowed the angry words that welled up in her throat. "Well, let's just agree to disagree. I'll respect your opinion, no matter how much I disagree with it." Tashigi frowned. "But if you truly believe that it's the duty of swordsmen to use them in combat, why would you quit being a bounty hunter?" She blinked as she realized the most obvious possibility. "Does it have to do with what caused that?" "What exactly?" he asked. Tashigi grit her teeth. Were it not for the guileless way he said it, she would think he was teasing her. "Your scars." "Oh." He actually chuckled. "No, not at all." Tashigi felt her eye twitch. He seemed awfully nonchalant about whatever torture had marked him for life. "Then why?" Zoro smirked. "Well, it's kind of hard to be a pirate and a bounty hunter at the same time. I'd be arrested every time I tried to turn in a bounty. So I decided to become a full-time pirate." "Oh, that makes sense I guess." Tashigi trailed off, the frightening reality of his words sinking in. Time froze. "WW what?" Tashigi stammered. The man in front of her was Urano. Zoro tipped his hat to her. "Nice to meet you, Tashigi. Remember to open up your form a little." Tashigi felt ice fill her heart. He toyed with her. Come hell or high water, he would pay. Tashigi moved to draw her blade, but before an inch had left the sheath, the filthy pirate had swung his arm and somehow kicked up a stiff wind. By the time she had blinked the dust from her eyes, he was gone. Usopp hummed to himself as he browsed the contents of the junk shop. Sageki no Shima di Umareta Orwa. This was the 4th such shop he'd scoured that day. He'd spent much less time at Love Pirates than he had in the original timeline. He'd realized by Arabasta that most of the stuff was total junk. There were 1 or 2 hidden jewels in there though, so he'd endured the presence of that super creepy salesman. How he hadn't feared he wouldn't leave the shop without being raped last time was beyond him. There was only so much youthful ignorance and enthusiasm could mask. The man made his skin crawl for the full 6 minutes he'd been in the shop. From there he'd gone to a pawn shop and from there to a novelty shop and now he was in what was basically an indoor junkyard. The owner hadn't made any attempt to organize his stock, basically throwing it all into a giant pile in the storeroom. Usopp could have been stepping on gold jewelry for all he knew as he waded through the morass. Usopp-sama. What exactly are we looking for?" Larry asked. He and the other 2 stooges had been designated leaders of the group of buggy pirates, assigned to run all of Usopp's purchases back to the ships. Mo and Shemp's groups had already been sent off with bags upon bags of wazits and watsits. So far as Larry could see, there was no rhyme or reason to the collection of doohickeys, but who was he to question the genius who had made Captain Buggy a living weapon? The sniper and tinkerer extraordinaire is jerked from his self-aggrandizing tune. Anything that looks like it has lots of moving parts, accomplishes some unique function, or has some hidden purpose. Anything interesting, really. Larry nodded, not really understanding. Right. And just what are you going to do with all this stuff? That was really the only noun that encompassed all the miscellanea that had met Usopp's approval. Usopp grinned, and Larry suddenly understood how the man wasn't fazed by Kaya-sama when she had a moment. He was an even bigger crazy than she was. That glint in his eye should come with a government health warning. That was probably one of the cornerstones of their love, actually. Complementary insanities. Make you mooks into an army worthy of the Grand Line, of course. ISSC, Larry managed. He lifted a cuckoo clock to find a kind of Matryoshka doll of wicker baskets, all nestled within each other. Pardon my asking, but if you wanted to arm us, shouldn't we have gone to an armory or weapon shop? Usopp rolled his eyes. You guys already have enough of those things. Besides, they're so ordinary. Usopp pushed out his tongue like he was trying to get rid of a bad taste. Everyone knows what to expect from a gun or a sword. I want to make things that are unique, that no one has ever seen. Ergo, things they don't know how to deal with. By the time I'm done, every single one of you will have more gadgets and gizmos than a billionaire vigilante, with a flair for theatricality and some misplaced sense of self-righteousness. And the captains and officers will possess apparatus of such awesome power they'll go down in legend. Usopp paused. The apparatus, not the people. Who cares about those guys? They're just vehicles for my awesome creations. Usopp cocked his head. Huh. I'm starting to sound like that Vegapunk bastard. Is Kaya becoming a bad influence on me? Usopp was suddenly seized by a feeling of bone-chilling terror and absolute judgment. Mistress, I am sorry for my sins because I have offended you. I know I should love you above all things. Help me to do penance, to do better, and to avoid anything that might lead me to sin. Amen. The feeling went away. Usopp sighed. I'm going to pay for that later. A dopey grin covered his face as thoughts so explicit and obscene that to describe them would result in this chronicle's deletion filled his head. Not that that's a bad thing, he. Odd as his nose was, it bled the same as any red-blooded male's. Usopp-sama. I think I found something. Usopp shook himself out of fantasies of his utter boss of a girlfriend. He turned to see what Larry was talking about, only for his jaw to drop to his chest, retract a little, then dislocate to reach his shoes. Larry cleared some of the debris hanging from his find. Damn, I didn't even know they came this big. Drool started to spread in a puddle across the floor. This rig doesn't seem standard. You think it's old and that's why it's in here? Stars began to float and twinkle in the air. I mean, it's weird, but I don't think it would actually be very practical. Larry, Usopp cut in. If I wasn't understanding orders not to do so with anyone else unless Kaya was there to watch, I'd kiss you. What? Larry asked, turning only to be shocked at the clear signs of Usopp's amazement. What's going on here? You brilliant lucky bastard, Usopp breathed, not taking his eyes off the gift from the gods. Do you have any idea just how unbelievable a discovery this is? No. That's why I asked. Why, what is this thing? Usopp turned his head away from the optimum viewing angle of the marvel to look Larry in the eye. Judging by the creaking of his neck, it was difficult. That, my friend, Usopp said, manically in every inch of his face, is a queen den mushi. Usopp took only long enough to see Larry realize the enormity of this event. Then he went right back to ogling the newfound treasure. A snail as tall as he was, its shell appearing to be uniform gray at a distance, but up close was revealed to be a million shades of green, blues, reds, browns, and purples blended together so finely that it was hard to tell where one shade ended and another began. On the side of its shell, instead of the usual rotary button rig, was a collection of knobs and slides. The transceiver that stuck up from its other side was not a standard antenna, but a dish with 4 prongs holding up a cylinder. A small latch door was set on the rear of its shell. The slug itself seemed curled up in its shell, but Usopp knew that it would be the softest shade of pink. Queen Den mushi were the pinnacle of both modern communications technology and the snail hierarchy. Queen was a misnomer, since it wasn't female, but hermaphroditic. Each one was capable of reproducing with itself, producing every single breed of Den mushi there was. It maintained a telepathic link with every snail it ever made. And if those snails should reproduce on their own, it would be linked to their offspring, and so on ad infinitum. To have a queen was to have access to an unparalleled network of information. Their appeal was also in their rarity. There was estimated to be less than 100 queens in the whole world. The reason was because they could only produce another queen at the end of their natural lifespan, and the newborn queens would usually bond with the first creature to give them food. This is why they couldn't just be stolen, they would actively rebel against anyone they didn't like trying to use them. Most every Den mushi was passive and willing to work with anyone, but queens were made of stronger stuff. And the rigs humanity had developed just tapped into their natural telepathic abilities, they weren't mind control machines. Queens were invaluable tools, jealously guarded by their owners. Last Usopp heard, most of them were in the hands of the Marines and world government, with maybe half a dozen belonging to major international corporations. And given how well organized they were and their ability to evade government capture, it was speculated that the Revolutionary Army had at least one. In short, a Queen Den Den Mushi was worth its weight in platinum and 10-carat diamonds. And Usopp was looking at one in a rinky-dink ma-and-pop junk store tucked into a low-town alley. Miracles do happen. Usopp wasn't particularly worried about it not liking them. If Luffy could tame rogue sea kings with a look, he should have no problem with what was possibly the friendliest species on the planet. Usopp leaped over the detritus in his way to stand beside the armada's new best friend. He tapped lightly on the shell with his knuckles. Hey. Hey, beautiful. Why don't you come out, huh? I want to get a look at you. Please. Pretty please. Usopp heard a faint hum. Then, with a sort of schlock sound like pulling a plunger out of a clogged toilet, the creature within the shell emerged. Usopp felt his stomach drop. She was in bad shape. Her skin was wrinkled and spotted and so dry. Her tongue hung out of her mouth, wagging with the wind, looking for some kind of moisture or food, but too weak to find any. Her eyes sagged on their stalks, bloodshot and unseeing. Her breathing was heavy and wheezing, like each inhale and exhale was a struggle. She was obviously starving and dehydrated, maybe sick if the white film on her tongue meant anything. The sniper's blood began to boil. He wouldn't describe himself as an animal lover. And most people saw Den Den Mushi as little more than bugs or an appliance no different than the refrigerator. But it was impossible to spend any appreciable amount of time around Gaiman and not learn to appreciate that humans were far from the only significant form of life on the planet. This was a living creature, deprived of its basic needs and in pain. It was cruelty, plain and simple. Usopp's face hardened. Larry, give her your water. Slowly, don't want to overwork her. I'm going to have a word with the shopkeeper. Larry nodded silently. He'd yet to see Usopp actually fight anyone seriously, but the way he could stand unashamed next to Captain Luffy and Zoro-sensei told him all he needed to know. He almost felt sorry for the owner. Then he looked at the queen again, and his lips thinned. Almost. Larry uncorked his canteen and tilted it just so that it dripped slowly into her gaping mouth. She coughed whenever she tried to swallow more than a sip's worth, but slowly and steadily she got the precious necessity of life. As he did this, patting her on her disturbingly slimeless head, Larry listened to the confrontation happening on the other side of the wall in the shop proper. He didn't need to try too hard. Usopp seemed to have temporarily reached Nami in a temper levels of volume. What excuse do you have for the horrible condition of that poor creature in there? Blah 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 blah. You forgot, are you kidding me? That's one of the most precious life forms in the world in there. When was the last time you even went back there? Blah 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 blah. Yes, I want to buy it, you idiot. Though at this point I see it more as a rescue. Blah 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 blah. Are you taking the piss? She's sick and dying. Like hell I'm going to give you that much for her. For all I know she could kick it before we got her to my ship. Blah 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 blah. Yes, I know what caveat emptor means, you lowlife liar. Blah blah. Oh, so it's like that, is it? Well, it behooves me to remind you that abuse of a type B creature is punishable by up to 2 years in jail or a 25 million birri fine. So should I just take this to the relevant authorities or are you going to stop busting my balls on this? Blah. Glad we could come to an understanding. Usopp re-entered the storeroom, backed by the rest of the boogie crew. She's over there, boys, he pointed, perfectly jovial and convivial. His voice wasn't even raspy. Larry shook his head. The Straw Hat crew were something else. It took a few minutes of shoving to clear a path, unheeding of the sound of breaking glass or crumbling metal. It was a challenge to work out how to lift her, but Usopp managed to coax her to retreat into her shell. The unmistakable expression of fear on her face as she did, like she didn't know if she would come back out, put steel in all their spines. They each shot the owner a nasty glare as they hauled the half-ton of gastropod out of there. Larry hid a grimace. The buggy crew had been training the longest, but this thing was still freaking heavy. You coming with us, Usopp-sama? The man shook his head. I ordered a shipment of chemicals before I left Gecko. It should have arrived by now. I'm going to pick it up and drop it off before making for the square. Larry frowned. The merchant docks are on the other side of town. You sure you'll make it in time? Usopp raised a brow as if to say really. 1,000 birri says I'll beat you guys to the ships. Larry remembered just who he was talking to. He'd seen Sanji, with legs of titanium, go from one end of the Mary to the other in the time it took to blink. And he'd heard the man admit that Usopp was probably faster than him in a pinch. No bet. Usopp grinned and vanished. Sanji sucked deeply on his cigarette. A full inch of the roll turned into ash. Out of courtesy, for he was a gentleman above all, he took it out and tapped the burnt tobacco off onto the street so as to not risk any getting on the merchandise in front of him. He focused and blew the resultant smoke out through his nostrils, appreciating the burn in his sinuses. Then he put the smoldering stick back in his mouth and locked it in place with a quick maneuver of his tongue. "Let's go over this one more time," Sanji bit out, holding back the urge to introduce his heel to the fishmonger's skull. "You're selling these fish at 800 biri per pound. But you have a deal where 20 pounds go for 15,000. You have 99 pounds of fish here. Instead of just letting me round up and give you 75,000 for 100 pounds, you want me to pay 60,000 for 80 pounds and then 15,200 for 19 pounds piecemeal for a total of 75,200 biri. "That's correct, sir," said the flat-faced man before him. Sanji took a drag down to the filter. "It's 200 biri, man. That's what, one extra beer at the bar tonight." The man smirked. "If it's such an insignificant amount, why bother holding out on me?" Sanji resisted the urge to chew the butt. That would be a bad habit on top of a bad habit. To resist temptation, he pulled out a silver canister and deposited it to join the other corpses of the cigarettes he'd smoked that day. One thing living out at sea taught you was to use every resource. He'd grind them up into mulch for Nami Swan's tangerines later. "You know, you're hardly the only stall here," Sanji bluffed, gesturing around at the bustling fish market. The man shrugged. "Then go buy from someone else." But there was a taunting tilt to his eyebrows. "Though I doubt they'll have adolescent East mackerel." Sanji grit his teeth. East mackerel was a notoriously fickle fish. In youth, it had a delicate texture and full flavor, but once adult it toughened up and lost most of its potency. The trick was to get them just before they reached maturity, when they were the biggest size and still retained their taste. They would make a good celebration dish, suitable for, say, surviving Reverse Mountain and reaching the Grand Line. But Sanji's pride as a haggler refused to cave. He tried a different tack. "Are you sure you weighed them right? Some of these seem awful big. You positive it's not an even 100? The man laughed. "Actually, it's 98.973, but I decided to be nice and round up." Sanji felt his eyes start to twitch. "You're really not bending on this? It's just 2 coins." The man matched his stare without blinking. 75,200 biri. Take it or leave it. A beat. 2. A temple vein pulsed. Pine, penny pincher. Sanji counted out the bills and dug into his wallet to find 2 100 biri coins. The man grinned and put them into his lockbox while Sanji asserted his authority as personal chef to the future pirate king to make 2 Baradi cooks behind him heft up the fish and pack them into bags of ice. They had already got meat, flour, spices, and other essentials. Now the Baradi crew had come to the Lowtown fish market, revered for its variety and quality. Zeph and Sanji obviously didn't have to carry anything, which left the burden of carrying enough supplies to feed a small army to the cooks. Zeph had cut off their whining by decreeing the whole thing an exercise. If their legs so much as wobbled, they would get a double shift on the pedals. Sanji maneuvered through the crowd to stand beside his adoptive father. He was definitely a better one than his real one. Sanji shot down the thought and tucked it into the little black box that was his early childhood. He was not the third son of the Vinsmec family. He was just a chef on the greatest pirate crew in the world. Much as it vexed him at the time, it was probably for the best his bounty poster was just a sketch. His family might recognize him if they saw him, never mind that they hadn't seen him, since he could count his age on his fingers. Though Sanji had never seen his updated bounty poster before the ambush, so maybe they finally got a photo. Which might have brought up a few issues, since they were in the new world at the time. Sanji sighed. The whole period right before they'd been thrust into the past was a real mess. When Sanji and his group had ignored Luffy's order to go on to Zoo, shit had gone down. They'd managed to survive the encounter with Big Mom's ship by the skin of their teeth, but Caesar had been kidnapped in the confusion. Law had been pissed when he found out and he'd declared the alliance officially over. Luffy, torn up over losing a friend but unwilling to blame his nakama, had decided they should quietly sail away in the night instead of sticking around to revel in Dressrosa's liberation. And 2 weeks later, they were in the past. Sanji shook himself out of moping. That time was over. Now was the time of the armada. The blonde focused on what Zeph and Mayasa were arguing over. "I know it's your favorite snack, but you can't deny it's an acquired taste," Zeph said in the tone of one trying to explain to a child why they couldn't have their favorite toy. "Is essential to life on sea. Put salt in blood. Besides, helps potency. Very important," the brawler turned Kamis argued. Zeph fiddled with the end of his mustache. He turned to Sanji. "Oi, eggplant. Would that captain of yours eat pickled herring?" Sanji snorted. "I've seen him eat wax paper. It's all the same to him, really." "Why?" Zeph hooked his thumb at the man carrying 2 full haunches of beef on his shoulders without complaint. "'Cause this idiot is insisting we get some and I'm getting tired of arguing. If the Wanted King eats it, the rest of those brats will eat it without complaint." Sanji sighed. "Look, my Asa, if you want to buy a little to make for yourself, that's fine. But it's a serious diuretic and the men are already training twice a day. We only have so much clean water, let's not increase the demand, okay? If it were possible for a hardened thug to pout, my Asa accomplished it. But I already bought vodka," he protested. The chef and his former souse exchanged hidden grins. "Oh, I don't think that'll go to waste," Zeph consoled. Their attention was grabbed forcibly by the outraged shout of Paddy. "You call this fresh caught? I know for a fact this fish is only found in West Blue. Stop trying to push this shipped-in crap and show me some honest East Blue stock." Zeph sighed. "It's like herding howler monkeys, I swear," he muttered to himself as he went to do damage control, Sanji tagging along. They found Paddy arguing with a man twice his size, with a far friendlier expression than the cook had at the moment. "An-chan, I assure you, these were caught off the coast just this morning." "Do I look like an idiot?" Paddy held up a green fish with a wide jaw. "This is West Grouper, don't try to deny it. It's from the other side of the world, not local waters." "What you fail to appreciate, you miserable excuse for a cook," Sanji spoke up, "is the unique nature of Logtown. It's right by the Grand Line, where all the rules go out the window. These fish probably got caught in a deep ocean current, pulled through one of the holes in the Red Line, and wound up here." Paddy turned and snarled. "Stop talking out your ass, kid. It doesn't work like that." "Actually, that sounds about right," Zeph stated. Paddy turned to regard his boss in horror. "If you paid attention to what your eyes were telling you instead of what your mind thinks is true, you'd see that these fish were swimming just this morning. There's no signs of being shipped or packaged at all. As one of my cooks, I thought you would be able to assess the quality of your ingredients." Well, owner Zeph," you see the man floundered. Zeph ducked his head sharply to bonk him on the head with his hat. "You need to open up your mind a little, Paddy, or you'll be in for a serious shock once we get to the Grand Line. Now say sorry to the nice man and pay for the fresh-caught West Blue fish." Hanging his head and grumbling under his breath, Paddy paid the perpetually smiling fisherman. "It's things like this that prove all blue isn't just a myth," Sanji said to Zeph. The New World veteran turned to leer at his apprentice. "There's nothing wrong with being optimistic, but a few scattered schools in the wrong ocean are hardly proof that a place where every fish can be found is possible." Sanji grinned conspiratorially as he lit a fresh cigarette. "Let me tell you my theory," he began. "Reverse Mountain is the key to all blue. Waters from all 4 seas rushing towards and commingling at one point. Naturally, those waters carry fish with them. When they reach the peak, what happens to them? They don't go down the route into paradise, or else all blue would be around the Twin Capes and hardly a fairy tale." Sanji turned to face the distance. "No, I think they fall over the other side. Into the New World. And before you say they couldn't survive the fall, it's not like the canals are the only breaches in the Red Line. Fishman Island is proof of that. There must be tunnels below the surface, simple erosion would explain that. And if they should let out on the other side of the mountain." Zeph felt his eyes widen without his conscious command. An old hope, weathered and beaten by age, fluttered with new life. Then that would mean. "All blue is around Raftel," Sanji asserted with confidence. "Or at least near the end of the New World. Given how few survived to see that far, it's no surprise that only a handful of people would have found all blue. Just a story, told through the ages until it was mere legend." Sanji turned to look at his mentor, his eyes alight with childish excitement. "It makes sense, doesn't it? So it's just as well you're catering for the future Pirate King, shitty old man. You're riding shotgun towards your dream." Sanji blew out a cloud, which through some secret known only to chronic smokers, was shaped like a fish. It's not there, I'll have to scour the world to find it." "Which works out, since Nami Swan's dream is to draw a map of the world." Zeph raised a brow. He was used to seeing a nosebleed or at least a perverted gleam to the eye whenever Sanji so much as thought about a woman. When he mentioned the navigator, his cheeks went pink and his face just seemed happier. "You sweet on her? More so than you are for every woman you see, I mean," Zeph asked offhand. Not like he really cared about the eggplant's love life. But the same rules applied regarding his kitchen, whether he was with the Straw Hat Boy or the thief girl. Sanji looked away. "My heart belongs to every lady in the world. As such, I can never promise to be loyal to any of them. And no lady deserves any less than a man completely and utterly devoted to her. So I shall settle for being but a passing knight, chivalrous and kind, a slave to all, and so traitorous to none." Zeph snorted. "A fancy way of saying you're a lech afraid to commit." Sanji sighed. "I'm not denying my faults. I'm acknowledging them. I'm weak to the wiles of women, this I know. I could never be sure I would resist temptation, no matter how sincere my affections for one special lady. So best that I stick to bachelorhood. The only heart at risk of being broken in that case is my own. Zeph scratched his lip. His mustache could get rather sweaty at times. Whatever, brat. It's your life. Sanji nodded. Then he called out without looking Karn. You find what I asked for? The sunglasses aficionado walked up to Sanji, staggering under the weight of a colossal fish balanced precariously over his shoulder, along with 3 bags of other supplies. I couldn't believe it, but you were right. They did have a blue-finned elephant tuna. Never thought I'd get to see one of these in real life. Sanji grinned, then looked up at the sky. It was clear and sunny, but there was a gathering breeze. Some far-off white clouds seemed to be picking up speed. Treat her like a lady, you hear me? And get ready for a hasty exit when you get back to the ships. After Luffy gets done at the execution platform, things might get a little frantic. And just like that, Sanji vanished. Were one to have a high-powered magnifying glass on hand, they might have noticed 10 tiny dents in the concrete he had just been standing on. Karn gaped. How does he do that? Zeph narrowed his eyes. I'm beginning to ask myself the same thing. Luffy stood tall and proud, simply taking in the beauty of the scene. It was here in this exact spot that, 22 years ago, Gold D. Roger had died by the sword before his disease could finish him off. Luffy could respect that. If one had to die, best to do it on your own terms, rather than from the whim of some invisible germ or defect of your body. He pointedly ignored the part of his mind that was gibbering that he could just as easily meet his own end here today. After all, death would be an awfully big adventure. Luffy breathed deep, taking in the sight of Lowtown spread out before him. His mind felt clear for the first time in hours, now that he wasn't masking his aura presence voice whatever anymore. Now it was just a matter of time until Gramps found him. And when he did, he'd enact his plan. Luffy looked down into the crowd, hoping there wouldn't be any collateral damage. Gramps was a marine and duty-bound to protect civilians, but he might forget little things like that in the heat of anger. The pirate spotted a familiar head of green, though, and his fears were allayed. It had been quite refreshing to talk to Bartolomeo without him falling down in worship at his every word. Flashback. Luffy looked both ways before he crossed the street. With all his observation turned inward, he wouldn't sense his Gramps if he were just around the corner. Seeing no one, Luffy moved forward to knock on an unassuming door. A slide at eye level opened. What do you want? Came a gruff voice. Luffy flipped the mental switch to go into captain mode. Gramps had always stressed the importance of attitude and bearing when entering a meeting. I want to talk to your boss, he answered. And why should he waste his time on you? Luffy cocked his brow. You read the newspaper yesterday? Luffy distinctly heard a gulp. The slide closed. Luffy tried not to let his nervousness show. The longer he stood here, the higher the chances a passing marine would spot him. Given he'd seen at least 5 different people interrogated just for wearing a hat made of straw, no matter how little they looked like him, one of them had been black, Luffy didn't want to take any chances. The door opened, revealing a bald man bulked up to the point it was obscene. Luffy wasn't impressed. That kind of muscle was mostly for show. Even if they were as strong as the size implied, their joints and full body coordination surely suffered from the isolating exercises that made them that way. Luffy would have been surprised if this guy could touch his toes. And not surprised at all if he could break him over his knee without even trying. The boss will see you. Luffy nodded and walked in, the door closing behind him. Luffy walked through a house with each room filled with goons. All of them eyed him warily. He ignored their mutterings. He wasn't here to start a fight. If they didn't start anything, nothing would happen. Luffy reached another door. The bald bodybuilder knocked, and Luffy heard a sharp come in. The bald guy opened the door and ushered Luffy in, then followed and closed it behind him. He crossed his arms and stood menacingly in front of the only exit. Or at least the only obvious one. There was always the wall. Luffy regarded the man who in another life was his biggest fan. Green hair growing wild and untamed. No eyebrows, eye tattoos. Fur-lined jacket open over a leonine torso bearing another tattoo. And, most noticeable, a big gold ring through his septum. He was sitting in a swivel chair behind an oak desk, both probably stolen. Luffy decided to be polite and pretend not to notice the cold sweat that broke out the moment he entered the room. Luffy nodded. Bartolomeo, right. He made an effort to say his name right. He had a feeling this version wouldn't be as cool with being called Fart. The mafia leader nodded. And the infamous Monkey D. Luffy, I presume. Surprised to see you here. How'd you find this place? Luffy shrugged. That guy you sent to collect protection money from the deli. Good at dodging patrols, not so much at looking for tails. Let me write to you. Bartolomeo grit his teeth. I'll keep that in mind. Then he bared his fangs in a smile that would intimidate weaker men. Figured a guy good enough to get that high a price would be smart enough to not dock on an island filled to bursting with marines. Surprised an operation like yours managed to last this long on an island full of Marines, Luffy shot back. This was pro forma, trying to one-up each other, or so Gramps told him. Let me guess. With your ability, you're the one person Smoker would have to actually work to capture. And since pirates started to steer clear, the people need something to remind them why they need the heavy hand of the government. So he, or someone up the food chain, decided to let you go on unmolested so long as you keep things small scale. That sound right? Bartolomeo grit his teeth and turned a funny shade of red. Luffy belatedly remembered this guy had a serious temper. What do you want? He spat out. Luffy sighed. I figure you guys would want a chance to protect your city. For financial reasons, if nothing else. If people are bussing paying hospital bills, they can't pay you, right? Bartolomeo narrowed his eyes. You threatening my town? Luffy shook his head. On the contrary. I'm warning you. There's going to be an incident at the town plaza. People could get hurt. I was hoping that your men could clear out the people and stick around so no one gets suspicious. Bartolomeo cocked his head. What kind of incident are we talking here? Luffy gave a sickly grin. Let's just say that when the monkey family has a reunion, property damage is to be expected. Luffy was jerked from his memories by a buzz from the crowd below. Luffy watched with ratcheting hair trade as he saw a tall man in a gray suit push his way through the crowd, a full squadron of Marines following behind him. Well, time to face the music. Monkey D. Garp walked past the fountain until he was at a 45 degrees angle from the top of the execution platform. Then he looked up and pierced his grandson with a glare. A glare that contained all the white-hot intensity of 1,000 suns. Luffy. That one word was more effective than a blast of King's disposition. It was like watching a ripple as people began to edge away from the vice admiral. The fury coming off of him was practically tangible. Luffy remained outwardly calm, though inside he was trembling as much as pre-time skip Usopp. Hey Gramps. Wow, I can see your veins from here. Have you been taking your blood pressure medicine? You know Boggart wouldn't bug you if it weren't important. Brat, he cut off. He tapped his foot and sent a spider web of cracks into the pavement. I'm going to give you one chance, to explain yourself. If I don't like your answer, I'm throwing you into impel down myself until I think you've learned your lesson. Luffy tensed. This was it. Time to see if his desperate gamble worked. Zoro shrugged. Better than 11%. Let's hear it. Luffy spoke like he was trying to convince himself as much as them. Look, I got into this mess thanks to vaguely worded technically true statements. Maybe they can get me out of it. What do you mean? Nami demanded. Luffy sighed, a pained expression on his face. I'm going to play on my grandfather's deepest fears. And when I see an opening, I'm going to take it. I had an epiphany, Luffy said calmly. Garp cracked his knuckles. Oh, really? What was it exactly? Luffy breathed deep. Then he committed to hurt his Gramps worse than he ever had before. If I became a Marine, I would surely perish. Garp grit his teeth so hard his dentist would notice cracks. That's your excuse. You were afraid to get killed. Marines lead a dangerous life, I told you that from day one. You telling me I trained a coward? You misunderstand, Luffy interrupted. I did not say I would die in battle. I said I would perish. Disappear. Or maybe, if they wanted to make a point of it, executed. That drew Garp up short. What the hell are you talking about? The straw hat that had seen so much shadowed its current wearer's eyes. A healthy tree may bear a bad apple, but the tree is still seen as healthy. That one bad apple is just bad luck. But only a bad seed may grow from bad soil. Its nature is decided for it by the circumstances of its creation. Luffy looked into his Gramps' eyes. He didn't have to fake the regret weighing them down. I may be your beloved grandson, Gramps. But nothing you do, nothing you say, nothing I say or do will change the fact that I'm his son. Gramps looked down, a bad taste in his mouth. His greatest shame was being hurled in his face. I'm not saying it would happen right away, Luffy continued. It might take a week, it might take months. Hell, it might be years. But sooner or later, they'll start to think it. That I'm a sleeper agent. Or that I'm leaking information. Or just that my goddamn blood is dirty. And it wouldn't matter if I was the commander-in-chief when it happened. They would kill me without a second thought, for the good of the world. And there wouldn't be anything I could do to defend myself. For my sin, Luffy forced out, the words of a fanatic who had shattered his world echoing in his ears, his existing. Garp shook his head in denial. No, they wouldn't do that. Luffy hardened his heart. Badarella. Garp looked up in shock as he mentioned that taboo name. Based on the rumor of a rumor, Marines spent over a year scouring the island for a sign, any at all, of a child of the Pirate King. Pregnant women were kidnapped to be put through blood tests. Infants were put through the most invasive comprehensive battery of exams available. Any who resisted were executed. Luffy spat. And if they had found such a child, he would have been murdered in his cradle. In the womb. Luffy narrowed pitying eyes at the horrified Garp. This is how much stock the world government puts in a person's bloodline. Do you deny it? Garp fought tears of anger, frustration, and guilt. Luffy, you fool. I thought of all that. I cleared everything with Sengoku. You would have had a fair chance. Ah, but Sengoku isn't the top of the food chain, is he? Luffy fired back. Even he must bow to orders from Konger the Gorosei. And it's not like he'll be fleet admiral forever. Can you imagine how Sakazuki would react to news of his son in the Marines ranks? His first order after being promoted would be my death warrant. Garp felt like his world was crumbling. Luffy, Kong's a good man. And I know people don't always understand why they do what they do, but the Gorosei are just. They wouldn't kill you just because. O'Hara. And Nico Robin. Luffy smiled sadly at the surprised look on his Gramps' face. The voice had told me a lot, Gramps. Garp tried a different tack. Sakazuki isn't the only one who could take Sengoku's place. He might never find out. Ah, yes. I might be spared from absolute justice. But that doesn't mean I'm safe. Luffy felt like his heart was breaking, watching his grandpas fall to pieces, but he continued. For his Nakama. For his Nakama. Kuzan and his lazy justice would wait a decade after he heard the truth, but eventually he would act. And with that unclear justice of Borsalinos, he might not even go for he. He would go for Dayton and Fuchsia for not lynching me when I was young. Luffy shook his head, noting the sky becoming dark and gray. I'm sorry, Gramps. I truly am. I know you believe in redemption, but your superiors don't. They only understand corruption. And there's not a single future where if I became a Marine I would not die. And it was the truth. The voice confirmed it. Luffy had felt pity for his grandfather for the first time when he realized that. The great man he might be, and one with more experience than almost anyone, but he was still so naive when it came to the ugly side of the people he'd sworn to serve. Luffy, Garp breathed out. He had to be lying. He had to. This couldn't be true. His hopes, his dreams, his utmost desire, his careful plans to ensure his grandsons be spared from the sins of their fathers, it couldn't all be for naught. I like to think I'm a decent guy, Gramps. But I'm not so selfless as to knowingly go to my death just so I might be able to help save people. Luffy looked up. So, if the path of a Marine was barred from me, what else could I do? How can I live my life in a world that does not want me to survive? Luffy grinned and prepared to fight. That's when I remembered an old dream. Well, he'd never stopped thinking about it, but he did think about it the same day he found out the truth of his fate as a Marine. Garp felt his stomach drop. No, don't say it, he begged. Luffy flung out his arms and shouted with all the air in his body. I will become the Pirate King. In that moment, Garp gave up any hope his grandson could be saved. And in that moment, his guard was down. Luffy grabbed the edge of the platform and launched himself at Garp. Gomu Gomu no Bunker Buster. He screamed, activating armament. Tekai as he went through the air. He hit his Gramps right in the chest with all the force of a meteor, sending up a cloud of dust. When it cleared, Garp was lying insensate in a crater, his grandson standing over him. I'm sorry, Gramps. Then Luffy hopped out of the hole he'd created and faced the wall of muskets aimed at him. Monkey D. Luffy, surrender yourself. We have you surrounded. Shouted an ensign with a megaphone, sounding remarkably steady given the spreading stain on his pants. Luffy grinned. No, you're surrounded. Luffy threw back his head. Everyone, now. And with that, the armada charged into the plaza from where they'd been hiding, and the world dissolved into chaos. Bara bara cannon, Boogie yelled as he shot his hands into the crowd of Marines. When I say 1, 2, Django, you will see friends as enemies and enemies as friends. 1, 2, Django. The captain of the Black Cat smirked as the dozen Marines that had charged him suddenly turned around and began to attack their fellows. Jin didn't bother to name his attacks. He just tore through all in his way like a sickle through wheat. In the midst of all this madness, a tense standoff occurred between two swordspeople. It was unclear what the proper term was. You dared to talk down to me when you're worse than scum yourself. Tashigi accused. Zoro rolled his eyes. Believe what you will of my character. I just wanted to give some helpful advice to a fellow swordsman. Tashigi bared her teeth. On behalf of the Marines, I hereby confiscate your named blades. In the name of justice. Yeah, not going to happen, Zoro stated. The scorned woman, a fury worse than any hell could produce, narrowed her eyes. Then I shall take them from your corpse. Good luck with that, Zoro said around a yawn. Seeing red, Tashigi drew Shigure, freshly sharpened and ready for battle. She hesitated when her opponent made no move to do so likewise. What, I'm not good enough for you to use your swords? She roared. Nothing like that. I'm just under strict orders from my nurse not to use any swords in any way, shape, or form. Zoro reached down into a downed Marine's hands and extracted a knife. This'll do. It's a dagger. Completely different. Tashigi had never felt so angry in her life. "You mock me, even now?" she demanded. Zoro didn't even reach for his bandana. Though it would be awkward to take off his hat to put it on. Maybe he should get a string attached like Luffy had. "No offense," he drawled, "but I'm more afraid of her than I am of you." With a hearty battle cry, Tashigi rushed forward. She swung down in a textbook strike, putting all the force of her body into this opening blow. Zoro made a simple sweep of his arm and deflected it, sending her sprawling past him. Shaking her head, Tashigi regained her footing. She lunged at Zoro's back only to hit open air as he turned to the side. And so it went. Every move Tashigi made was dodged or made to miss. Throughout the fight, Zoro maintained his bored expression. He didn't even seem to be trying. Finally, Tashigi went for a feint before slashing straight for his neck. Zoro used his dagger, holding it up in a block. Tashigi was stopped cold. All her training, all her effort, all her adrenaline and energy, and his arm didn't even bend. Then his other arm came up and knife-handed her wrists. She dropped her blade, the motion involuntary, and before she could blink she felt cold steel on her neck. She narrowed her eyes through the rain and sweat. "You cheated." Zoro grinned ironically. "Pirate," he reminded. Tashigi resigned herself. "Get it over with then." Zoro raised a brow before removing the knife. He tossed it aside and faced her evenly. Tashigi didn't know whether to be outraged or relieved. "Mercy? From a pirate? What, is it because I'm a woman? I assure you, this is more insulting than flattering. It's custom to kill the enemy when you beat them, so at least offer me that much respect." "That's true. But I haven't actually beaten you," Zoro explained. Tashigi gaped at him. "What are you talking about? You've disarmed me. How is that not a clear victory?" "It's not a victory because this wasn't a true battle. Neither of us were at my best." Zoro fingered his eye scar. "I'm not fully recovered from my injuries. And you haven't realized your full potential by half." Zoro grinned. "Go back to your training. Find your limits and then surpass them. And when the day comes that you've become the best you can become, come find me. And on that day, we will fight for real." Tashigi couldn't believe what she was hearing. Was he complimenting her? Encouraging her to beat him? It made no sense. "Of course, I can't risk you stabbing me in the back, so." Tashigi suddenly felt like a battering ram was thrust into her solar plexus. Her lungs were suddenly out of air and she descended into darkness. Captain Smoker, the White Hunter, Navy HQ captain and commander of the Logtown Marine Base, faced his opponent. "I'm afraid your journey ends here," he growled. Luffy stuck his finger in his nose up to the knuckle. "Whatever you say, Smokey." The chain smoker felt his last nerve snap and launched his fist forward from his body. White blow. Luffy tilted his head to avoid the fist, then reached up and grabbed the smoke. And squeezed. Smoker was brought to his knees at the blinding pain of his wrist being not just broken, but crushed. The next thing he knew, harsh metal was going down his spine and into his pants. All of a sudden the strength fled from his body and he realized what happened. As he collapsed, he looked up at the grinning pirate. "Damn you," he managed. Luffy shrugged. "Hey, I could have stuck that sea stone in a much more uncomfortable place. You're good, Smokey, but nowhere near my league. Better luck next time." Luffy walked away from the transmigrant of Javert to survey the battlefield. He debated letting his men fight it out and gain experience or just blast them with conquerors and hit the road. The choice was taken from him when something, not observation, just pure reflex and instinct screamed at him to dodge. Luffy jumped to the side. It was a good thing he did. The blackened fist that went through the space he just occupied would have turned his bones into dust. Luffy looked up in horror. "Gramps, but I knocked you out." Your voice went quiet. Luffy trailed off as he saw the blank white of his grandfather's eyes and the tiniest of snot bubbles hanging from his nose. "Are you kidding me? You're not even conscious and you're trying to kick my ass." His Gramps' unconscious response was to spring at him. Luffy took to the air, trying to Geppo away from the ground zero that was the inevitable result of Garp fighting. He was snatched from the air by something even faster and Luffy found himself slammed face first into the execution platform. "Luffy?" Nami shouted from where she was casually electrocuting some hapless marines. Luffy felt the horror and worry spread through his various crews as he heard the creaking of bone and muscle that told him his Gramps was winding up. So this is how it ends, Luffy thought. Conquerors wouldn't work, his Gramps wasn't even awake. And he had no leverage in this position. He was helpless. Luffy felt a sense of peace suffuse his soul. Well. At least I know they can take care of themselves. Everyone. He called out, beginning his last proclamation as captain. "Sorry." He looked up, grinning like a loon. "Time to see what came next. But I'm dead." The lightning bolt that dwarfed any that Nami could possibly struck down from the heavens. The entire execution platform was consumed by blue fire. It collapsed to the side, reduced to mere burning wood and scorched metal. A straw hat floated down through the air, only to be caught by a tan hand. Luffy stuffed hat back on his head. "Never mind," he shouted. Siam and Butchie looked at each other. "Makes sense, he's our new captain, wouldn't you say?" "I hear you, brother. He's got more lives than all of us put together." Richie huffed in relief. Chief Belly Scratcher was unharmed. The pride would remain intact. Pearl hung his head. "That does it. I got to get over this stupid phobia. If the Don can walk away from that without blinking, I got no right freaking out over a few drops of blood." Luffy looked back at the burnt husk of his grandfather. He had no doubt they would meet again. Hopefully when he was in a better mood. "Everyone, let's go home," he shouted. He didn't think they'd meet any resistance along the way. Most of the Marines had thrown down their arms and held up hands in subjection after seeing him shrug off a few billion jowls. Speaking of which. Luffy paused as he was walking along the main street behind his men. "Thanks for the save, Dad." In a flash, Monkey D. Dragon appeared before him. He grinned, a much harsher smile than Luffy had inherited from Garp. "I was only doing what any father should do." Luffy shrugged. "Fair enough. Though mind telling me why this is the first time we're meeting?" The revolutionary's eyes grew sad. "I wanted you to grow up safe, free from the dangers that follow me constantly. As you know, any association with me can only hurt you." He looked away. "And, to be honest, a child was a distraction and weakness that I, and therefore the world, simply couldn't afford." Luffy nodded. "Makes sense, I guess." Dragon raised a brow. "That's it. I'm not going to blame you for me being alive. That's stupid. You are who you are, and that's that. And I never felt like I was missing anything, so I won't hold your absence against you." Dragon looked like a weight had dropped from his shoulders. There was still plenty there, but even a little relief felt great. "Thank you." "I've done nothing you need to thank me for," Luffy countered. "Not that I'm complaining, but would you take time off from saving the world to see me off?" Dragon grinned. "I wanted to see what kind of man you are. Pirate King is fine with me, by the way. I planned to just observe, but now it seems I can ask you myself." Luffy quirked his mouth in a half smile. "I'm a guy of simple taste. As long as I have meat in my belly, my nakama beside me, and the freedom to go where we will, I'm good. All that stuff I told Gramps about the Marines is true, but I also just wouldn't be able to stand life as a soldier. I'm not one for taking orders." "Ah, the bane of generals and statesmen everywhere. An individualist." Dragon looked up. "You and your men will have a tailwind. Godspeed." "Thanks." Luffy walked a few steps, then paused. "Oh, wait. You know how you can make up for 17 years of missed birthday presents?" Dragon looked back. "How?" "Have Sabo at Nanohana and Arabasta in 24 days. Dragon had to strive not to drop his jaw. "Why?" he questioned. He'd heard Luffy mention the voice, so it wasn't beyond the realm of possibility he'd investigated his father's operations. But why would he be interested in his second? Luffy grinned nostalgically. "It's been 10 years. I want to meet my brother again." Dragon's eyes widened as he connected the dots. He'd known Sabo came from the same island, but he'd never guessed. "I'll see you done." "Oh, and let me guess. Mystical's own fruit, Azure Dragon of the East. Power over the storms and lightning." But Dragon was already gone. Luffy huffed and pursed his lips. Jerk. It was with jubilance that the armada sailed away from Logtown. It was raining buckets and the wind was blowing something fierce, but none of that mattered in light of the excitement fear of setting off for the Grand Line. Granted, there was almost a mutiny when the men refused to man the lines in favor of ogling Alvida. But Nami and Kaya set them straight, mostly Kaya. Luffy grinned wide enough to split his head in half when he spotted the guiding light. "Men. Break the casks. Everyone get a drink right now. We're a little busy at the moment, you know." Kabaji shouted, feeling almost naked without his unicycle as he shuffled along the mast of the big top. "Don't care. Captain's orders." Zeph sighed. "I'll get the glasses." With a lot of near-miss spills, every man eventually had a glass full of some form of alcohol. Luffy grinned at his crew. They would always have the memory of their own personal ceremony. This was for the Armada. To the Grand Line. To One Piece. To live what we dream. Panpai. It was raining. Well, that was understatement. Technically the verb raining could equally apply to both a barely there drizzle and a torrential flood. At present, it was definitely more the latter than the former. Water fell from the sky in sheets, twisted as they fell by the wind to make vague shapes you could just make out. Anyone outside was soaking, moisture sinking into every inch of skin, no matter how many layers of clothing. A truly stupendous amount of water was in the air. Relative humidity was at least 90%. It wasn't so much raining as raining. All that being said, a full third of the water on the Going Merry's deck was from tears, not precipitation. "I have seen the hand of God," blubbered Sanji. I had seen traces of it before in the spray of the waves, the glory of the sunset and the majesty of a rainbow. I glimpsed it once across a great chasm when I was on the very brink of death. But now it stands before me, clear as day. I see it in the curve of thy cheek, the tightness of thy waist, the fullness of thy breasts. Thine is a beauty unparalleled throughout the world. Thou art perfection personified, a goddess among pitiful mortals unworthy of ye. Thy worth is beyond the scope of human understanding. One piece itself would not merit even a second of thy time, a clipping of thy toenails, the lint of your navel. I am unmanned before such radiance. Thou hast slain me with but a look. I am brought to my knees by a whiff of thy scent. I am laid low by the divine music that is thy voice. So I say unto thee. I am yours. All that is mine shall be thine if you but ask. Should you ask for the rock that sits on the very top of the face of the highest mountain, I shall climb it without a second thought and leap from the summit that I may bring it to you sooner. I would bring you snow in the most burning desert and fire in the most freezing tundra. Should you ask for my liver to be served as pâté, I would gladly cut it out that you might savor it. Your every need I shall do my utmost to fulfill. And you need not do anything in return, for the sight of your splendor repays me 1,000, nay, 1,000,000 times over. Do with me what you will, for I am a humble worshipper of thy heavenly grace. My very soul is thine to command, for it was gratefully captured the moment I looked upon thy incomparable smile. I honestly don't know how to respond to that, Alvida answered. She'd never had a man literally genuflect before her, tears of joy pouring like a waterfall from an eye that somehow became a pink heart. She didn't know whether to keep one hand on her kanabo or tilt her hat to hide her blush. All I asked was your name. It's Bag O' Crap. Family name Bag, middle initial O, personal name Crap. His parents had a terrible sense of humor, Zoro offered. Physical flames burst into being and wrapped around the blonde as he turned to face his rival. How dare you? He demanded, leg tensing to separate the swordsman's head from his torso. Is that really your name, Crap? Alvida asked timidly. If you want it to be, Alvida Swama gushed the cook, back to prostrating and weeping. But his were not the only sobs to be heard. There's a god. And it's you, Usopp. Praised Nami, hugging him around the waist after she'd fallen to her knees in shock. Like Sanji, her eyes had undergone a transformation once the waterworks began. But instead of an anatomically incorrect heart, they were beery signs. Babies go for 100,000, adults for 500,000, cameras for 250,000, visuals and surveillance for 750, blacks, with a starting bid of 1 million on the black market, whites for 5 million. And no installation charge if you can figure out how to build the rigs, which shouldn't be any trouble for a genius like you. And we'll be able to keep track of every single one and what they get up to. Plus, all the ones she's already had. So much information, all available to the highest bidder. I don't think she's had many, Usopp interrupted. The guy inherited her from his uncle, who supposedly found her in the wild and kept her as a pet. When he got her, he put on the rig and put her with the rest of his junk. When she wasn't bought within a month, he just kind of forgot about her. Doesn't matter. We're still set for life once Gaiman fixes her up and we get Luffy to tell us how to make her start churning them out. That snail is worth 3 gold mines and the mountains on top of them. And you got her for free. I have literally never been this happy. Nami tightened her arms, trying to squeeze Usopp to death to show her appreciation. Aya stood with back straight, toes in line, hands held together at her waist, the picture of poise, though the ship swayed harshly with the waves. Her smile was wide, though she showed no teeth, her dimples emphasizing the upward curve of her mouth. Her eyes were closed, as if forced shut by how hard she was grinning. Her head was tilted to the side just so, giving her an air of sympathy and earnest interest in you and you alone. Her hair blew gently about her head as if from the wind, though all logic dictated it should be clinging wetly to her head. In short, she was at her most terrifying. Nami-san. Kindly stop nuzzling the source of my future children. It's beginning to irk me. Nami felt her stomach drop so hard it shot out her ass and ran away. Screaming. In an instant she was on the other deck, waving her arms in a woe, not me manner, looking like she was trying to open the galley door with her foot. You must be mistaken, Kaya. There was no nuzzling. None at all. Kaya raised one delicate brow. And I just remembered that I don't want to touch Usopp ever again. He's got I can't go on that island or I'll die-itis and I'd hate to catch it. Now, I think I need to take a second look at some maps. Which I can read. Because I'm the navigator. An irreplaceable integral part to the crew whose absence would likely result in the death of everyone. Whose potential disappearance would be noted, investigated, and any culprit dealt with by Luffy himself. What is wrong with this doorknob? Nami shouted, turning to focus her full attention on the uncooperative gateway to safety. I'll keep that in mind, she felt whispered into her ear. With a whimper, Nami finally got the door open and slammed it shut behind her so hard the porthole cracked. Aya walked over to Usopp, face still frozen in its eerie beaming. Without warning, her hand thrust out to cup his crotch. Good boy. You didn't react to her. Of course not, mistress, Usopp answered calmly. I love you and only you. Naturally. But don't think I've forgotten about that little moment of doubt earlier. We'll have to deal with that tonight. Usopp tried and failed to hide a wriggle of delight. Whatever you think is best, mistress. He paused. Can I talk to Daisy now? She gets embarrassed whenever you come out in public. Oh, very well. Her eyes opened and her whole demeanor shifted. She looked down at her hand in confusion, but made no move to remove it. Oh dear. Did she get possessive again? Just a tad. Nami just got carried away, no need to scare the poor girl to death. Besides, it's still daytime. She knows it's my turn. Has she no manners? Well, it probably doesn't help that you've started wearing the corset under your clothes. Kaya smirked. But of course. A lady should never go out without one. And you love being able to have both of us around all the time, don't deny it. Usopp grinned. Far from it. In fact, Kaya could feel just how much he loved it. She gave him a pat. Now. Save it for later. Luffy just laughed. His crew was hilarious. Meanwhile, the rest of the armada was passing what little time remained before they reached Traverse Mountain. Damon felt like his right eyelid was trying to send a message in Morse code independent from his body. Would one of you clowns please stop laughing at me and fetch some lettuce so this poor, hungry, abused, idiotic, but still very special animal would stop chewing my hair. He roared at the buggy pirates and stitches over the side of the queen gnawing on the green fuzz she had mistaken for food. The captain of said pirates had most of his body on the big top while his head surveyed the blitz. Damn, this is quality craftsmanship here. Reminds me a bit of Captain Rogers' first boat before he got the Oro Jackson. Nice to see you guys settling in so quick. My boys are going to be glad of all the extra room, or rather the room they're getting back. Though what's with the name Blitz? Not that it isn't appropriate, you guys are having to actively restrain yourselves not to outpace us I can see, but what's with the B? All the ships have B names. Big Top, B's in Black, Brady, Blitz. Seriously, what's with that? Inside. I don't know which disturbs me more. The fact that I'm actually talking to a floating head while sailing towards a place where water flows up instead of down under the command of a man made of rubber, or that I know that's not the weirdest thing this world has seen. Oh, you have no idea, Boogie commiserated. I'm sure going to miss normalcy. I was just starting to get used to it again. Mamu swam next to the black cats, listening attentively to the voice of one man in particular. And then we'll take Madagascar, always works in risk, and from there you and I will take over the world. Django, walking by at the moment, reached out and smacked the man on his head. Salem, stop filling that gullible creature's head with your fantasies of world domination. I don't care how much of the nip you smoke, you don't drag Captain Luffy's pets into your delusions. Oh ho ho, wailed the black cat. Try it again, and I'm cutting you off. Boy. Zeph was making liberal use of his toque to chastise his staff. Pedal faster, you fast food grease suckers. If you let this current drag us into the calm belt, I'll fry you up and feed you to the sea kings myself. Hi, owner Zeph. Roared the 16 men in the basement, working at the stationary bikes that powered the propeller that supplemented what little wind the two masts caught, given how small the sails were. With the weight of all the cooking equipment on board, every bit was needed to keep a Baradian in pace with the armada. Zeph sighed and went back to looking through the periscope, adjusting the wheel as necessary to keep in formation. He mused that most of his former diners would be shocked at what had lain just beneath their feet. Submarines were rare in the East Blue, and that's what the basement looked like. All metal, with a pipe lowering from the ceiling that was actually just a spot for the two mirrors that allowed the one holding the wheel to see above the water. A child could make a rudimentary version with cardboard. 2 rows of 4 bikes were on either side of the wheel. At the front of the room, there was an airlock door that served as the entrance to the Sabagashira 1. Of the other 13 members of the staff, 10 were above deck adjusting the sails under the direction of Karn, who'd actually worked on a ship before and knew a thing or two about sailing and navigation. He was improving every day, with the lessons of Nami alongside Mo, Bucci, and Woj. The other 3 were either on the Big Top, B's in Black, or the Blitz as part of the daily rotation. If the ship wasn't so small, Zeph might have considered training some more cooks so he could spread some of the work out. But it was, so he didn't. Any of his men who complained they were being overworked could jump overboard for all he cared. Nami came out of the galley, now wearing a raincoat. She pointedly didn't look at Kaya. She brought the megaphone Usopp technically owned but was really more crew property to her lips. Listen up, you morons. In case any of you forgot from the briefing yesterday, the entrance to the Grand Line is Reverse Mountain. The current is so strong that the canal will carry us up the side of the mountain. Those of you who don't believe that, too damn bad. You're still going to do everything I tell you so none of you crash into the red line. Now, once we get close the currents will be so strong that you can't turn, so it's critical that we enter just right." So saying, Nami seemed to go into a trance, looking between the sky and the ocean. Then she started to bark out orders. "Buggy. Close the main sails, open the foremast and the mizzen only. Black. 42 degrees port for 183 seconds, then 17 degrees to starboard. On. Full sail, you're going in first. But lower the jib, it's throwing you off. Mamu. Get on the port side of the Baroque and push. They're out of position. And you idiots. Take in everything. Usopp, on my mark, go hard to starboard like you're trying to U-turn. Snap to it people." And so it went. Nami micromanaged them all for the longest 23 minutes of the Armada's lives. When she at last called all hands at rest, a great many of the men collapsed in dead faints. She sighed and gave the Armada's ships one last look. They were all vaguely in a single file line, going blitz, Mary, Baroque, Bees in Black, Big Top, with Mamu paddling in the rear. "That's it. We're locked in. It's out of my hands now." "Don't worry Nami," Luffy called. "I can just use balloon like last time if you got something wrong." "No, you can't," she corrected. "We're too close together, but this is as far as we can be within hearing range. By the time you bounce anyone back into line, the ones behind them will have crashed into them. It's all on me here." She frowned, trying to hide the sliver of doubt she had. She was 98.73% sure she'd gotten them all right, but there was always that 1.27%. "Of course you got it perfect, Nami Swan. The Armada is safe and sound in your lovely hands." "Mellorine," Sanji offered. Hi, she muttered. It went in one ear and out the other, but it brightened things up along the way. The navigator turned to consider the visibly puffing Alvida. "Oi, new girl. Haven't you ever worked a day in your life?" Alvida leaned on her canabo. "In point of fact, no. My crew did everything for me. I might have the muscle to swing my club, but it's mostly done in one blow anyway. I don't really have much in the way of endurance." She went to wipe her brow, and her arm was flung to the side so sharply she almost popped the joint. "Doesn't help that I'm so damn slippery now." "You'll get used to it." Luffy paused. "Eventually. Though it actually took me 10 years to adapt to my new body. But I'm sure you'll get it down quicker than that." "If you say so," Alvida said faintly, pale at the idea that she could spend a full decade breaking in her new power. As they spoke, the clouds cleared a little. Almost as one, everyone turned and gaped. When it comes to some things, knowing and experiencing are two vastly different things. It was one thing to know that the red line was a uniform 10 kilometers in height, except for Reverse Mountain, which rose even higher than that, an. To put it in perspective, the peak of Mount Everest is only 8.85 kilometers above sea level. It was quite another to have it staring you in the face. Rock. Rock as far as the eye could see. As far to the left, as far to the right, as far up as you could look, nothing but red stone. You kind of strained your eyes looking for the end, because there had to be an end. But it would be in vain. It just was. There was the ocean, and then there was the red line. It was as simple as that. A natural wall that encircled the planet. It had been there for thousands of years, and it would remain for thousands more. In the face of something so massive, so eternal, so unyielding, the trials of mankind seemed petty and fleeting. But just as nature had made the wall, it had also made a gate. In actuality, the width of the canal was just shy of a regulation football field. But considering the sheer scale of the edifice it was carved into, it seemed as thin as a hair. And they were approaching it at a rather dangerous rate of speed. "It sits taller than the clouds." Shem gaped. "At least Shanks isn't here to hear me scream like last time," Boogie assured himself. Demon, the Dawn Pirate staff officer of planning gulped. "You know, the marine genius Vegapunk defines insanity as attempting the same thing twice and expecting different results." "Then I guess we're not insane, since this is nothing like last time," Pearl soothed. He was actually a bit of a people pleaser, always trying to make his crew feel better. It was probably just guilt from all the times he'd burned them with his bizarre defense mechanism, but still. Don Luffy is a totally different man than Krieg. And if Nami-sama got it right, half of us won't crash and scupper against the cliffs like last time. Django gulped. Hey. We're off. We're going to slam right into that weird continent. Hard to port. Belay that. Bucci shouted with surprising authority. Django whirled on the larger of the Niban brothers. You challenging my authority as captain, Bucci? No. Just asserting my authority as navigator, the Endemer shot back. It's my job to make sure this ship gets where it's supposed to go. And if we want to get to the Grand Line, we need to trust in Nami-sensei. Bucci jerked his chin at the canal. Just look, Captain. This current is strong enough to fight gravity. Our rudder won't stand a chance. At best, you'll break the wheel. At worst, you'll actually shift our course. And according to Nami-sensei, this is the course that gets us up that mountain alive. So we're staying course. Siam stepped up. What he said. If it helps, Captain, think of it this way. Black cats bring bad luck. Right now, it looks like we're trying to get ourselves killed. So of course we're going to get that 1 in a million chance and wind up surviving and screwing up our suicide. Dango stroked his false beard. Sounds just weird enough to work. Zeph brought the two tails of his mustache together in his hand and stroked down. They sprung back with the sound of a spring. Back to paradise. And not to tour for a year, but as a stop on the way to the new world. Maybe I shouldn't have agreed to this in the heat of the moment. But a deal's a deal. And I might get to see all blue before I die, so I guess it's worth it. But I still have an urge to make the next feast vegan. The peddlers, on break since they were just going with the flow now, paled as they imagined Luffy's disparate meal with no meat. Zeph nodded sagely at the haunted faces of his staff. Yeah, you're right, too much. I'll just slip hot sauce into everything and blame the lying eggplant. Mamu tried to keep his breakfast in his first stomach. Sure, it was faster and safer than swimming through the calm water monster nest, but the mountain still scared him. At least if a bigger fish tried to eat him, he could try to swim away. This way, he had to struggle just to stay above water. The water had him. He sure hoped the orange female two-legs knew what she was doing. Nami watched, heart in her mouth, as the fleet got closer and closer to the canal's entrance. Even as she saw them all shift and turn with the currents just as she'd predicted, she worried. Even as they aligned like clockwork until they were all but bow astern, shooting straight as an arrow for the entrance, she worried. Even as they came so close to the sea gate she could make out individual carvings, she worried. Only when Mamu made it past the final gate without so much as a bump did she breathe again. Luffy grinned so wide it would tear a normal person's skin. Hey, everyone. We're not dead. And it's all because of Nami. 3 cheers for our chief navigator and treasure. Hip, hip. Hooray. Shouted the armada. Hip, hip. Hooray. Hip, hip. Who wants a raise? Buggy called out as a joke. Not on your life. The Buggy pirates very nearly considered mutiny. If they offered their ex-captain's corpse as tribute, maybe Nami wouldn't condemn them all due to guilt by association. The Barady chefs and Black Cats would have joined in. They were between Nami and her prey, after all. The Dons all heaved a sigh of relief. For they were not. The armada was distracted from contemplating said slaughter once it processed they were sailing up. Luffy HMM''D. Better than the rollercoaster at Sabaody, not as good as the knock-up stream. Are you seriously treating this like a thrill ride, Luffy-san? Kaya asked incredulously, clutching the railing with Usopp steadying her. That's just the way he is, Kaya-chan. Besides, you have to admit this is a little fun. Kaya furrowed her brow. It's about 10% fun, 70% sheer terror, 20% disbelief. And for Luffy, it's 99% fun, 1% mystery. Luffy frowned. That was the old me. Now it's like 75% fun, 18% been there, done that, and 7% trying to calculate velocity and distance in case Gramps asks. The couple hid identical sweat drops. Seriously, what did his grandpa do to him? They thought. Larry was bouncing like a little kid. We're getting closer to the clouds. I'll finally get to see if they really taste like cotton candy. The Baji rolled his eyes. Can you believe that guy? He asked Moji. I know. Everyone knows clouds taste like marshmallow. Hadu held her hand to her forehead to block out the wind and rain. Huh. You can see Lobetown from here. You think if we fell from this high up, we'd still land on our feet? Oliver asked Whiskers. On what? It's still the ocean, idiot. We'd drown. Think Zoro-sensei could cut this mountain in half? Asked the one who always wore his cat mask backwards. Eddie tried to stiffen his upper lip and stop his knees knocking together. I'm totally okay with this. This isn't at all scary. I don't want to curl up in the corner and suck my thumb until the bad dream goes away. Nope, not even a little. Vyasa pat him on the shoulder. Whatever you say, Tavrish. Hustle of the Dawn Pirates flexed his muscles, a nervous tick of his. It brought him back to simple days when he was just a gym rat and not a sea rat. Once more onto the breach, boys. Jin narrowed his eyes at the cloud bank. Next time we're under these, we'll be in the most dangerous place in the world. A devilish grin split his face. What better place to prove ourselves to the dawn? In no time, they reached the clouds. The world was nothing but cool fog for an endless moment. Then they all sailed through and were treated to a site reserved for pirates and adventurers alone. The river they were riding into the sky came to an abrupt end when it clashed with its 3 siblings. The wash of each fought for dominance, sending spray up into the air in a never-ending battle. The water, once in the air, succumbed to the chill of the high atmosphere and crystallized into ice while still flying. Light bent and refracted through the makeshift prisms, resulting in a constant shifting rainbow hanging around the summit like a halo. It truly was otherworldly. One by one, the ships that carried the many crews of Monkey D. Luffy shot into the air, passing through that icy mist and iridescent corona. It was almost baptismal. And one by one, they returned to the almighty grip of gravity, falling into the fifth canal, the only one going down. Mamu roared as he hung suspended, his mighty cry sealing the event. They had done it. They had all entered the Grand Line. They had entered a whole new ocean, a world unlike any they'd left behind. The real adventure started now. If the ride up had been exhilarating, the ride down was an adrenaline junkie's dream come true. The angle was just as steep, and this time they weren't fighting the natural order. The quintet of ships reached speeds that were typically only accessible to advanced internal combustion engines. In a blink, they were back in the clouds. As they were in that eerie atmosphere, a sound of such amplitude it wasn't so much heard as felt hit them. BWOOOH. Zoro frowned. Damn. Laboon's voice is so loud I can barely hear myself think. Alvida frowned. Who's Laboon? Are you talking about whatever the heck that was? It wasn't that loud. Laboon is a cute little whale we're about to meet, no need to worry Alvida-sama, cooed Sanji. And Mosshead isn't talking about his physical voice, he added a bit more seriously. He regretted not lighting a cigarette before they got in this blasted wind. Guess you don't reach the size of some islands without picking up some psychic chops. Buggy fought a headwind, so his bar emergency escape could reach the co-captain of his crew. You seem to have had a handle on everything so far, but just for my own peace of mind, you know about the island whale, right? Luffy grinned. Yep. And I know just how to deal with it. Buggy felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. He recognized that smile. It had preceded the real-life inspiration for most of his nightmares. BWOOOH. Dango tilted his head. What's that weird sound? Zeph frowned. Shitty whale better not be blocking the exit. The armada reached clear air once again. And were treated to the side of a second mountain standing in their way. Or something that looked very much like a mountain. What the hell is that? Shrieked one of the Dawn pirates. Wait, you haven't seen him before? Usopp asked. No. And what do you mean him? Jin asked. The Tonfa wielder had his question answered by the creature in question rather than the liar. BWOOOH. A whale. Exclaimed almost the entire armada. It must have been under the surface when we came with Krieg. Pearl reasoned in the midst of panic. Eamon was almost drooling. Now that is a special animal. To prepare a fresh whale steak, wash it in a solution of 1 generous tablespoon baking soda to 1 quart water and let it soak for 1 hour. Rinse the meat and marinate it for 2 hours in 3 parts water and 1 part vinegar with a sliced raw onion. Cut the steak across the grain in slices less than a ½ inch thick. Sprinkle the slices with lemon juice and pound them with a mallet to tenderize them. Sauté the steaks as you would sliced beef steak, Karn rattled off, his mind spitting up cooking instructions in the absence of any other idea how to process the situation. Mamu cried. He was prey now. He was going to experience life on the other side of the food chain, and he was certain it wouldn't be a lengthy ordeal. Dango had one hand in his jacket with an uncertain expression. Can I even hypnotize this thing to move if it can't see me? Anytime you're ready, Luffy. Nami sat back and waited for her captain to tame the massive beast as he had Surum and get him to submerge. So she was sorely disappointed when instead he called out in a voice that echoed and shook her very bones, "Oh whale. Eat me." What? Came the full-throated cry of everyone but Luffy. The titanic mass of blue flesh shifted. Were it humanoid, the equivalent would be of tilting one's head. Eat me. Eat me. You moron. Nami roared, downing her captain with her fist. Luffy looked up confused. And not just because of the concussion. What? You told me to go ahead. I thought you were going to hit him with elephant gun or something and knock him out of the way. That comes later. First I want to talk to the old man Flower or whatever his name is. That doesn't mean we have to get eaten. Nami added a few more lumps to her captain's skull. The one looked lonely. Alvida spoke up hesitantly. Nami was it? Are you sure it's okay to hit Luffy-sama like that? Quite, you. Ow. Wait, why didn't that slide off? Is it because it hit my hat? Pretty sure that's not the reason. The witch just has her ways, Zoro offered. While the core crew had been arguing, the whale had decided to go along with what the alpha voice told it to. Opening its gargantuan maw, the armada's fate switched from slamming into a wall of blubber to sailing straight down the leviathan's throat. Jin. What are you doing? Swerve around it already. Demanded a freaking out subordinate. Jin set his jaw. If the Dawn wants to get eaten, we get eaten too. Talk about bad luck, sulked half the Black Cat crew, oddly resigned to the whole thing. Zeph was unfazed by the turn of events. Got to get the recipe for that dip from Crocus this time around. Pretty sure it was just blended hummus and tapenade, but there was that certain something that gave an extra zing I could never figure out. Captain Buggy. How are you so calm? Demanded Moji around trying to pacify Richie in the midst of a mental breakdown. Because I know we have nothing to fear, he replied. Captain is so cool, thought the entirety of the crew. What they didn't see was Boogie crying silent tears. Damn it. My ship is going to look so ugly. Nothing can get a nice varnish back in wood once it's soaked in stomach acid. Finally reaching sea level, but maintaining all their momentum, the armada sailed right into the mouth of Laboon the whale. He closed his mouth behind the sea cow and hoped some would stick around. Krill got awfully boring after a while, but Flowerhead Friend always let out any interesting food. The armada's world was darkness and rocking and god-awful stench. Then, out of nowhere, they were back outside. Wait, what? Those who weren't in the know began to doubt their sanity or speculate on what exact combination of things they'd ingested had resulted in hallucinations. Those that did had other things on their mind. Broca-sensei, please don't call me Nose-chan when you see me. I will be compelled to attack you, and I don't want that on my conscience, Boogie tried to telepathically communicate to the resident of the little houseboat in the center of the sea of gastric juices. Sanji scratched his head as he brought his lighter to his mouth. Wow, that was a whole new kind of secondhand smoke. Now that I think about it, how is it light in here? It's not like Fishman Island, with Eve. We're in a stomach, where's all this natural light coming from? Maybe a system of mirrors at the base of the blowhole that reflect light throughout the interior. Though they'd probably get knocked out of alignment every time Laboon smashed his head against the red line. More likely a bunch of well-placed lamp dials. Nami sighed. This has been a long-ass day. I am not mentally prepared to deal with Vivi and that King Wannabe. Can I just take a nap until dinner? Luffy opened his mouth to answer, before freezing. Aya took notice. Luffy-san. What is it? Has your grandfather recovered and is coming for us? Usopp hit a shiver. Kaya-chan, leave the morbid comments and suggestions to Robin. Well, she's not here yet, so I'm filling in. And it's a legitimate question. He froze up just like that earlier today. Luffy's mouth slowly spread into a grin so bright it almost hurt to look at it. Are we just going to sit here in denial forever? Something happened already. Shouted one of the Dawn pirates who had gotten fed up listening to his friends insist they were experiencing a vivid, shared dream. As if on cue, a giant squid burst to the surface, tentacles flailing, and charged the armada. You had to ask, bit out Kijiko, the Dawn's quiet locksmith. Ah. Monster. Cried the peanut gallery. The squid roared from its beak, eager to kill and feed. But suddenly, it froze in place. The ghostly voice began to echo around the chamber. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Zoro's grin did its level best to match Luffy's. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Usopp felt tears fill his eyes. I can't believe it, he whispered. Nami's cheeks started to hurt. She just might show him her underwear this once. 100,000 up front, but still. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Oh, come on. I said that as a joke. Is this for real? Demanded a flustered Sanji. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Buggy cocked his head. Where do I know this tune from? The squid seemed to simultaneously be torn to shreds and freeze solid. Where once was the latest threat to the Straw Hats, there was now just an oddly shaped iceberg. The sound of a shikamazu sliding back into its sheath was heard. Yo-ho-ho-ho. My, oh my. Everyone, you definitely are a sight for sore eyes. Oh, but I don't have eyes. Skull joke. Yo-ho-ho-ho. The armada turned their heads towards the Going Merry, where they espied one of the most horrifying scenes they could possibly imagine. Ah. A ghost. It's a zombie. It's a ghoul. It's the Grim Reaper. The time travelers only smiled and corrected them in one voice. It's Brooke. In the Florian Triangle. The derelict galleon of considerable size floated listlessly in the water. Once, it might have been impressive. But 50 years of damp and neglect had worn it down to its bare bones. The sail was tattered and limp. Gaping holes stood out on its side. What wood remained was both brittle with age and softened by the constant fog, resulting in a creaking surface liable to collapse under the slightest weight. The deck was deserted, but for a single skeleton, the clothes wrapped around it in surprisingly good condition considering a corpse had decomposed within them. It was, in every sense of the word, a ghost ship. Especially since the skeleton came to life and started to moan about a headache. Oh my aching head, he whined piteously. It's like Sanji-san is tap dancing on my brain. Ah, but I don't have a brain anymore. Skull joke. Yo-ho-ho-ho. The skeleton waited a beat, then a sweat drop appeared on his afro at the lack of response. No one's laughing. That hurts me, guys. That really feels like a stab to the heart. Wait, but I don't have a heart. Skull joke. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Another beat. The sweat drop became a tick mark. Oi. People. This is my thing. Throw me a bone here. Even though I'm nothing but bones. Dead silence. The skeleton rose up, his eyeholes narrowed. I'm sorry, is it ignore Brooke Day or? The undead musician froze. The light breeze blew, swirling the fog that clung like snakes to every surface. There was nothing. And no one. Just silence and darkness. And him. Alone. Alone. No, 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 no. Brooke felt like his was suffocating. He couldn't get any air to his lungs. Except he didn't have this wasn't the time for stupid jokes. This isn't happening, this isn't happening. Brooke jumped to his feet and promptly ran into the mast at full speed. Ow. That hurt then this isn't a dream. Brooke felt true panic set in. He desperately tried to make sense of his situation because he couldn't be back on this ship, he couldn't. Okay, Brooke, let's be logical about this. You obviously just got hit by Kuma again, but didn't Lola-san get this ship okay, it wasn't that. But obviously you didn't just dream up Luffy and Usopp-san and Lion-chan. You couldn't. You're not that creative, are you? But you couldn't dream for 2 whole years. Could you? No, of course not. I saw so many places, made so many new songs, felt such joy, it had to be real, right? But dreams can be anything you want them to be. No. I learned new things. You couldn't just make up that. If I can do them, then that's proof it was real. Brooke leaned forward. Behold. The improved 40 degrees angle oof. Brooke collapsed, his ligaments not stretched by a couple years of training anymore. Brad welled up and almost choked Brooke. And no matter. Witnessed the flying blade attack. Obeyed coup droit. Brooke unsheathed his sword and thrust it forward. But the blade was dull after 50 years and he was too stressed to be in the proper mindset to exceed his physical limits with the power of his devil fruit. There was no compressed blast of air. Tears, snot and drool began to leak from Brooke's face. Horrible reality was settling in. He hadn't been found. He hadn't gained new nakama and had wonderful adventures. It was all a wild dream and he would wander alone and forgotten in this shadowy sea forever. And he couldn't go back to that. Not after he'd seen so much light, not after he'd felt it. But that hadn't even happened, had it? His sanity about to crack, Brooke made one last desperate attempt to vindicate his memories or confirm that he was now truly mad. My soul is not bound to this body. Bone, bone, bone. It was impossible to properly describe the sensation. It was like transitioning from a sauna to a freezer. Except that he didn't feel it on his skin. Because he no longer had skin. Or even a body to pretend to feel it. Walls that were so strong and constant that he never even noticed them, assuming them to be a simple part of being, vanished. He was left floating, adrift, a wisp in the wind, somehow both numb and freezing. His very essence had slipped free of the mortal form that anchored it to this reality. And it was wonderful. Yo 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 ho ho. Brooke burst into hysterics. It's real, it's real. Yo ho ho. Brooke sent his soul careening through the air, running into walls without fear for he just passed through them. I really learned how to do this. Yo ho ho. Brooke went through a couple loop-da-loops. That means I really met my new crew. Yo ho ho. Brooke slipped back into his body and leapt his height into the air. So Laboon really is alive and well and waiting. Yo ho ho. Yo ho ho. Brooke laughed so hard he cried. Then he cried so hard he began to laugh. Then he ran his hands through his magnificent afro to feel it there and whole. Then he just laid out on the deck, spread eagle, listening to the sounds of the ship he knew far too well. So how did I get back here, Brooke reviewed his memories, which proved much easier and more effective now that he wasn't on the verge of a complete psychotic break. We were running from the Marines. The Vegapunk man called us test subject. Everyone passed out from sleeping gas. Brooke tried to recall anything before. Well, if he had to describe it, he'd say it was like being yanked in a direction that didn't exist. Ah, yes. Flux capacitor test number 22, begin. Brooke wasn't exactly well versed in modern science. Nami and Usopp had tried to explain it to him whenever he asked, but they gave information based on basic things that he just didn't know. It was like trying to build a pyramid from the tip down, it just didn't work. Still, for some reason, the term flux capacitor rang a bell. Where have I heard that? Oh. It was when Usopp-san was reading a book to Chopper-san. About a man who had a machine that let him travel through time. Brooke looked around at the second ship of the Rumber Pirates and then down at his body in the clothes he'd worn for half a century and happily replaced once the long arms offered a new wardrobe. In what little light penetrated the eternal gloom and mist, it was still clear that Brooke cast no shadow. He pulled on his hair, but his skull did not open like a lid. Well, that would certainly explain things. Seems like a bit less than 5 years. Now, what to do if it's true? Brooke briefly considered just waiting however long it took for Luffy and the gang to come and find him again. The thought was enough to make him abandon his gentlemanly vocabulary in favor of something much more crude but no less precise at conveying his thoughts. Fuck that noise. So what other options were there? Well, Brooke wanted to be reunited with his nakama as soon as possible. And it was his literal dying wish to be reunited with Laboon. When they'd first met, his crew had been too far along for him to ask them to just turn around, though Luffy had considered returning to the East Blue shortly after he joined. But if he really was in the past and at the point he theorized, then they weren't even in the Grand Line yet. But then again, when they entered they would be right where Laboon was. Everyone he loved, together in one place. Well, that certainly sounded like a good idea. But first things first. In order to leave the Florian Triangle without dissolving into dust, he had to reclaim his shadow. Which meant he either had to get the Ryuma zombie to swallow salt or beat Gecko Mariah into releasing the shadow. The first option was definitely the easier of the two. But Brooke wasn't going to charge off this very second. As he recalled, Ryuma using his shadow was capable of defeating him with a fraction of his power. Most of the progress he had made over the 2 years had been the result of mental training, which in theory he already had. Still, he had to take care of a few things. Best not to run off half-cocked. The next 2 days were dedicated to preparations for the battle. The very first thing he did was go hunting through the ship galley to find all the powdered milk he could find. The stuff that had been fresh at the time of his death was moldy cheese by the time he found it 50 years ago, let alone by now. But powder kept forever, as long as it didn't get wet. And however clammy the surroundings were, the Rumber Pirates hadn't been stupid enough to skimp on preserving and packing their supplies. When he'd gathered all the usable packets he could find, he put them in a line next to an empty glass and then a pitcher of water he gathered from all the condensation. Then he disroed. Ridiculous as it was, Brooke still felt naked without his clothes. It was a bit redundant, he didn't even have a modesty to preserve anymore, a fact that had made Luffy, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, and Frankie break down in sympathetic tears when they'd first realized. Even Zoro had frowned a little deeper. Robin had laughed her little laugh and Nami had rolled her eyes and muttered good riddance. Nonetheless, Brooke felt a sense of embarrassment and shame to be walking around in nothing but his pelvis. Once the cloth was out of the way, Brooke set about popping every single joint he had. Most he could just bend with his fingers, but some required complicated stretches to pull it just so. It was highly disturbing on some level when he grabbed his own spine, but Brooke pushed on to stretch and twist the gap between every single vertebra. By the time he'd gone from the sciatica to his neck, he was almost 5 inches taller. He felt oddly drained once he was done, almost as if he'd pulled every muscle in his body, though of course he didn't have any muscles. A feeling that went away after he'd downed all the rehydrated calcium. Brooke, of course, had thought of the skull joke about his muscles, but he didn't acknowledge it. One of the many revelations he'd had over his 2 years of training was that his little coping mechanism was actually one of the biggest things holding him back. Whenever confronted with the reality of his unnatural form, he deflected it with humor. But only by truly accepting it could he reach his true potential. Something he strived to do in the mediation he did after he'd recovered from limbering up his body. Your body is not sustained by muscles, organs, or nutrients anymore. The only thing that animates you is the power of your soul, amplified by your devil fruit, he lectured to himself. He took a breath and paused. You think you actually breathed just now? No. You have no lungs to absorb the oxygen, no diaphragm to expand or contract them, no nose or mouth to direct the airflow, no brain to control the action. But you think you should breathe, and so your soul bent reality to move the air, draw it within, and absorb it into itself. The same way your soul absorbs food and somehow produces a waste product. And the only reason your soul does this is because, on some level, you still believe you are alive. You still believe you have a body and that your body should behave and work how a body should. This is an illusion, one you must learn to transcend. You don't have to be tired, for fatigue is caused by the accumulation of tears and toxins within your muscles. Which you don't have. You don't have to be slow, for speed is determined by how quick your muscles and tendons can flex. Which you don't have. You don't have to be weak, for strength is nothing but the size and density of your muscles. Which you don't have. All you have is your soul. Your spirit. Your will. If you believe it, if you accept it, if you know it, you can be invincible. Brooke pointedly did not inhale, though it had been minutes since he had. You have to let it all go, Brooke. Fear. Doubt. And disbelief. Free your mind. Once he had reclaimed the zen and perception that had made him worthy of the new world, Brooke went down into the deepest part of the ship. He looked upon the coffins that contained the bodies of his first crew, the ones who had laughed, fought, and played beautiful music with him when he was a flesh and blood man. Forgive me, he pleaded into the air. Then, one by one, he began prying open the coffins. He'd buried each of them with their instrument of choice, their weapon, and any personal effects they'd kept on the ship. It took 17 tries before Brooke finally found what he was looking for, tucked beside the ribsage of the crew's cellist. A whetstone. He muttered another apology, then spent the time needed to reseal each coffin he desecrated tirelessly and without complaint. After carefully sharpening his blade back to the razor edge it was meant to have instead of being barely sharper than a dinner knife, he went through the forms the assault squad of his kingdom had instilled in him before he decided on the life of a pirate. When he had completed every attack he knew to his standards, he turned to the sea. Reaching into the depths of his soul, Brooke focused on the otherworldly chill he always felt when his soul left his body, the chill that had plagued him for a year as he'd searched in vain for his own corpse. Then he harnessed it. Eyes been moving faster than most could see, Brooke drew his sword and slashed down at the water, returning his blade to its hiding place and his cane in the same movement. Before his eyes, the water he'd aimed for froze, becoming a sheet of ice. It soon floated away, and Brooke was struck by the odd feeling that he might have altered the entire future with that one miniature iceberg. Solitary confinement was already getting to him, it seemed. His body put through its paces, his mind in the proper state, and his sword made as deadly as possible, there was only one thing left to do. Brooke lowered the makeshift pail into the ocean, then pulled it up. With great difficulty, given how much moisture there was in the air and the kindling, Brooke started up a fire in the ship's stove. It took a long time to build it up strong enough, but eventually the saltwater began to bubble. There was really nothing Brooke could do to speed this along, so he decided to pass the time by writing a song. Something that captured the spirit of his nakama and their never-ending adventure. The big opening, something that grabbed your attention from the first note. Brooke imagined trumpets, drums, maybe some keyboard, with a guitar solo to lead from the first chorus into the actual song. Now, for lyrics. Let's go shining. Running. Forever. We have been moving forward before, I'm sure that our bonds will never have to change, the dreams and shine so brightly. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up heartbeat. We are the one. Go ahead. In Brooke's day, songs told stories and were basically poems set to music. These days, a 4-chord progression and some vaguely meaningful gibberish was all it took to have a hit. Brooke tried to bridge the two, but in order to get a tour that would bring him to Sabaody, he'd had to compromise more than he would like. By the time all the water had evaporated, Brooke had finished what he was pretty sure was a bestseller. Would he be able to sell music again? If he stopped Kami-chan from being kidnapped, Luffy would never punch the celestial dragon, which would mean the Kizaru and Kuma wouldn't come, which means the crew wouldn't be separated, but then how would they get strong enough for the new world? And what would happen to those poor Satan worshippers being terrorized by the long-armed tribe? A worry for another day. Brooke allowed himself to have air so he could blow out the flame. He looked in the pot and noticed a rim of salt at the bottom. Since he didn't have to worry about burns, he gathered it up and poured it into a little pouch he'd fashioned. As prepared as he could be, Brooke stepped out on deck and began to listen. He'd always had a prodigious sense of hearing. He'd been blessed with perfect pitch, and he had trained himself to be able to identify any tune, even if it was through a wall. He'd been forced to exercise it quite a bit while working with his band, or maybe it was more accurate to say he regained what he'd lost over 50 years of hearing nothing but his own voice. It got to the point that, if he concentrated, he imagined he could hear a person's heartbeat. This, combined with his ability to sense people's souls once he embraced his devil fruit powers, meant that he could find anyone as long as they were within a reasonable distance on a map. It wasn't until after they'd left Dressrosa and he'd been having a discussion with Luffy and Zoro that it occurred to Brooke that he might have some form of observation hockey. Indeed, it might even be enhanced by his ability, the way Enel had used electromagnetism to elevate his mantra. The point was that Brooke was able to detect the faintest whisper of yo-ho-ho, and he leapt from the ship and began running in that direction without any doubt. He eventually reached the outer rim of Thriller Bark. It took a while to go around and find the entrance, but once he did he made straight for the transplanted island from his native blue. Deciding that discretion was the better part of valor, and a big ruckus might attract the attention of Mariah and his officers, Brooke stopped running once he cleared the land moat and reached the forest. Moving with all the stealth he was capable and desperately trying to clamp down the irrational fear he felt whenever he saw a zombie, Brooke made his way to the castle. After a full minute straining his hearing, not his ears, for he had none and it was limiting to think otherwise, he managed to pinpoint the laugh that both was and wasn't his. As if it were fate, the zombie was in the same tower that they'd had their final confrontation, though technically this would be the first. Brooke frowned. The castle was buzzing with activity. He didn't have enough salt to purify every zombie that got in his way. He had to make it straight for Ryuma. But how to get there? It wasn't like he could run up. Or could he? Going with his gut, a habit he'd picked up from Luffy, Brooke ran straight for the wall of the castle. Then he put his foot on the stone and shifted direction. Brooke began to make his way up the wall, in defiance of gravity. In his wake, he left little spots of ice, each step he made freezing the water in the air around his shoe and adhering him to the surface before he broke free to make the next. In short order, Brooke had entered the tower from its highest window. He stepped out into the open room, his sword already drawn. The room's other occupant turned to regard him. Oh? Who are you? You seem quite frightening, even for this place. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooke kept an ironclad grip on his feelings, keeping himself as cold as the underworld he had escaped. I have come to take back what is mine. The zombie tilted its head. Its white hair was tied in a top knot, its face mostly covered by bandages. Its mouth was partially hidden by a large blue scarf wrapped around him. The desiccated body all but vanished into the folds of the white guy. A blue haramaki with a wave design wrapped around its waist, with a sword tucked into it at the right hip. Its brown, wrinkled feet wore Jetta sandals. And beneath those feet lay a pool of darkness that was not its own. Ah. One of those. Well, I'm afraid I can't help you with that. You see, it's my shadow now. So it's best if you just walk away now and learn to live without it. Brooke narrowed his eye sockets, an act that spoke more to the sheer game-breaking nature of his fruit than the flexibility of his skull. I wasn't planning on asking. The zombie laughed with a throat dry as dust. Yo-ho-ho-ho. So that's how it is. The body of Ryuma of Wano country drew its sword. I can't kill you, that would just make your shadow disappear. But I'm sure I can knock you around a little to teach you a lesson. Brooke made no response. There was no honor in taunting one's opponent. Sedately, the two began to walk towards each other. Nothing in their posture or gait suggested hostility. As they passed each other, they each began to sheathe their blades. Once they were both 3 meters from each other, they stopped. Anada Sancho Ryuma stated, sliding his sword fully in with a click. Yahazu Jerry, 3-verse humming. Arrow notch slash. The Suryuta Brooke called, surprising his enemy. The skeleton smoothly turned his sword back into a cane. Fubuki Jerry, pastoral song. Blizzard slash. The beat. Brooke seemed unharmed. Ryuma seemed to split in two before ice formed from nothing to hold him back together. He collapsed to the ground, the ice spreading until nothing but his head was free. The zombie looked up in horror and disbelief. What? How did you do that? I know everything you know, you shouldn't be able to do anything like this. Brooke declined to answer. The cold you feel is the chill of the underworld, he intoned. He knelt down and dumped his pouch's contents into his enemy's gaping mouth. Return to its embrace and leave this world to the living. The samurai coughed around the shadow that began to leak out its mouth. Like you're one to talk it managed before becoming nothing but a cadaver. Brooke breathed deep the smell of death and decay that pervaded the castle. He reached up to straighten the silk of his neckerchief, savoring the smoothness. He looked down and watched as his outline reattached to his feet and a sense of completeness effused him. And he felt warmth fill his breast as he thought of the friends he would soon see again. I'm alive in every way that matters. At the Twin Capes. And that's pretty much it, Brooke explained after he'd recovered from the dog pile of Straw Hat pirates that had launched at him after he'd revealed himself. I mean, there was the part where I scaled the red line and ran along it until I finally reached Traverse Mountain, but that wasn't really that interesting. Most boring 2 weeks of my life. I came down, met Laboon, got him to recognize me, played the tone dial, and ever since I've been living here waiting for you. Brooke turned to Luffy and lifted his hat. Many thanks for your message in the newspaper, Luffy-san. It put to rest many of my fears. I was worried that should I have met you again this early, you would not want me on the crew. Luffy laughed at the absurdity. Shushi. Brooke, I wanted a musician since I set out. Before I met Zoro, even. Old me would have taken you along in a heartbeat. Oh, that makes my heart flutter. Except my heart can't flutter. Since I don't have one. Skull joke. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Usopp was all but hopping with glee. Man, I can't tell you how much I miss those. Great to have you back, Brooke. Aya stood awkwardly behind her boyfriend. I'll be perfectly honest, the sight of you terrifies me. But Usopp-kun likes you, so I'll try my best to get used to it. Brooke looked down from his 9 feet to regard the petite blonde. Oh, I don't believe we've met. He stepped forward and leaned down so they were face to face. Excuse me, but may I see her? Brooke was interrupted by the sound of a slingshot being drawn. Based on the tone of the powder grains shifting within it, the musician guessed that the star was of the incendiary variety. Also, by the position and timing of the elastic, he reasoned the sniper was aiming at his head, or rather his hair. And the soul of the girl he was about to proposition suddenly reached a raw frigidity that made the winds of the afterlife seem like a summer island heat wave. Yet her smile did not waver. Brooke gulped. Never mind. He backed slowly away from the girl, whom tucked her head beneath Usopp's in a very telling way. The look in his Nakama's eyes might as well have come with subtitles. She's off limits. Not that Brooke would have followed through even if she weren't involved with a long-nosed boy. He had some self-preservation instinct. He turned his attention on the other woman on board the ship he didn't recognize. She really was quite lovely and wasn't obviously recoiling at him. Ah, miss. I haven't had the pleasure of your acquaintance either. She offered a weak grin. I'm Alvida. Nice to meet you, Brooke-san. Nice to meet you too, Alvida-san. Brooke leaned forward and whispered conspiratorially. Beg your pardon, but may I see your panties? Her face went red as a tomato. I mean, I want to do more kind deeds. Still, I'm not sure if that's appropriate. Or am I just being selfish? Brooke was surprised. She hadn't immediately said no. That was almost as good as Shaki-san telling him the color of hers. Before Alvida could decide, Sanji answered for her. Of course she won't, you imbecile. The lovely Alvida Swama would never expose herself for a pervert like you. Shitty pervert. Shit, shit, shit. Each expletive was accompanied by a kick. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooke laughed off the assault. He turned to the navigator of the crew. Nami-san, I don't suppose. All cash, exact charge, no checks or credit, she replied with a straight face. The tallest member of the crew heaved a sigh. Oh, well. The armada had stayed quiet up to that point, pacified by the fact that the core crew seemed to recognize the monster and that they were obviously deep in conversation. But there was only so long one could leave the elephant in the room unattended. On, called Pearl, who was crouching so he was all but hidden from sight by his breastplate. Care to introduce us to your friend? Luffy suddenly remembered that he had more than just the one crew. Oh, right. Luffy hopped onto his special seat and waved an arm at Brooke. Everyone, meet Brooke. My personal musician, joining us ahead of schedule. Dango cleared his throat. And exactly how is this weirdo walking talking skeleton? Devil fruit was the deadpan response of the whole core Straw Hat crew and half the boogie pirates. Zeph narrowed his eyes. Nothing to cook. Though maybe bone marrow soup. Karn side-eyed his boss. I'm not sure that counts as cannibalism, but you do know you're assessing a member of Luffy-sama's crew, right? Yes, I do. The same way I know that the Zestrich's eggs would make a damn fine omelet. One has to think about these things. Never know when you'll run out of supplies and have to get creative on this wide ocean. A certain emergency food supply 3 islands away felt his first stand on end. The crew were distracted from the member of the undead, whom was apparently on their side by the door of the cottage opening. From the darkness within emerged a curious individual. He was old, at least in his late 60s, as evidenced by the white of his beard and the wrinkles of his face. He wore a colorful tropical shirt and khaki shorts. A scar stood out at his left elbow. Curiously, live flower petals seemed to be growing in a semicircle out of his head. He regarded them all with a distant stare behind simple lenses. A great many of the men felt their hearts begin to race. Something was just off about this guy. The way he glared at them, as if he were deciding whether or not to kill them, like they were invaders, like they were bugs to be crushed at his leisure. It was most disquieting. He stared. And stared. And stared. Until. He plopped his ass down in a lounge chair and opened the paper. Say something, damn it. The man looked up from the paper, looking vaguely annoyed. One of the jumpier members of the boogie crew spoke up. Oi. Don't you look at us like that. 'Cause we have cannons, and we're not afraid to use them. The man's eyes widened and hardened, locking his gaze on the man and the ship he was on. Said loudmouths Nakama nearly soiled themselves from the intensity of the glower. He stared. And stared. And stared. Until. Don't. Or someone will die. The buggy crew not so subtly reached for their weapons. The guy who'd started this mess swallowed and reached for what little bravado he could muster. Yeah. Who'd that be? Me, of course. Are you kidding me? Roared the clowns. One among the black cats decided that some feline grace and poise was in order. Pardon me, sir. But could you tell us who you are and where we are? The stranger shifted his eyes towards the black bison, and every one of her crew felt like they lost one of their 9 lives from the look alone. He stared. And stared. And stared. Until. If you want something from someone, it's proper manners to introduce yourself. The feline peon gulped. My bad. Let's see, my name is Gigi and I am Crocus. I am keeper of the Twin Capes Lighthouse. I am 71 years old, Gemini, blood type AB, or XF if you prefer. Let me at him. Yowled the catty pirate, held back from scratching the man to shreds by his comrades. And you want to know where you are? I should think that would be obvious. Do you think this is a rat stomach? Those who'd been in denial over the fact they'd been eaten promptly lost their shit. But they don't deserve the screen time to describe it. Jin narrowed his eyes and eyed the sky above them. If this is a whale's stomach, how come it looks like the outside? He stared. And stared. And stared. Until. Would you cut that out? Howled 90% of the armada. Luffy laughed. He hadn't been around for this last time. Shishy. Can't you guys appreciate a good running gag? That was a gag. Crocus inclined his head at Luffy. The brat with the hat has a good sense of humor. He flicked his eyes back to Jin. And call it an old man's pastime. Buggy had dreaded his childhood nickname returning, but he was starting to feel put out that he'd been ignored this long. Hey. Crocus-sensei. Do you remember me? He stared. and stared. And screw it, it's not funny anymore. Oh yes, weren't you one of the ankle biters on that ship I worked on a few years back? Like knives and treasure. Had a crush on that other red-haired kid. Buggy felt like the ground dropped out beneath him. Oh wait, that was just him falling to pieces. He kept his head afloat to scream his lungs out at Crocus, which didn't really make sense. His lungs were no longer connected to his mouth, so he shouldn't have any air to vibrate his vocal cords. Are you censored? Kidding me? Censored you, old censored man. I did not censored that censored for a full minute, Shanks. I hope he censored dies and censored for graphic violence and censored for disturbing imagery while I censored for you don't even want to know, and it will be the most delicious soup I will ever have in my life. Even the whale was shocked into silence. And he didn't even hear it. Damn, muttered Zoro. Eamon hesitantly brought down his hands from where they'd been guarding the Queen Den Mushy's ears. I only heard half of that and I'm still as appalled as I am impressed, commented Kadu. I am suddenly glad I am no good with this language. Petty only nodded and patted my asa on the back. Siam raised a shaking hand. Captain. Permission to be hypnotized into getting those disgusting images wiped from my brain. He read my mind. I was about to do it to myself. Anyone else want to join in? 95 hands went up in the air. And I thought Hawkeye's was cruel, marveled Jin at his own naivety. Crocus hadn't even blinked. Sorry. My mistake. That, more than anything, proved he was a veteran of the New World. A dazed moment of silence left in the wake of Buggy's crimes against decency, the spoken word, and pretty much the entire human race to the 13th generation, with dishonorable mentions given to the minks, the giants, and the fish people and merpeople, was broken by the sound of a door slamming open. A steel door, incongruously set in the middle of the horizon, burst open to reveal a male Jesse and female James, sans Meath. They raised identical bazookas and called out, "Bye bye baby." Before they could fire, a force as mysterious and undeniable as gravity swept through the stomach. Some of the weaker members of the armada passed out, while most developed cold sweats. A precious few remained unaffected. And the two strangers fell over the edge of the platform they'd stood on, foaming at the mouth, their weapons falling from limp fingers into the sea of chloride-based acid to eventually dissolve. Before the two could suffer the same fate, two hands stretched out to grab them from midair and drag them to the deck of the Going Merry. They did not have a gentle landing, but Luffy didn't seem to care. The stretchy pirate turned to Crocus. Sorry about that. We'll deal with these two. Mind letting us all out? I don't want my ships to get digested. Crocus regarded Luffy silently. Were one especially gifted at lip reading, they might have made out, what is with that hat? Then he got out of his chair. You're cutting into my vacation time, but fine. In short order, the armada were sailing through a tunnel that, if Crocus was to believed, he had carved himself through the innards of the whale. Who was named Laboon, by the way, and was considered an Akama in full, not just a pet, of the skeleton musician. Crocus fielded all questions with little complaint, while the Straw Hats had their own discussion. It was quite a shock to see how big he had grown. I heard that island whales never stop growing, but the last time I saw him he was barely big enough for me to ride him. Yeah, I'm fairly certain he's the biggest living thing we've ever seen, Nami mused. I mean, you could lose the Mary and his pupil, for inflation's sake. I don't know. That turtle thing that showed up before Jaya was pretty huge, Usopp argued back. Tsurum was only about as big as that Oz bastard, but with his arms he felt bigger. Since he could move all around, Luffy chimed in. Hey, who'd win in a fight, Laboon or that goldfish at Little Garden? The two most normal members of the crew felt their blood freeze. Let's not find out, they both stated firmly. Luffy pouted. Aw, come on, it would be awesome to watch. Brooke hit a sweat drop. Luffy-san. I'd rather Laboon not fight at all. I mean, I'm sure he can take care of himself, but he's been hurting himself for decades because I couldn't keep my promise to him. I don't want him to suffer any more pain. Luffy frowned, but he nodded. In short order, the armada was back in natural sunlight and Crocus stayed back to reseal the hatch in his patient side. At Luffy's command, everyone docked at the lighthouses. They'd have a victory dinner, get some rest, and set out in the morning. Same as last time, just with a lot more people. Sanji paused before he entered the galley. Listen to me now, Shikigomu. Eat every bite of the elephant tuna again before the ladies can have a taste, and we will have words. Luffy shrugged. Can't be any worse than the ones Gramps had with me, but sure. I'll eat slowly. Though I thought you guys actually liked it better when I gorged myself. You all give me weird looks when we eat now. Sanji opened his mouth to respond, then he closed it. There's no winning with you, he muttered darkly before going inside to cook. While everyone who wasn't cooking was just lounging, trying to relax after a very, very long day, Brooke noticed Laboon looking at him. Since it required significant effort to align his head to look at anyone, Laboon wouldn't go to the trouble for just anything. Brooke chuckled. Okay, dear friend. It has been a while since the last time. The Revenant walked into Crocus's house and emerged with a violin and bow. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a white conch shell. He offered it to Luffy, who took it with a grin. Then, when he'd gotten his instrument in position and laid the horsehair to the strings in preparation, Brooke nodded. With care, Luffy clicked the button on the tone dial. Cheerful piano and strings began to emit from the shell, the quality of the recording such that it was like there were an invisible orchestra there on the cape. Brooke easily matched pace, adding a vibrant countermelody to the music. Buggy snapped his fingers. Now I remember. This is that old shanty. Captain Roger loved it. The clown's face shifted as if he'd been forced to swallow excrement. So did Shanks, he hissed. Luffy carefully set the dial on the ground before issuing a decree. Everyone. Time to get this party started. If you know the words, sing along. If you don't, dance and clap. This is the anthem of pirates like us. Brooke only smiled and broke out into song. Yo-ha-ho-ho, yo-ha-ho-ho. Yo-ha-ho-ho, yo-ha-ho-ho. Yo-ha-ho-ho, yo-ha-ho-ho. Yo-ha-ho-ho, yo-ha-ho-ho. Inkusu no sake wo, todak na yukuyo. Umakas kimakas namimikas. Shio no mukuta, yuhimo saagu. Sor nai wa wo kaku, tori no yuda. Sayonara minato, tsumugi no sato yo. Onto iku yudao, funade no yuda. Inpaginpa mo shibuki nai keet. Oritachi yukuzo, yumi no kajiri. Laboon was bobbing up and down in the water, sending waves that crashed against the cliffs and soaked a few of the men near the edge. But the crinkle of his eye and the wide smile on his face made it clear he was happy as a clam. The sheer emotion and mastery of his craft that Brooke and the memory of his crew put into every note had everyone on their feet. Barely a third of the men were actually singing along, but Luffy's boisterous, if toneless, tenor carried enough weight for all of them. Inkusu no sake wo, todak na yukuyo. Bararakas oku, yumi wateku. Nami wo makuranai, nagura wa funyo. Onai hatanai ketateru wa dakuro. Arashi ga kitas o, senri no soranai. Nami ga adorio, daramuneris. Akabyakas nai fukureria saigo. Asu no asahi ga nai janashi. Yoha-ho-ho, yoha-ho-ho. Yoha-ho-ho, yoha-ho-ho. Yoha-ho-ho, yoha-ho-ho. Yoha-ho-ho, yoha-ho-ho. The music died down to a solo, and as if on cue, everyone quieted down to let Brooke take center stage. Inkusu no sake wo, todak na yukuyo. Ayuka asukata yoi no yum. Hi wo firu kage nai, mui na yo. Nani wo kayakuyo, asumotsukuyo. The tone became cheery again, and Luffy brought everyone roaring back in for the finale. Inkusu no sake wo, todak na yukuyo. Onto iku yudao, anaba no yuda. Aus der demo itsuka wa honyo. Antnashi, warabanashi. Yoha-ho-ho, yoha-ho-ho. Yoha-ho-ho, yoha-ho-ho. Yoha-ho-ho, yoha-ho-ho. Yoha-ho-ho, yoha-ho-ho. Everyone started to cheer, their spirits uplifted and bodies energized as if they'd been exposed to some kind of drug. And despite their deafening volume, there was no word for the sounds coming from Laboon, other than squeals. Many clamored for an encore, and Brooke was happy to oblige. He did it without the tone dial, so others improvised their own instruments from random junk. It was much less refined, but it was somehow more real. Luffy walked away from the heart of the revelry to the edge of the cliff. He looked up at Laboon, and the captain felt when he got the whale's attention. Last time Brooke left, he and his crew left you behind because you were still too small. Now, he's going to come with us. And you're no longer a child. Luffy grinned. Laboon, would you like to come with us as we cross the Grand Line? The whale reared back and roared his approval. Woo-oh. Luffy nodded. Then he cocked his head. Huh. How are we going to get the Jolly Roger on you? If I do it, it'll suck. But I'm the only one who can stretch to reach you. In the middle of all the thankfully sober, though that would be taken care of soon, shenanigans, the two would-be whalers awoke from their induced slumber. They tried to stretch, only to find they were wrapped in rope. With some very impressive knotwork, but that was lost on them. What's going on, Mr.9? I don't know, Miss Wednesday. The last I remember was getting ready to shoot the whale's stomach. Yeah, about that, called out a strong female voice. They looked up to see a woman wearing naught but a bikini and jeans, her garnet locks flowing to her waist. Our captain likes this whale. And he hates people who won't face people in a straight fight. Not a fair fight, but at least going head to head instead of using poison or sneaking around. He wasn't going to let you perforate him from the inside. Miss Wednesday, thinking fast, tried to play the sympathy card. Please, you don't understand. Our town is having a food shortage. People are starving to death with no idea what to do. This whale would feed everyone for 2 years at least. That whale is the salvation of Whiskey Peak. Would you condemn over 100 innocent people to death for some animal? The woman rolled her eyes. Tell it to someone who cares, sweetheart. Besides, innocent is a strong word to use around Whiskey Peak. What with it being a bounty trap run by Baroque Works and all. The two frontier agents were gobsmacked. These rookies knew about their organization. MR.9 tested his bindings nervously. If you know who we are, what exactly are you planning to do with us? Their captor raised a brow. Isn't it obvious? You're our hostages. What? The party really was something. Once the men had time to recover from the fact that, yes, they had technically been eaten, they realized that they were now in the Grand Line. All their training and preparations had come to fruition, and they were finally there. It was both a celebration of all that had led them to that point and the kickoff for the start of a whole new journey. Several things happened during that party. Oh, I almost forgot. Brooke exclaimed. He ran over to Crocus's houseboat and emerged carrying a familiar black sheath. I grabbed this for you, Zoro-san. I remembered how much stronger you were once you got it. Zoro grinned like a shark as he felt the heavy weight of Shusui in his hands. Welcome back, he muttered. After thanking Brooke, Zoro reached down to belt the sword only to realize his dilemma. Huh. Right. Well, I suppose I could work on making the interior no, it wouldn't be ready anytime soon. So, one of you has to go it seems. Zoro thought about it a second. He would die before losing Wado, and Sandai Kitetsu was too dangerous for anyone but him. Yubashiri it is. At least you didn't have to die this time. Zoro used observation for a second and walked over to Kaya. Oi. You want a decent sword instead of that mass-produced junk. Kaya's mouth twisted into a mow of annoyance. My father commissioned this sword. The blade is folded steel, gold filigree is laid into the handle, and it's perfectly balanced since the tang is nearly the full width of the blade. Zoro winced but didn't start to fear for his life. This was Daisy, not Mistress. He'd learned to tell the difference for the sake of survival. It was like dealing with that Cavendish person. Sorry. What I meant is would you like Yubashiri? Kaya regarded the katana for a moment before shaking her head. No, thank you. Not my style. If I must get a better sword at one point, I'd prefer it be that elephant's own that horrendous leader of CP9 has. Usopp-kun made it sound so cute. Fair enough. Moving to the next candidate, Zoro found him holding his own sword in his teeth while balancing on his unicycle to the cheers of a crowd. Kabaji. In an instant, the swordsman of the buggy crew was at attention and his sword sheathed, his unicycle falling to the side behind him. Yes, Zoro-sensei. Zoro felt a twinge of annoyance. He wanted them to respect him as a teacher, but most of his students' abject worship was just plain bothersome. Still, that was what you get when you claimed the title of world's strongest swordsman before their very eyes. Zoro held out the lacquered ebony of his lightest blade sheath. Brooke brought me one of my old swords, so I have one extra. You want it? The hush seemed to fall over their part of the party. Are you serious? Kabaji asked, his eyes almost popping out of his head. The group that had been watching his antics had their jaws around their waists. Zoro shrugged. You're my best student. You deserve a decent sword. What, you don't want it? No, no. If you think I'm worthy of it, I'll gladly take it. Kabaji reached out and practically snatched it. He then looked down at it in reverential wonder, actually falling to his knees. This blade has drawn the blood of Mihik. The best swordsman in all the world held it in his hand. And he saw fit to bestow it upon me. This is an immeasurable honor. I shall treasure it all my life, as will my sons and their sons, and God willing, their sons throughout the ages. This is my legacy. One of the last beams of light from the setting sun seemed to fall upon the chief of staff. The men around him looked at him with awe, as if they were witnessing a miracle. They one and all bowed their heads, thanking their lucky stars that they were able to bask in this holiest of moments, this rare and priceless treasure, the realization of a man's romance. Zoro's sweat drop reached past his hair. Re-eyed. Where's the alcohol, again? Usopp adjusted the magnification on his goggles. Okay, a little more to the left. You want it to be a gentle sweeping motion, alright, just a gentle sweep. Careful of the angle. Luffy huffed and side-eyed his sniper. Do we really have to keep working on it? It's recognizable, that's good enough, right? Hey, you're the one that wanted to make him our official mascot. People will see this image and associate it forever in their minds with the Straw Hat Armada. That's not something you half-ass. Besides, we've already been doing this for 2 hours, what's a few more minutes? Luffy looked longingly at the table Sanji had set up. But the girls are eating all that cool elephant tuna. There's not going to be any left for me at this rate. Come on, I'm hungry. Usopp got an evil glint in his eye. Okay, sure, you can leave it like that. Just know that you'd be leaving your Jolly Roger, the pride and heart of our crew, behind. Just know that you'd have forever marred the face of one of our cherished Nakama by leaving your work unfinished. What would Shanks think of you doing something like that to a friend, I wonder? Luffy had gone very still. Usopp smiled victoriously. So which will it be, Luffy? Your heart or your stomach? Hat shadowed his face. His whole body quivered as two of his most fundamental desires clashed. His internal war made Marineford look like a classroom debate. Well played, Gatsby. Well played, Luffy ground out. The third mate frowned. Don't call me that. Only Kaya-chan gets to call me that. I could call you some of the other things she does, but Nami told me they're not appropriate for civilized conversation, whatever that means. Say, what is a meso? Wow, it's getting late and our dinner's getting cold. What say we finish this up, huh? Usopp interrupted, his soul all but floating out of his mouth as his captain almost asked him about that part of his life. Laboon just hummed, waiting for them to finish so the paint could dry and he could go get some food. Amino so softly tried to coax the queen to drink from a bottle. She looked a little better already, but years of neglect couldn't be undone in half a day. She looked ready to drop, even though she'd barely done anything. She hadn't had to even move since they'd gotten her. Deciding that maybe rest would be for the best, Gaiman pulled back the water. The party was getting a little loud, so he leaned in close to sing a lullaby he'd used on all the animals at one point. If I had words to make a day for you, he crooned. I'd sing you a morning, golden and true, he gently petted her head. I would make this day last for all time, her eyes were already starting to close. Give you a night deep in moonshine. That was beautiful. Damon jumped, turning to see the freaky skeleton that the captain liked so much. Gaiman felt it easier to think of it as some sort of exotic creature than a true blue member of the undead. He coughed and tried to hide his blush. It was nothing. No, I'm serious. You have a very nice voice, such a sweet timbre. And something about that song just speaks to you, you know. I could practically hear the orchestra swell. Or maybe a bass guitar and jazz organ. Oh, where are my manners? I am Brooke, the musician. And who might you be? Damon regarded the hand held out to him warily before leaning to grab it with his own immobilized one. Gaiman, the zookeeper. Brooke gave a simple shake before retreating a step. I must confess, I was a little scared to come talk to you, but I couldn't resist the music. Damon raised a corner of his unibrow. I scared you? Well, yes. I've never seen someone in a box. I keep waiting for you to jump out and attack or something. Oh, the irony, Gaiman thought. A little ways away, Mamu was still shivering. He had the strongest reaction to being introduced to Laboon's digestive tract. He had sought out the black cat he'd been listening to earlier, who was currently patting his head. Hey you guys. I think I'm his favorite, Salem said to his buddies. I'll alert the media, Saberhagen, one of them deadpanned. It's pronounced media. Meanwhile, the Kangasero's cub was in a bouncing contest with Tigafant beneath the watchful eye of his mother, while the beer pig ate honey between cowering at the tremors, and the rabble tried to break up the foolishness in order to demonstrate the proper technique with the Donkfer watched morosely, making a whistling sound as it breathed through its gapped teeth. In an alternate dimension, the sentient stuffed animals of a certain British schoolboy took a moment from playing in their hectare woodland to sneeze. Nami finished the last bite of her fillet. Say what you will about Sanji and his many flaws, but the man could cook. Besides, this was a prime ingredient in the first place. She could almost forgive Luffy for eating it all to the bones last time. Almost. Hey, aren't we going to get anything? Whined a certain undercover princess. Nami glanced at Miss Wednesday. She loved Vivi, she really did, but she sure could be a bitch while she was in character. You have water and rice, don't you? That's not food. That's barely a snack. Though the closest thing to a saint that Nami was ever likely to meet in her lifetime, it would seem Vivi hadn't gone through a royal upbringing without becoming a little spoiled. Tough. That's all you're getting. Though Sanji would probably whip up a 5-course meal if she managed to ask him directly. The frontier agent grit her teeth. Cold, heartless bitch, she muttered. I'm not a cold, heartless bitch, Nami countered. I'm the cold, heartless bitch. Mr. Nine spoke up. Look, we're really not that valuable to our organization. We're barely above the bottom, to tell the truth. It's highly doubtful that they'll shell out anything for us. And if you're planning on using us as shields or something, you should know that Baroque Works thinks nothing of disposing of members to fulfill the mission. So, really, you'd be better off if you just let us go. Nami gave him a flat look. You'd still keep the bullets off us if they fire. And I think you're more valuable than you think. I'm pretty sure I can get 1 billion beery for your little partner alone. The acrobatic baseball enthusiast felt his whole body turn white. What kind of woman was this? There's a special spot in hell reserved just for you, he hissed. Yes, there is. It's called a throne. Nami-san. Nami looked away from her horrified captives to look at Kaya. She tried not to jump. She was the scariest girl on the crew. Not Kaya. Kaya was an amateur, a newcomer. She had no idea what Nami could dish out. She didn't bat an eye at the monster trio in a tantrum, she wasn't going to be cowed by some pampered slip of a girl. An isle ain't just a river in Arabasta. What is it? Kaya looked contrite. Listen, I know that I've put you through a lot with my and Usopp Kun's, activities. And even though I paid you, it still feels like I've been taking advantage of you and just being rude anyway. And now that Elvita-sen has joined the crew, it just seems far too selfish of me to kick you all out for my sake. So I'd just like to inform you that I relinquish my, bedroom privileges. You will be able to go to bed whenever you want without fear or disgust. My sincerest apologies for all your discomfort up to this point. That's great. Nami smiled, her tone grateful and bubbly. In the same voice, she asked, what's the real reason? Kaya's eyes lid closed with a smile, and her entire aura shifted. I've decided to explore the thrills of exhibitionism and the fear of getting caught by defiling every other room and surface on my ship. Once that wears off, I'll impose a ban so that we can only do it on islands. I figure if I deny my little boy and have him bottle it up, it will be even more fun when I allow him to let loose. Good for you, Nami replied, her face green but still smiling. I had to ask. I never would have pegged Usopp as that kind of guy. Maybe she just bullied him into it. And just for the record, Nami-san, I want you to know that I am not a bully. I discipline because I care. Nami felt her blood run cold. How this was the sniveling girl that couldn't bring herself to fire a gun at a man she thought had killed a friend and betrayed her. Love brings out the best in all of us, don't you think? The former heir said airily. Well, that was all the confirmation she needed to never ever fall in love. In fact, a life without love is hardly worth living, I think. Was that a threat? But that's just my opinion. Taking pity on the navigator, Kaya turned to regard the hostages. Are these two giving you any grief? Nami felt her mouth spread into a smile that would make the devil himself whimper like a puppy. Her Schadenfreude senses were tingling. Just a tad. And I'd much rather be enjoying the party. I really need to unwind. Oh, you poor dear. I'll take over for you. Go have fun. I know I will. Taking one last look at the faces of the Baroque Works agents rapidly turning blue, Nami walked away. Sorry Vivi. Better you than me. Now then, Kaya said sweetly. Let's review the proper etiquette for being taken prisoner by pirates, shall we? The screams could not be heard above the noise of the party. Zeph brought the loaded cracker up to his nose and breathed deeply. That done, he brought it to his mouth, where his highly trained and sensitive palate was flooded with salty, savory flavor. He chewed slowly and with consideration until his saliva began to interfere with the flavor. After swallowing, he stroked his mustache, mentally reviewing every iota of the sensory experience. Finally, he let out a huff of defeat. Damn it. I still can't figure it out. What is that secret ingredient? Crocus smiled smugly. That dies with me. The two veterans were sitting to the side of all the hoopla, sharing a bowl of Crocus's special dip. So Crocus spoke up. As the gatekeeper of the Grand Line, he met every pirate brave or foolish enough, or both, to tackle the world's most dangerous ocean. Some stuck out more than others. The captain, who was also the cook that insisted on making him a feast as a show of respect, had left a lasting good impression. I was surprised to see you again. Piracy is a young man's game. What convinced you to come along on this cockamamie voyage? Zeph snorted. Who you calling old? I've got another 100 years left in me at least. Besides, we're only as old as we feel, right? Taking another bite of the exquisite spread, Zeph sighed. In all seriousness, it was kind of decided for me. Brat managed to seduce all my men from under my nose. They probably would have jumped ship to follow him if I didn't agree to sail with him. And I figured between the three colors, a certain initial, mastery of the 6 powers and a paramecia, enough bases were covered that it wouldn't be total suicide. Then I watched that green-haired one beat Dracula. Anyone who can make someone on that level defer to their will is probably worth following, don't you think? You don't say, Crocus mused. He glanced at the drinking swordsman. I thought that hat looked familiar. How'd someone like that wind up in East Blue with no one hearing of them? Zeph frowned. Believe me, I wonder that myself. There's something off about them. I even started to notice it with my blonde brat. But they don't seem to mean any ill, so I let it slide. Now that you mention it, the brat back from the dead seemed to know they were coming. And for the life of me I can't imagine how they could have ever met. Crocus snorted. Maybe they're all from the future where they were already a crew in the new world. Zeph snorted. Yeah, right. You're getting senile, flower eggplant. Crocus shrugged. Stranger things have happened. Crocus-san. The lighthouse keeper turned to see one of the pirates from this armada looking at him with confusion. He was wearing a very odd hat, with animal ears. Seriously, the things these kids wore nowadays. What is it? He asked gruffly. Well, you see, the kid sputtered. He was actually probably late 20s, but they were all brats as far as he was concerned. Captain Buggy recognized you, and you said you remember him from when you were on a ship and he was young. Yes. He drawled. He saw where this was going, but he got his kicks from drawing people out on a limb. Ah, the thing is Captain Buggy was only on one other ship before he founded our crew. That's so? Yes. And, if you both know each other from that time, that would mean you were part of the crew on that ship too, right? I guess it does. Boji gulped. But then wouldn't that mean, doesn't that make you? Oh, for the love of God, just spit it out, you furry eggplant. Zeph groaned. A beat. Were you part of Gold Roger's crew? Crocus did not stare. Yes, I was. Doctor. I just tagged along to find out what happened to Laboon's old crew, but that crazy bastard dragged me the rest of the way to the end of the line. Boji nodded, a dazed expression on his face. Then all at once he seemed to reclaim himself and put his fingers in his mouth, giving a piercing whistle. Guys, it's true. In an instant, the spectacled man was mobbed. What does Raftel look like? Were you friends with the Dark King Rayleigh? Can I have your autograph? Help me. Crocus called out desperately, sticking out one arm above the crowd before it was lost, as the mob all but abducted him to move him to the rest of his newfound fans deeper in the party. I could but I won't. Zeph dipped a finger into the bowl of dip and sucked off the ambrosial condiment. That's what you get for calling me old. Jin, Django, and Buggy sat in a circle, empty plates before them and their crews drunk and dancing around them. Jin coughed. Django fiddled with his sunglasses. Buggy adjusted his hat. The awkward level was over 9,000. So Django offered, only MHMM, Buggy hummed. Great party, Jin commented. Sure, yeah. MHMM. Kinda reminds me of another party. Well, I mean, you've been to one pirate party, you've been to them all, right? MHMM. Actually, I was thinking it was a bit like that party in Kokoyashi. Really? MHMM? Man, that was a wild night, wasn't it? Oh, yeah. Things sure got weird. MHMM. Yeah. The air was deader than the poor soul that told Big Mom she should go on a diet. Jin sighed. Look, about what we did that night. What part of never talk about it ever again did you not understand? Django screamed at whisper volume. I'm not listening to this. Nope, nope, Boogie stated, detaching his ears and tucking them in his pocket. Jin grit his teeth. Look. We need to hash this out. We can't even look at each other. And that's only going to become a bigger and bigger problem from here on out. What happens if one of us is in danger and one of us can save them, but we hesitate because of this damn elephant in the room? Let's just get our shit in order, okay? For the armada. Django looked like he was being forced to eat a live goldfish, but he finally ground out for the armada in reluctant agreement. Buggy stood up. I can't be here for this. Just talk into these. With that, the detachable man tossed them both one of his living, still functioning ears and vanished into the party. Jin sighed and held the ear cupped in his hand while he spoke to Django in hushed tones. Look, we were all drunk. Let's just put that on the record, okay? We barely knew what we were doing. Django nodded. Right, right. Booze makes you do weird stuff. And hell, I barely remember it. The hypnotist had to hide a shiver, proving he was lying. Jin decided to take pity on the clearly uncomfortable captain. It's not like what we did was gay or anything. There was a girl there. That's right. That is right. There was a girl there. So it was all about her. We were just a couple of bros teaming up on a nice skank. That's all it was. Django seemed to be searching for an open container. And even the parts where it wasn't even her, that was just getting caught up in the moment. We were horny, we couldn't see straight, it was an accident. Yes, it was an accident. So it doesn't count. And hey, she seemed to like it, so it was still just for the lady. Putting on a show, it meant nothing. Nothing. Django's face looked like a ripe cranberry. I hate Shanks. They heard randomly from the crowd. Yes, Buggy, you didn't have a crush on that other guy. And that night doesn't make you any less of a man. And if it maybe felt a little good, well, that doesn't mean anything. It's supposed to. I mean, that's why guys who are like that do it. Yeah, it was an involuntary response. Simple biology. Just a weird physical reaction. Django was staring at his crotch as if it had betrayed him. Jin was starting to wish he'd never brought this up. And, hey, it's not like it was a crime. And if it was, who cares? We're pirates. We're fucking degenerates. Just some depraved souls free to do whatever they want. We party every night because we know each one might be our last. Got to seize every moment for what it's worth. So there's nothing wrong with something if we all enjoyed it. And we did enjoy that, right? Well, I guess it wasn't torture or anything, Django managed. Life is such a joy. Right? So there's nothing to be ashamed of. It was just another fun night, nothing wrong with that, and we should all be okay with that. 'Cause we're pirates, and pirates have fun. All kinds of fun. Even that kind of fun, and it's okay. We never have to have it again if we don't want, because we don't have to do anything we don't want, since we're pirates. Here. It's a pirate's life for me. Savvy. Jin breathed out. So, we're all good. Dango bit his cheek, glanced at Jin, then off into the crowd, before sighing and looking like he dropped 50 pounds as he did so. Fine, yeah, we're good. We're all flashy bastards. Jin nodded, glad that the issue was finally put to rest. A beat. The Devilman blushed. Hypothetically, if we did want to have that kind of fun again someday. There was a crash somewhere, and some of the buggy pirates that still had their wits about them made sounds of distress. Dango leaned away. Whoa, bro. You do whatever you want, but I got a girlfriend, man. There was a cackle from the same direction. Jin gave his fellow captain a flat stare. Is that what you call that poor girl you stalk? Seriously, if you want her to notice you, why don't you just hypnotize her or something? Dango adopted a winded expression. What do you take me for? I would never do that. It's unethical. Oh, but it's okay to give her amnesia so often you can set your watch to it. What she doesn't know won't hurt her. Whatever, dude. So you're out. What about you, Buggy? Open to indulging in the hedonistic lifestyle of men at sea? Water spouted into the air as if someone on their back gave a massive spit take. Dango gaped. Wait, you're serious? I mean, no judging, but I never would have thought you were that. Jin sighed. Look, I don't know that I am. I just know I got no shot with Nami, Kaya is taken, the new girl is an unknown, and you apparently have dibs on Kadu. So what does that leave me? Dango tilted his head. You do have a point there. And what's that old pirate adage? Take what you can. If nothing back, yeah. But that's about slack on the lines when pulling a ship into port. It just happens to be worded so it also reflects our general attitude. Whatever, man. Forget I said anything. Jin got up and walked away. Once he was far enough away, he brought up the ear still in his hand to his lips. Buggy. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. It's just that that night was the best I ever had. And I sort of can't stop thinking about the possibilities the power to detach things affords. So if you ever feel open to having a little, fun, I'll be waiting. The ear turned vermilion. Not the rose quartz of the slightly embarrassed or the tomato red of the mildly abashed. Vermilion. The color of carnal shame. Jin let it go, and it floated off into the distance. Jin took a deep breath, wondering if the last 10 minutes had really just happened, and looked up at the sky. Why do I get the sense that some unknowable all-powerful being smoked crack when they decided to mess with my sex life? Because woo-oh. Hey buddy, we gotta get out of here, let's go run. Let's go fucking run. Let's run like we're fucking lions and tigers and bears. Woo. A.N. No drugs were actually used in the writing of this scene. The day dawned bright and early. Luffy had woken up the men, spread out between the ships and the shore, fresh as a daisy like always. Men who had tiredly begun to prepare for a hangover workout didn't know whether to be pleased or terrified when their captain said, "No training today, boys. We're going to have our hands full just getting to the first island in one piece." Shishy. The captain took a moment to talk to Crocus before they set out. Hey, you sure you don't want to come along? We're not getting our doctor for like 3 weeks and Laboon's coming with us, you know. Crocus rolled his eyes. I promised to look after the whale until the Rumber Pirates returned. And they did. That's my duty done. And I'm too old to keep up with all you whippersnappers. A shadow seemed to pass over him. Besides, if I went with you, I'd have fanboys. Luffy shrugged. Oh well, if you're sure. See you, flower guy. Beware the fanboys. Beware. Shouted the possessed ex-pirate. Luffy stretched over to his special seat and gave the command. Alright, everyone. Set sail. For Whiskey Peak. Aye. Brooke waved teary-eyed at a submerging Laboon. See you tonight, Laboon. Just follow the music. You'll be safer underwater and we don't want you to terrify everyone who sees us, but I'll still miss you. This isn't goodbye, it's just see you later. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yohoho. Sanji breathed deeply of his morning dose of nicotine. I see serious separation anxiety in that shitty Afro's future. Oh, so now you're psychic, you asymmetric chimney? Challenged Zoro. You want to get even uglier, Scarface. Though I doubt it's even possible. So you admit you're not strong enough to do it, dandelion hair? No, I'm saying you're so ass-backwards hideous the only wife you could possibly have would be blind. Probably deaf too, to deal with your shitty attitude, seaweed brain. At least I'd have a wife, you philandering playboy. How many bastards do you have by now? Unless it's all an act and you're overcompensating to hide the fact you're what's the word, oh yeah, virgin. Asp you take that back, sir. Make me, virgin. That's rich coming from a guy who's never even looked at a woman and whose most precious possessions are a trio of phallic instruments. One of which you carry in your mouth. How'd you like that, huh? Guess you like swords more than sheaths, huh? See, I know you're trying to insult me, but all I hear is jealous virgin, jealous virgin. You want to go, man, you want to go. Sure. I can take 2 minutes out of my day to kick your ass. The two of them were chomping at the bit, ready to go at each other's throats. The delicate cough was made into an elegant hand. The pair froze. Zoro-san. I believe I told you 2 days ago that your injuries would not be fully healed for a week. You are under doctor's orders not to engage in any strenuous activity in that time. While you might think otherwise, engaging in an honor duel with Sanji-san is, in my opinion, the very definition of strenuous activity. And I know you would not disrespect all the work I have done to aid your recovery by doing anything to exacerbate your wounds. Right. Zoro's hand twitched, aching to draw his blade. But after she tilted her head, he conceded defeat and took his hand off. No, I wouldn't. The nurse nodded. She turned to her fellow blonde. And Sanji-san. I wonder at you for provoking him when you knew he was banned from fighting. I really do. Sanji's face turned bluer than his shirt. Kaya-sama, the thing is. Her smile widened. Didn't you have some dishes to dry? Seizing the out with glee, Sanji all but teleported into the kitchen. Her work done, Kaya went back over to Usopp and watched with fascination over his shoulder as he mixed chemicals to create one of his stars. Off the side, Nami had a bemused expression on her face. I honestly don't know if I'm bothered that she did it before I could or glad that there's someone else on board who can defuse those two. What is wrong with me? I'm supposed to be the sane one. Zoro yawned. Well, if I don't get to fight the swirly brow, I think I'll take a little nap. The navigator's hand reached out with a mind of its own. Zoro's movement was halted by her grip on his shoulder, which was such that she could have snapped his collarbone with a flex. He looked back over his shoulder, mildly annoyed, only to see a very familiar orange aura around Nami. Oh, no you don't, she spat, a subsonic growl beneath each word. Last time, you went into your stupid voluntary coma while the rest of us had to tackle New World level weather right out of the gate. You even had the gall to call us lazy when you woke up to see us exhausted on the deck with no idea of what we had to go through. Dealing with the seasons changing within the same second, icebergs, tornadoes, everything short of a goddamn meteor shower or rain of toads. Well, not this time. You are going to stay up and adjust the sails and run around like a decapitated chicken just like everybody else, or so help me I will raise your debt so high you'll be having yourself turned into the Marines for the bounty and having Luffy save you just so you can make a dent in your weekly payment. Do I make myself clear? Zoro would deny it to his dying breath, but in that moment Nami scared him. Yes. Nami let go and was suddenly sunshine and roses. Good. Get up in the crow's nest, you. We need to spot those icebergs and you can just jump to the mast when you need to. Zoro grumbled as he walked off. Stupid, overreacting witch. How bad could it be? Nami watched him go, looked down at her hand bemusedly, before shrugging. Who am I kidding? My sanity was forfeit long ago. Within minutes, the conflicting magnetic fields and climates of the first 7 islands nearest Reverse Mountain showed themselves. Pearl stuck out his tongue. I can't believe it's snowing. I mean, just a minute ago it was all nice and warm. Buggy was in the midst of a panic attack. So it begins, he hissed. Lyasa breathed deeply of the frosty air. Ah. Reminds me of motherland. Bleh. What's so nice about snow? Don't you all realize that it's just frozen water? We're going to get wet. And cats hate getting wet. Siam complained at the crew who were making snow angels. You're taking the costume thing a bit too seriously, man, complained an underling. Mo was following Nami's orders to the letter. But as his crew indulged in wintertime fun, he began to wish he could join in. Hey, Nami-sensei. Remind me again why I'm not allowed to look up. The sound of a bullhorn screeching as it turned on disrupted the cheery atmosphere. Because common sense has abandoned us all to the whims of chaos, that's why. Compasses don't work here and there's absolutely no landmarks around. The only thing letting you know your ship hasn't been turned a full 180 degrees is that little needle in the orb you're holding. The moment you take your attention off it is the moment you, your crew, and your entire ship run shit out of luck. That goes for all of you. I don't care if it starts raining candy or a topless mermaid washes up on deck. You will keep your eye on the log pose. Yes, Nami-sensei. Called out her terrified students. Aya walked up next to Nami, whom despite the weather was still in her usual minimal attire. Are you sure you aren't going a little overboard, Nami-san? The heiress took a sip of her morning coffee, looking downright adorable in her earmuffs and puffy coat. Nami eyed the warm beverage with envy. But she knew that she soon would have no spare time to make it, let alone drink it. Ask me that again in 10 minutes. Nami called out behind her. Oi, Butterfingers. Since you're so weak, your only job is to work the helm. So don't mess it up, got it? "Got it, Nami-san," replied Alvida meekly. There had been an incident earlier that involved an overly helpful Alvida who hadn't gotten the hang of her powers and about 60% of the China on board. Suffice to say her new nickname was well earned. "Haya-chan. Look upon the artwork of my soul. I call it Snow Queen," Usopp called, standing proud next to a sculpture of snow that was clearly modeled after someone close to the sniper's heart. "Oh, Gatsby. It's beautiful," gushed Kaya. "Nami Swan. Are you sure you don't want me to do just a little snow shoveling of Love crooned Sanji from within the galley. "Yes, yes. It'll get washed off soon enough. Just keep making the snacks to get us through the next few hours while we have the time," she deadpanned. "I'll make enough to feed 2 Luffys by the time the wind changes, this I swear." Melorine. "Man, this guy is whipped," Mr. Nine muttered. "I'm cold." "Don't they have any kind of heating system?" complained Miss Wednesday. Aya turned to face them with the sound of a creaking door. "Did you two say something?" "No ma'am," they both shouted, suddenly rigid in perfect posture. "Remind me what you're doing in there again, please." Mr. Nine was sweating bullets. "We are staying still and quiet and not making a fuss, as is proper for prisoners to do. And might I say just how generous and gracious wardens you all are," tacked on Miss Wednesday, her eyes blank as if her life were flashing before her eyes. Aya giggled and the sound sent chills down their spines. "I'm glad to hear you're being so polite, but you misunderstand. I meant why are you in there when you could be outside doing work?" The two gulped. "Because we're hostages," the Redeed offered. "And hostages are supposed to stay put until told otherwise," the undercover princess guessed. "Ah, I see the problem. Those are the rules for when we're on land. When we're at sea, hostages have nowhere to run. So for all intents and purposes, they're part of the crew of the ship. And we have a rule on this ship." Kaya held up a finger, the motion filled with all the authority of fate itself. "Those who do not work do not eat." As if on cue, both their stomachs growled. So fast they left in afterimage, the two vanished from the relative haven of the galley to appear on deck. They began to shovel as if their lives depended on it. "Hey, watch it. You almost messed up, Snow King." "It looks fantastic, darling." Kaya called out, once again just a charming young woman. It had gone from funny to irritating to terrifying and back 3 or 4 times by now. "No wall stands in the way of a true lady. Not even the 4th," Kaya whispered to the wind. Gulp. Brooke sipped deeply from his cup of tea, seated at the same table the two had just vacated. The Baroque Works agents had been too polite to react to the skeleton's presence. He sighed. "I miss Laboon." Alvida glanced at him. Hasn't it only been half an hour?" It goes without saying that the look Brooke sent her was empty. He had no eyeballs. "Your point being?" Luffy paused from crafting Mr. Snowman 2.0 to look at the sky. His trademark grin split his face. "Break's over, everyone. The fun's about to start." The flash of lightning and crackle of thunder punctuated his statement. As the sky began to experience static electricity's baddest grandpa, the ships were suddenly hit with a fierce headwind. What's going on? This weather is insane," grumbled one of the peddlers on the Baroque. Zeph snorted from his spot by the periscope. "This is the Grand Line. The wind, the sky, the waves, the clouds, you can't trust any of them on this ocean." He paused. "Makes for some nice evolutionary conditions. The fish here are some of the best in the world. If I didn't know it would tear, I'd be dragging a net behind us right now." Dango was almost blinded as a worryingly close fork made the snow on deck flash blindingly. "Why do I get the feeling things are about to get very, very weird?" Shemp eyed the huddled forms of the pets. "What's with them?" "It's their instinct," said Gaiman, right in the middle with his precious nakama of 20 years. "Instinct?" questioned Moji, who was trying and failing to fend off Richie's attempts to cuddle him like a teddy bear. "When animals sense bad weather coming, they sit." Some of the Dawn crew were having pretty serious flashbacks. "Woj. You sure you can get us through this time?" The charitable pirate, and wasn't that just a contradiction in terms, shakily nodded. I think so. We have a log pose this time. Can't believe I never heard of those." Nami-sensei said she found them after looking for 5 minutes in Logtown. Jin grimaced. Krieg didn't bother to do any research. He just charged in and trusted his guns and army of human shields would save him. Don Luffy won't ever make that mistake. "Yeah. The Don would never charge blindly into a fight and risk the lives of his crew," agreed one of the nearby extras. Luffy sneezed. "Huh. I sense a disturbance in the voice." As if the entire world laughed its ass off at once and then bitter ironic silence. "Who must be a mystery." Nami sighed as the sails buckled and the ship started to veer slightly from the sheer strength of the storm wind. "I'd say turn the brace yard, but why waste my breath?" In that moment, the wind turned on a dime to come from the side. The storm clouds vanished as quickly as they arrived, the sun came out and the temperature at least doubled. Ah, the first sign of spring, sighed Buggy cheerfully, retreating to his happy place. Uchi felt his heartbeat double time as he desperately tried to calculate how to adjust to the wind without crashing into anyone. Heave. Heave like you're being paid for it. Heave or I'll sit on you. Eddie spotted something as he tried to keep the Barates foresail from tearing. Owner. Pot of dolphins off the port bow. Should I fetch the harpoons? Dude, you'd eat flipper. What is the matter with you? Demanded Karn. One of the Dawn pirates, one of the oldest and proudest members of the fleet by the name of Frederick, panicked when he spotted something from the crow's nest. Iceberg, dead ahead. Usopp gripped the rail as the waves suddenly tripled in height and made the ship rock. Luffy, smash it. Or Zoro, slice it. Sanji, melt it. Someone do something about the wall of steel hard ice before we crash. On it. Luffy called, raising his leg high as he jumped into the air. Gomu Gomu no Tempest Axe. He brought down his leg with all the weight and recoil of his body, sending what wasn't so much a blade as a pillar of energy at the offending sea glacier, obliterating it to ice chips. Luffy landed, then looked up. Huh, good that I did that quick. This fog is making it hard to see. Zoro felt his eye twitch as he watched the weather experience more shifts than an ADHD squirrel's focus. Okay, maybe the witch had a point. The Barati shuddered as it collided with a submerged chunk of the iceberg that was still big. Breach. Shouted the peddlers as they leaped to their feet to escape the water already up to their ankles. Who said you could stop peddling, you shitty baby eggplants? Roared Zephas, without even looking away from the periscope. He hooked an iron plate from near his shoe up into the air and kicked it with such force that it embedded itself into the wall around the leak, effectively plugging it. The chefs gulped and went back to their bikes. On second thought, drowning was a better way to go than being cooked alive as punishment. The crew of the Bees in Black all fell to their feet as the ship shook. There was much creaking and groaning of wood as the Blitz was forced to bend around the ship, unable to plow through. Watch where you're going. Screamed the indignant cats. Give us a break. We're blind in this fog. Shot back the harried Yakuza. Gale force winds came from nowhere to blow the fog away. Unfortunately, it also began to tear the sails. They can canvas. Bellowed Nami. Butterfingers, hard as starboard. Alvida grunted as she focused all her strength into tilting the wooden lever, only for it to slip from her hands and her to slide across the floor until her head hit the wall. Are you kidding me? She cried out. I've got it. Brooke shouted, putting his full weight into shoving the helm. Unfortunately, as someone light enough to run on water, that wasn't saying much. Miss Wednesday looked into the black horizon with hollow eyes. It's coming, she whispered. The Baji clutched his new sword to his chest as he witnessed a Class 4 cyclone form and touch down into the water, barely a stone's throw in front of them. What is wrong with this ocean? He howled in terror. Do you want the list in alphabetical order or by fucking flashy category? Buggy facetiously hollered, his head hovering over the crew as he coordinated his various parts to help around the ship. Mamu seriously considered just swimming away. But what if the scary two legs sent the big blue fish after him? So, crying silent tears of defeat, he kept pace with the ships. The world dissolved into sweat and panic and adrenaline. The armada sailed through a labyrinth of nautical nightmares, pushing themselves to the limit to keep up with the demands of survival, lest they fall short and cross over into the great unknown. Food was a bite of onigiri before dropping it in the rush to the next crisis. Drink whatever rain was caught in your mouth before it was washed down by seawater as a wave washed over the deck and nearly took you with it. Every minute was an age, every second a burning agony as weary bodies cried out for relief. Many a man became convinced that they would die there in that swirling chaos of wind and waves. And still they pushed on, driven by the weight of their nakama at their backs and the undaunted laughter of their captain. Nature threw everything it had at them. And they endured. Until, at long last, it ended. The 5 ships floated gently, bopping up and down through the calm water. Battered and bruised, but still standing. Seagulls flew serenely on the breeze. The pirate coalition, to a man, were laid out flat on the decks. Bodies trembled as oxygen-starved muscles refused to move, but overstimulated nerves forced them to anyway. Blood stained the deck from countless blisters that had formed and burst on their hands and feet. Quite a few drooled, too exhausted even to swallow or close their jaws. Zoro wiped sweat from his brow, trying to breathe through the pain of lactic acid, setting his mending muscles aflame. Damn. How the hell did I sleep through that last time? If even you don't know, perhaps we're not meant to, moaned Usopp, his head pillowed on Kaya's chest. The heiress herself lay shell-shocked, 1,000-yard stare looking up into the clear blue sky. She didn't even seem aware he was there. Oh, my aching bones, groaned Brooke, collapsed into a pile near the mast. I think I pulled something in my soul. That doesn't make any sense, snarled Sanji, staring forlornly at the tip of the cigarette in his mouth. Short of spontaneous combustion, he wasn't going to enjoy it. It hurt too much to pull out his lighter. Luffy frowned from his special seat down at the prone frontier agents. It really is pretty mean of you guys to attack people right after they go through that. I mean, that's just not fair. So this is my lowest point, Vivi whispered to herself. Getting a lecture on fairness from a pirate. Mr. Nine was too busy watching the red spots to say anything. The other crews were hardly better off. Worse, actually. They were in far inferior physical condition to 3/5 of the Going Merry's current population. Anyone have a nice clam I can crawl into? Panted Pearl. He had dumped his shields early on, figuring he couldn't afford to waste stamina lugging them around. His shirt had been lost in a rogue wave, so everyone could see the various claw marks crisscrossing his husky body, souvenirs of his time in the jungle. If you have the energy to make puns about your name, you didn't work as hard as the rest of us, barked Hustle. Dango sighed. You know, it's times like these when I regret not fucking off to an island somewhere, hypnotizing the locals into thinking I'm their god, and living carefree for the rest of my life. You know, spoke up Whiskers, the Kumate tribe of cannibals believe that any god that walks the earth must be trapped in mortal form. Thus it is their duty and honor to release them from their fleshy prison. Django gulped. Never mind. If I never see a storm cloud again, it will be too soon, Larry whined piteously. Buggy's hat shadowed his face. You think that was bad? There's an island in the New World where it rains lightning. Larry chuckled, thinking his captain was trying to distract him from his pain by making up a ridiculously worse thing to compare it to. Right. And is there also an island where you can run on the wind? A blue mist seeped from Buggy's pores. You think you're joking? Adu's eyes hurt to blink. Oh yeah, I'm definitely digging into my stash of kratom tonight. In the bowels of the Barady, a cook named Lance known for his strong arm in tenderizing meat was the only one still pedaling. I think I'm starting to like this cycling thing. What are you on, dope? Growled the other 15. Zeph climbed the stairs to the restaurant level to find the whole place in complete disarray. Shattered porcelain was strewn across the floor and the chairs had somehow arranged themselves into a barricade at the door, blocking the cooks on sale duty from coming back in. I'm not paying for this, he muttered. Nami felt the sudden urge to cut off the next mustache she saw. Shaking her head at the random thought, she searched for the bullhorn. Finding it somehow in the heart of her tangerine grove, she called out to the rest of the armada. Sound off. Who's not dead? Over 300 groans sounded back. Shake it off, boys. The worst is over. That was 7 islands fighting each other. From here on out, it's only going to be 2 or 3. The majority of the exhausted men perked up at that. Until the second half of the Grand Line, where the power and range of each island is exponentially greater, and we may literally wind up surfing at tsunami in order to escape a flaming whirlpool. The ripple caused by all the pirates slamming their heads against the deck actually generated a decent wave. But that's not for a while. And it stabilizes around each island. Which is why we're all enjoying a lovely summer day. Land ho, boys. Say hello to Cactus Island. The armada staggered to their feet. They all looked at the horizon and were treated to their first glimpse of a Grand Line island. That's a funny looking island. What big cacti. We might be here a while the log sets. Don't you hate it when you have to use the same word twice in a row? I don't know about that. But didn't Nami-sama mention those 2 that tried to attack Laboon were from here? If we're using them as hostages, that must mean the people there are pretty hostile. Can you imagine the kind of tequila you could make from those boogers? Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday eyed each other. As one, they sprung to their feet and dashed for the railing. Thanks for the ride, honey. She called out. Bye-bye, babies. He tacked on. The 2 leaped, going into textbook diving position, their escape all but complete, only to be yanked out of the air by 2 rubbery limbs. The Baroque Works agents found themselves jerked back into the crushing grip of something too strong to be called a hug. Why you trying to run, guys? Don't you want to introduce us to your friends? You wouldn't want to miss the party we're going to have, right? Shushy. Transparent copies of themselves seemed to fly up and out of the 2 of them. See, they had forgotten one crucial fact. Luffy was Kaya's captain. They were dead. Like, so dead. Like OMG dead. Oh dear. It seems the lesson didn't take. We shall have to remedy that. The pair turned the sickly gray of a corpse. Correction. They were dead and buried. What's that I hear? My hostages tried to make a break for it before I could ransom them. The blue and an orange puddle seemed to ooze out of Luffy's arms onto the deck. Further correction. They were dead, buried, decomposed, reincarnated as grass, that grass eaten by a cow, and about to be shat out as manure. Some days, it just doesn't pay to attempt a jailbreak. NTS on fire. Well, not really. I don't feel that mean. What to do? He scratched his chin before bonking his fist against his palm. I got it. Oh Zoro. Do something intimidating. Eh? Can't you see I'm drinking here? Replied a freakishly scarred man in a green robe. He laid down a wine barrel as big as he was, which he had been drinking straight from the plug hole. Miss Monday was mildly impressed, being the best drinker on the island. "Oh, come on. I'm not asking for a light show or anything. Just a little something to get these guys' attention. Captain's orders." He tacked on, pouting like a child. "Fine, fine," grumbled the man. He stood up and turned to face one of the cactus rocks that gave the island its name. He drew a sword with a black blade, just one of the three belted to his waist. Igaram noticed. He held the sword above his head in a standard high stance. "Itoryu. Baki, one sword style. Horse demon." He called out, bringing the sword down in a vertical slash. There was a whoosh of displaced air, oddly louder than it should have been, and then the unholy thunder of a rock slide. Dust rose from nowhere to obscure the rock the greenhead had aimed at. But there was no way he was to blame, right? He'd been several hundred feet away. Igaram had heard of so-called flying blade attacks, but surely no one could make one powerful enough to. Igaram felt his jaw dislocate as it dropped until he felt the ground brush his chin. The dust had cleared. The cactus rock had been split in half. Right down the middle. As if a knife the size of the moon had carved its way through. As he watched, little pieces of rock fell off the sides of the brand new cliff to tumble towards the ground. Straw Hat giggled. "Shishy. Thanks, Zoro." "So," he said, addressing Igaram again. "You guys going to hear me out now?" Igaram slowly closed his mouth and cleared his throat, without his usual lyrical flourish. "We are listening," he answered, sure that he spoke for every agent behind him. He glanced once more at the reformed piece of the landscape. Intently. "Alright. Attention, Baroque Works," shouted the pirate captain, seeming to almost swell with all the air that went into the yell. "My name's Luffy. Nice to meet you guys. To those of you who don't know me, I'm the captain of the Straw Hat Armada. And I got a proposition for you guys." Miss Monday spoke up. "What does a pirate want with a crime syndicate?" He narrowed his eye at her. "Well, if you'd stop interrupting me, I'd tell you," he retorted childishly. He even stuck out his tongue. This was the kid worth 99 million. Then Igaram looked at the ruined hill again. Oh, right. This kid was in charge of the guy that did that. He could be as childish as he wanted. "Okay, so here's the thing. Baroque Works is an organization that specializes in theft, bribery, bounty hunting, and even assassination. Not very nice things. But the reason you do them, assuming you're not a total jerk, is because you've all been promised a place in a quote-unquote ideal nation the boss is going to create. If you work hard, the better your position will be in this ideal nation. So, basically, you're all crawling over each other to steal the most loot, bring in the biggest bounty, and complete the most mission. All for the promise to stand on top in this ideal nation. I got all that right?" Igaram gulped. He had a bad feeling about this. Essentially, yes. That's why people join Baroque Works. MHMM. And that all sounds great. But I just got one question for all of you, Luffy drawled. "Why are you all idiots?" "What?" screamed the indignant millions. "It's not idiotic to strive for paradise," shouted one. "To go from street trash to nobility in a perfect land, that's my dream," called another. "If we work hard, the boss will reward us well," yelled a guy near the front. "There," Luffy called, pointing at the last one to speak. "Right there. That's what I'm trying to get at. The boss will reward you, you say?" The peon nodded. "That's right." "Really?" Luffy asked doubtfully. "How do you know? You ever meet this boss guy?" The million seemed to shrink. No. I've never actually met him. But do you even know his name? Or what he looks like?" "Well, no. None of us do. That's one of the biggest rules of Baroque Works. Right? You lie and cheat and kill for a man you can't even be sure exists. Doesn't that sound just a little silly?" None of you know each other's names. You all have a codename and nothing more. Sure, it's cool and can make you all feel like spies. Dude, it also means none of you can sell anyone out to the Marines or anyone else. Doesn't that seem a bit suspicious? You see. You're all doing this to get into an ideal nation. A place with no hunger, no poverty, no violence or war. But you're supposedly building it with crime and extortion. Doesn't that sound the tiniest bit counterintuitive? The poor million didn't even respond. In the slightest lull in the sound of the party going on behind Luffy, Igaram could have sworn he heard, "I can't believe he knows big words now." Luffy took a breath. "Let me let you all in on a little secret. One of my nakama is hidden very high in Baroque Works. She knows the boss's real plans. He's using Baroque Works to engineer a rebellion in Arabasta with planted evidence framing the king. He's going to use this rebellion to cover up a coup." Luffy shook his head. "Do you get it now? This boss is just using you all to make himself king. And once he is," Luffy frowned, "what's keeping him from killing each and every one of you to cover his tracks?" Igaram looked down. He wished he could say he was surprised, but then he'd had a low opinion of Baroque Works going in, and even as a Shichibukai crocodile was known for not caring whether he brought pirates in dead or alive. But the millions were different. Most of them had seen Baroque Works as a chance at redemption, one last round of ugliness, before leaving it all behind to stand in the sun. The crimes they committed were seen as the ends justifying the means. To hear that it was maybe all for naught, he could hear their denial and sorrow behind him. Seriously, what's stopping him? You going to run to the Marines? They'd just throw you in prison for everything you've done for him. And forgive me for saying this, but most of you wouldn't be missed if you just vanished. He needs you to reach his goals, so he keeps you around. But once he has what he wants, you're all just going to be a bunch of liabilities. Even with the code names, the very fact you know Baroque Works exists makes you a loose end. And a guy clever and ruthless enough to set all this up didn't get there by leaving loose ends. He might keep 1 or 2 officer agents that prove their loyalty, but the rest of you will be hung out to dry. In the worst way. Igaram heard the prisoners behind him shout out, calling Luffy a liar, saying he had to be wrong. He also heard sobs as some felt the ground yanked out from under them, the one ray of hope they'd had in a long while snatched away. He felt the hatred in his heart burn a little brighter. These people may be criminals, but they were people. And he knew the boy spoke true. Crocodile would throw them away like trash once he was done with them. He was willing to have hundreds of thousands kill each other to achieve his sick goals. What was another 2,000 underlings? Luffy grinned, his eyes shadowed by the brim of his hat. And that's where I come in. The millions looked up at the man that had shown the truth behind their false hope and was about to offer the real thing. I need Nakama to help me on my journey. Now, I know what you're going to say. Why should we follow you? Right. Just because I made you guys want to quit Baroque Works doesn't mean you're going to want to join me. Well, I'll tell you why. Because I, too, am offering you an ideal nation. Only mine isn't some mystery far-off land. It's one you've all known of your whole lives. You've just never truly been there. The millions leaned forward with bated breath. My ideal nation, Luffy declared, is the sea. A place where every man, woman, and child is considered equal. A place without politics and mind games, without division and segregation, without borders or boundaries. A place where everyone is your friend because you are all united by a common purpose. Where all work is honest work, measured by the sweat of your brow and the strength of your back. A place of free men and freedom. They all sat enraptured, the power of a king's words bewitching them all. But no nation is without its enemies. The sea and those who embrace her are considered enemies of justice. We, who refuse to bow to their rules and restrictions. We, who live every day to the fullest. We, who seek adventure and dreams and nothing else. Why? Because we believe something they do not. No. We are their enemies because they do not control us. They fear any who won't obey. And so they condemn us to death, call us pirate and scum, for no other reason than because we refuse to follow the path they set out for us, because we decide to make our own, because no one has the right to tell us what to do. Luffy held out his arms as if embracing the people of Whiskey Peak. I embraced the sea. My Nakama did the same. And so we formed this armada, so that we may stand strong together as we set out to find our dreams and see all this world has to offer. Our lives are hard, make no mistake. But we live, and that makes it all worth it. I stand before you, truthfully without any regrets. Because my dream is to become the Pirate King, to know the sea better than any man alive, to know true freedom. Luffy smiled, a genuine warm smile that shone brighter than the sun. So tell me, my friends, will you join me and my ideal nation? The members of Baroque Works were one and all speechless. Take your time. This is a serious decision. One which will affect the rest of your lives. So, I leave you all to eat. And when you're done, you can each decide whether you want to be part of my armada. Those of you that don't will be free to go. Just know that if you try to start anything, we will finish it. Oh, and in case any of you are worried about Baroque Works coming after you for leaving, just know that I take care of my own. And with that, the pirate known as Straw Hat turned and vanished into the writhing mass of the party. Igaram sucked on his dry tongue. By the gods. He had sworn his life to his king and princess, and even he'd been moved by the boy's offer. He could only imagine how much more effective it had been on desperate goons with nothing to lose. At that point, a few of the cook types came forward with steaming bowls of soup. There was just enough slack on their wrists that they could bring the bowls to their lips without spilling it down their front. The first million to get his took one sip and exclaimed, "Oh my god." The cook who'd given it to him grimaced. "Yeah, I know, it's terrible. Normally we're a lot better than this, but we're cooking only with the ingredients we found in town, and a lot of them weren't the best quality." "Wait, what are you talking about?" sputtered the man in the midst of gustatory orgasm. "I'm apologizing for this not being up to our usual standards, sir." "Your usual standards? You mean for parties and celebrations, right?" "No, I mean in general. The only real difference between a feast and an ordinary meal is the amount of food prepared, not the quality. The man was gaping. You're telling me you guys eat better than this every day? Of course. We're chefs of Baroque, the finest restaurant in the world. It would be a crying shame if those we catered to ate anything but the best of the best. A million took another sip and almost went cross-eyed. That settles it. Forget that little speech earlier. I'm joining for the food. By this point a few others had been served, and if their expressions were anything to go by then they shared the sentiment. Igrum took a sip from his own bowl and erupted in goosebumps. This tastes as good as terracotta's cooking. Some traitorous part of his brain claimed it was actually even better, but married men learn to suppress such thoughts early on. A half hour later, Luffy returned to the group of captured syndicate members. Most of whom were still blissed out on the ambrosia that was the recipes of the red and black legs. He chuckled when he saw their dazed expressions. Ah, it was so nice to see people right after they first tasted Sanji's cooking. For a brief moment, they enjoyed food as much as he did. And these guys had only gotten soup. Wait until they tried the meat. Well, what little didn't go to Luffy himself. So guys. Time's up. You've all had some time to think. Which will it be? Are you cutting loose and running away? Or are you going to become my nakama? He paused for a moment, letting the choice he presented settle in their minds. Those of you who choose to stand beside me on this journey across the sea, raise your hands. Igrum looked behind him. More than half of the millions had raised their arms. Igrum was both happy and sad to see Miss Monday among them. He'd miss her, she'd been a good woman despite her line of work, but she was definitely going to be in good company. Luffy grinned, and his right leg seemed to blur for a moment. The next second, all those that had raised their hands lowered them, looking with awe at the rope falling from them. Igrum was stumped by that one. Throwing knives. No, there had been no sounds of impact on the walls behind them. There was no noise, so it wasn't bullets. He remembered what this young man swordsman had done and considered the possibility of flying blade attacks. But a cut with a sword was one thing. Displacing air so sharply from a kick, let alone over 50 times with perfect aim in a heartbeat, was surely impossible, right? A smile that seemed like a mischievous cousin to the one they'd received earlier graced Luffy's face. Welcome to the party, you guys. Untie your legs and join the fun. I'll get to know you all one-on-one a little later. Luffy waited until the 73 that had chosen to defect from Baroque Works had left, giving each of them a nod or wave as they passed him. He turned to regard the remaining 26 and Igrum. I'm sad you don't want to come along, but I'll respect your decision. My crew will let you go individually and make sure you leave. I repeat, anything you start will be finished. Quite strongly, he added. Then he walked forward and kneeled in front of Igrum. So, curly-haired guy. Mind telling me why you didn't want to sail with me? Igrum gulped. Why was he getting special attention? Was it just because he was a numbered agent? It's nothing per mah, it's nothing personal, Luffy-san. It's just that my loyalty is not mine to give. Luffy grinned cheekily, like he knew a secret Igrum didn't. Somehow, I'm not surprised by that. Igrum tried not to read too far into that statement. It could just be an observation. No need to be overly paranoid. He paused and glanced over at the princess, who had not relaxed the whole time. If I may ask, what's going to happen to Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday? Oh, those two. We offered the choice to the baseball dude as soon as we docked. He picked us right away. He's actually dancing out there. Now that he looked, Igrum did indeed spot Mr. Nine among the heaving throng. He noticed that Miss Monday was on a beeline straight for him. No surprise there. Those two were the worst kept secret in Baroque Works. As for her, Nami won't let us let her go yet. She said something about a queen's ransom or something like that. Igrum's blood turned to ice. You. His accusation was cut off by Luffy's hand moving like lightning to grab something out of the air. He stood up and turned, an annoyed look on his face. Boy. Bum guy. Didn't your grandpa ever hit you on the head when you tried to flick boogers at strangers? Wait, what? The party ground to a halt as everyone turned to look at Luffy for such an odd comment. Then they followed his line of sight to find two figures standing up from where they'd apparently been crouching on a nearby rooftop. The man was black with his hair styled in a bunch of little tails extending out from his scalp, almost like an explosion. His black trench coat had a prominent 5 emblazoned over his heart. The woman had blonde hair and blue eyes and clearly had a thing for lemons. Her dress was adorned with them on top of being that sour shade of lemon yellow. She wore lemon earrings and her hat looked like someone cut a lemon the size of a watermelon in half and hollowed it out. Both had arrogant smirks on their faces, but they seemed a little stilted. The millions that hadn't gone turncoat perked up. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine. Thank goodness you're here. With you to rescue us, our fate is assured, called a woman dressed like a nun. Mr. 5 stuck a finger up his nose. Don't flatter yourselves. We're not here to help trash like you. Miss Valentine sniggered. Kaya hahaha. Like we'd come to this end of the Grand Line for a handful of millions. If you were weak enough to get captured, you're clearly of no use to Baroque Works. Those hopeful faces fell. It was just as Luffy had said. They were disposable. For some the realization broke what will they had left. For others, it made them reconsider their choice to stay out of piracy. Luffy huffed. Hey. Bomb guy. I asked you a question. What were you thinking, flicking an explosive into my party? The officer agent grunted. So these weaklings blabbed on our powers, did they? They'll pay for that. In any case, we're here to deal with two traitors. As an assassin, I thought it best to take them out without being seen and be on our way. But now that we're called out, let's negotiate. Hand them over and we'll leave the rest of you in peace. So you can run to your boss and send a big enough force to silence us? I don't think so. Besides, you'd have gotten me and a few others with that little gift, so don't pretend you're worried about any of our safety. Luffy tilted his head. But I'm curious. Who are these traitors that merit a visit from you two? Mr. Five reached into his pocket for something. These two traitors are members of certain kingdom that infiltrated Baroque Works 2 years ago. They did something unforgivable in our boss's eyes. He told us only this. They know my secret. What this secret is, even we don't know. But keeping that secret is one of the core tenets of our organization. And the traitors that discovered his secret are Mr. Five, pulled out 2 faded photographs, showing Miss Wednesday and Mr. 8. Princess Nefertari Vivi of Arabasta and Igaram, captain of the Royal Guard. The millions were shocked to discover the true identities of 2 of their own, and the armada was a little shocked as well. "You're a princess," shrieked Mr. 9 at the revealed Vivi, who only bowed her head. "Man, that chick's a princess. There go my chances. Oh, unless she's tired of soft princely types and wants to slum it with a real man's man," muttered a blushing Moji. "I didn't hear all that, but I feel that it was faintly ridiculous, self-aggrandizing, and objectifying. So I'll do this on her behalf," stated Kadu, before slapping the beast tamer upside the head. "Oh dear. I terrorized a princess. That goes against everything I was raised to believe and behave." Kaya suddenly sunk into a cloud of depression. "Father and Mother in heaven, forgive this grievous breach of the code of conduct. I was unspeakably disrespectful of royalty itself. Think fondly of me as I rot in hell for my sin." Usopp hastily tried to talk his girlfriend back from the edge. Now, Kaya-chan, don't be depressed. There's no way you could have known." Luffy just raised a brow and turned to Igaram. "Really? You guys had to go undercover to find out it was Crocodile? I mean, who else could it be? Name one other person with enough of a foothold in Arabasta to pull all that stuff off with enough money and a criminal background. I mean, who did you think that it was? Revolutionaries? Some petty and pissed off world noble hung up on the Nefertari family abstaining way back when? Some corrupt magnate hoping to make your economy collapse and make a killing? Actually, now that I think about it, there are a few other options. Sorry for thinking you're an idiot." Every Baroque Works agent there froze. Miss Valentine's smirk wavered a little. "Kaya hahaha. What's that you're babbling about? Something about a crocodile?" Luffy looked at the 2 officer agents like they were idiots. Believe you me, that is not a nice look to receive from Luffy. No crocodile. The Shichibukai bastard. He's your boss. That's the big secret. The pair's stoic facade shattered into expressions of horror and disbelief, somewhere between a self-proclaimed god meeting his natural enemy and a long-nosed coward coming face to face with death. There was snot involved. It wasn't pretty. Patty narrowed his eyes. "Okay, just how does this kid know all this stuff?" "The Don knows everything," defended a nearby Creek pirate. "That Nami-sensei told him," offered a black cat. "Ah, that makes sense." Mr. Five recovered and looked furtively at the sky. Once he'd had a good look around, he seemed to relax. "Whether what you say is true or not, the fact remains that our mission is to kill those 2. So are you going to hand them over quietly or is this going to get loud?" Miss Valentine opened his parasol and cocked it on her shoulder. "Kaya hahaha. Just be a good little pirate and give them to us. You have a hard enough time with the Marines after you. Why add an international crime syndicate to it? I mean, really, what's it matter to you what happens to these 2? Luffy wriggled his nose. "It mattered to me because Curly Hair is a good guy. I don't want him to die. And my navigator wants to ransom Vivi and I'd pick a fight with Crocodile over her any day of the week. So looks like we're going to fight." Luffy took an exaggerated look around the town square. "I'm not usually one to play the numbers card, but it seems there's a whole lot of us and only 2 of you. Sure you don't want to just walk away quietly?" The twosome smiles shifted into snarls. "Don't talk down to us, you no-name pirate," bellowed Mr. Five. It bore mentioning that the more mobile agents rarely had reliable access to a news coup. "The 2 of us are officer agents. We are the 6th most powerful team in all of Baroque Works, with the power of the devil fruits behind us. He swung his arm out to his side and an explosion encompassed his fist, startling some of the more inebriated of the crew. I ate the bomu bomu no mi. I can make any part of my body turn into a bomb. Miss Valentine hopped up and seemed to float in place. Kaya. And I ate the kilo no mi. I can change my weight at will to anything from 1 kilo to 10,000 kilos. I can float like a feather or crush you like a boulder. A sinfully smooth hand went up in the air. Hold up, called out Alvida, drawing everyone's attention, sadly not to what she was saying in most of the men's cases. You're telling me that you can lose weight without even trying? Miss Valentine cocked her head. Kaya. Yes, I am. What's it to you? Iron Mace. Alvida lost her mind. Ul. Hia. She roared, leaping clear to the rooftop and bringing down her mace hard enough to demolish the 2-story house. Mr. Five leapt to the side while Miss Valentine went high up in the air. What the hell? She gaped. Come back down here and take your pounding like the bitch slut you are. This is for fat girls everywhere. Sanji gaped. Is this going to be a cat fight? His blood and that of every red-blooded male in earshot ran in the streets. Mr. Five picked himself up only to find himself face to face with an eerily calm blonde. I suppose I'll handle you myself. If I don't start pulling my own weight around here, people might accuse me of being a one-dimensional character. What is she talking about? Asked Siam. Pretty sure it's a Yandir thing. Who knows what they're thinking, answered Bucci. Usopp felt a weight in his guts, but he plastered a smile and gave a thumbs up. Go, Kaya-chan. Kick his ass. The battle between the Mr. Five pair and Luffy's untested female Nakama had begun. The night was quite simply beautiful. The moon, a waning gibbous just a few days short of a half, shone brightly in the sky. Smash. The stars twinkled merrily on those down below, offering proof that the sun was hardly starved for company, as well as mystery to he who looked on them with a child's wonder. Crunch. Waves lapped gently at the shore, never truly still, the water stretching out into the horizon. Rumble. The wind whistled along the dusty ground and around the barren hills, stark and dry and lovely in their own way. Boom. And 2 women built like models were trying to murder each other. Simply beautiful. Alvida held her kanabo up and to the side in a picture-perfect baseball stance. She swung for a point a bit below Miss Valentine's armpit. Should it make contact, it would at the very least crack a rib. Given the sheer amounts of adrenaline running through her taut, supple body, it would not be a surprise if the blow sent the blonde assassin soaring off into the middle distance. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on whom you were rooting for, she struck nothing but air. Miss Valentine had already reduced her weight as far as her power allowed her and jumped into the air before Alvida started moving. She actually kicked off of the end as it passed under her to accelerate her journey skyward. She'd barely made it 10 feet before her vector suddenly reversed, coming back toward the ground with all the destructive power of a meteor. The crater formed beneath her high heels as she made contact. Sadly or happily, again, depends on which one you want to win, there was no blood in that crater. Alvida had followed the momentum of her swing to run to the side. She planted her foot, turned, and leapt back towards her opponent with her weapon running parallel to her spine as she held it above her head. Describing a perfect arc, the smooth-skinned pirate brought her hands up, over, and down. The centripetal force of the stroke added to the mass of the solid steel staff and the acceleration provided by rage-fueled muscles to create an even more powerful attack than the last. Feeling like she was playing an extremely high-stakes game of jump rope or leapfrog, the officer agent once again launched herself into the air. Beneath her, the crater she'd created doubled in diameter and depth as Alvida's strike hit the spot she'd just been standing on. Deciding she needed time to create a strategy, Miss Valentine opened her umbrella and began to float above the battlefield. Alvida jerked her weapon out of the cracked earth and looked up at the woman she had deemed her arch-nemesis the second she learned of her devil fruit power. Stay still so I can hit you, you cheater. She roared with all the fury of a sugar addict who found that someone else had eaten the last Klondike bar. Hiya. I will when you will, crazy. Feel free to start first. The Baroque Works agent fired back. Alvida blew actual clouds of steam out her nostrils, so hot were the flames of her anger. Through the phenomenon psychologists have termed transference, Alvida had redirected all the hatred and self-loathing she'd felt over her weight her entire life onto the woman taunting her from the air. In her mind, beating this woman would cleanse every bad feeling she'd ever had. In reality, though she might experience a mild catharsis, those feelings would remain unresolved until she fully confronted and processed their root. But she didn't know that. All she knew was that 26 years, actually 29, but no one needed to know that, of negative emotion, was urging her spill blood. And she was more than happy to oblige. Not that Miss Valentine knew any of that. So she underestimated the impact of her next words. Why are you so bent out of shape about my ability, anyway? Did little Miss Size Zero used to be chubby? Or are you just hung up on those pesky 5 pounds of cellulite left over from winter? Kaya hahaha. Get over it, twig. The officer agent gave her most mocking smile. She wasn't just being mean. The angrier the target was, the more likely they were to leave an opening. That it was also fun to tear people down was just a bonus. Alvida actually felt something snap inside her brain. Her limbs, already numbed from adrenaline, seemed to vanish from her awareness. Her entire vision focused on the laughing yellow bitch, everything else reduced to a fuzz. She started to feel dizzy from just how strong the all-encompassing rage had taken hold of her being. Some tiny, sane corner of her mind noted, so, this is what a stroke feels like. The rest of her thought processes could be summarized as Raya. Miss Valentine blinked, her brain refusing to accept what her eyes were sending her. The moment passed, and suddenly she was increasing her weight as fast as she could. Her moment of hesitation was almost her undoing. She just barely managed to drop enough that the spinning 70-kilogram spiked bat didn't brain her. She landed roughly and stumbled. It was a good thing she did, because if she'd stuck it, her head would have been in prime position for half-inch long nails to claw. Miss Valentine, still reeling from the suddenness of the assault, had to rely on every bit of her dodging training to avoid the downright feral flurry of blows Alvida aimed at her. If Alvida's pupils were to vanish, her teeth transform into a shark's, and her hair start to writhe like live snakes, none of it would have seemed out of place. She had crossed the line between outraged and possessed. She wasn't behaving like a woman so much as a rabid, starving animal with inoperable hemorrhoids. She wasn't fighting to win anymore. She was fighting to hurt. Not that she was having much success. She was attacking with nothing but instinct and impulse, and all her experience with fighting was with her mace. And her opponent, contrary to the stereotype about blondes, was slightly above average intelligence and an assassin besides. Not that there was an actual school or anything, but most people in that line of work learn early on that not getting hit was the key to staying alive. After all, most opponents assassins face are other assassins, and one hit was all that was needed sometimes to end a life. Suffice to say that Alvida, after a solid minute, had yet to even touch Miss Valentine. After processing that her enemy had actually made the incredibly stupid decision to throw away her weapon and adapting to the new pace of battle, Miss Valentine was ready to return fire herself. Hopping back a bit, the Baroque Works operative reeled back her fist. Enough of this. 10,000 kilo ram. Miss Valentine launched her fist forward, her normally dainty arm turned into an unstoppable missile by the power of her devil fruit. It moved closer and closer until finally making contact with soft breakable flesh, only to keep on moving. The blonde woman overbalanced as her fist seemed to just glide off into the side of the face she'd been aiming at. As she fell forward, she didn't get caught on her opponent's body. Instead she seemed to just slip past her as if they were like magnets passing by. To her credit, Miss Valentine didn't fall flat on her face. She managed to roll and come up standing, normalizing her weight by reflex. She turned to look at the other woman, shocked confusion stuck on her face. What the hell? Alvida regained just a bit of her higher functions, enough to turn and smirk tauntingly. You're not the only one with a devil fruit, blonde bimbo. Seizing the moment, Alvida brought her arm around in the mother of all bitch slaps. The sensation was odd for Miss Valentine. She could feel tiny points of contact, but nothing as big as the palm that actually touched her. And even as she became aware of those points of contact, they were already moving, sliding along her cheek and over her nose, never staying still long enough to properly deliver the energy behind the impact. It was like getting hit by a pool noodle made of feathers. She could feel a rigid core somewhere in there, but the actual contact was light and silky. And negligible. Alvida stumbled, barely managing to catch herself. She looked down at her hand in horror, then looked up at Miss Valentine, whose face was slowly curling into her usual grin. So? Your ability makes it so I can't touch you, but it looks like you can't touch me either. She paused, her sharp mind reviewing her failed punch. I could have sworn I felt your clothes as I fell, so it seems to be centered on your skin. But let's make sure, shall we? So saying, Miss Valentine brought her foot up in a kick to the fork in Alvida's legs. She didn't change her weight in case her experiment failed and she missed again, which was why Alvida merely got the wind knocked out of her instead of a broken pelvis. With the jeans between her and the foot, there was enough friction for the kick to make contact and the kinetic energy to wreak its havoc on her body. The straw hat pirate of a day and a half bent forward slightly as her body curled around the point of impact. She might not be a man, but that was still an unpleasant area to be hit. Alvida felt her blood run cold, realizing that she wasn't nearly as invulnerable as Luffy had led her to believe. But when she looked up and saw the triumphant smirk on her face, Alvida stopped caring. All she cared about was returning the pain she'd just endured tenfold. And if her memory served her right, fingernails were made of keratin, not skin. Lashing out, Alvida raked her nails at and down Miss Valentine's face. She barely managed to break skin with her middle finger, but her hand caught on the neckline of the other's dress and came away with a fair-sized swath. Legs still held up from her kick, Miss Valentine reached up to feel her scratch and looked down at her left breast, cupped in white lace, exposed to the world. Something in her mind clicked and she stopped caring about her pride as an assassin in favor of her pride as a woman. Snarling, "Oh, it is on." Miss Valentine tackled Alvida to the ground and proceeded to try and reduce her to pulp. Alvida enthusiastically returned the sentiment. This wasn't some petty catfight like you'd see at the mall, with flapping of arms at the air and tugging of ears. Both girls were out for blood. Alvida's traction-free skin made that difficult for both parties, but they did their best anyway. Both of their hats were soon lost in the conflict. Alvida quickly learned that headbutts did nothing but strain her neck. Miss Valentine could punch any part covered by Alvida's coat but lacked the angle or leverage to make it stick while they were rolling around. Alvida's teeth weren't slippery and she managed to latch onto Miss Valentine's earlobe. She almost managed to get enough pressure to tear it clean off when she felt a hand on her bikini and then an excruciating pressure. Letting go, she wriggled out of the grip, sliding along the ground like a wet bar of soap. She caught herself before she went too far and found she was in the perfect position to crush the blonde's nose beneath her shoe. Miss Valentine shook her head, blood getting caught in her hair, and grabbed the hem of the pirate's pants and pulled. Rather than bringing her opponent back in reach, she wound up with a pair of capris and the sight of Alvida scrambling to her feet before jumping on her back. She tried to buck her off, but didn't manage it before she felt two hands grab huge chunks of her hair. With her new leverage, Alvida started to bash Miss Valentine's head into the ground. The assassin scrambled to escape, but she didn't have the neck strength to rip her hair out by the roots, and her hand slipped as she tried to grasp the offending arms. Her ears were starting to ring before she made the split-second decision to reduce to 1 kilogram. As Alvida pulled her head back up, she wound up pulling Miss Valentine right up and out from between her legs. She let go at the disorientation and short fall to the ground, giving Miss Valentine enough time to center herself and normalize, so she fell on Alvida's back. Thinking fast, the femme fatale dug her right arm under Alvida's neck and grabbed the wrist with her left. She pulled back and discovered to her delight that unnaturally smooth as she was, Alvida's head couldn't slip down past Miss Valentine's forearm. The gap was just too small without dislocating or concaving her jaw. Acting fast, Miss Valentine wrestled the struggling woman around so she was lying atop her, back to front. In a triumphant hiss, the blonde said 10,000-kilo guillotine. The arm across Alvida's throat went from an uncomfortable pressure to an industrial press. She choked, gasping for air that wasn't there. Darkness started to cloud her vision as it felt like her windpipe was about to collapse under the sheer weight. She was being crushed. She was going to die. She was going to die. Alvida brought up her hands to try and move the terrible pressure, but she just couldn't get a good enough grip. Even then, her desperate pulls were just too weak to make any difference. Alvida heard her heart beating like it was the biggest drum on the planet. She felt it push against the front of her chest, like it was trying to escape from her dying body and find a new one. As her vision faded, it got even louder, so it was impossible to miss that it started to slow down and stutter. Alvida made one last convulsive gurgle, but her lungs continued to burn. The beats got further and further apart. The silence between them seemed to become deeper, darker, heavier. How simple it would be to sink down into that perfect quiet, to become wrapped in a blanket of dark, to find a peace as cold and undisturbed as a field of snow. White snow. White. Light. She could see a light. It was so very pretty. She heard the words from far away. So much for that pounding you were going to give me. I guess fat girls everywhere will be disappointed. Fire bloomed in her chest, her heart picked up in a defiant surge, and the light was replaced by the night sky. Alvida grit her teeth. She was not going to die here. Not unless she was taking this smug hack with her. Her oxygen-starved brain tried to cobble together a plan. She couldn't move the arm up or off her. She couldn't slide her head down past the arm. But could she slide her body up past it? With the last of her strength, Alvida planted her feet on the ground and pushed. Had Miss Valentine used a proper sleeper hold, the Iron Mace pirate might well have met her end that night. Instead, Alvida shot like a cork out of her captor's arms. She also managed to slide out of her coat, which led to her moving along the ground like a curling stone on ice. She came to a stop against the wall of a house almost at the end of the street she and Valentine had been fighting on. And what would you know, that house was right next to where her canabo had landed. After taking a few seconds to savor the sweetest air she'd ever tasted, Alvida got back on her feet. She walked over and heaved her weapon up to rest on her shoulder. Looking back where she came, she found her rival dusting herself off, her umbrella already back in hand. Alvida had done enough damage to her dress that she might as well not have been wearing it. Miss Valentine seemed to come to the same conclusion, ripping the tatters off of her and throwing them aside. They faced each other, neither caring they were only in their undergarments and shoes. It mattered not what armor a warrior wore. It mattered only how much of their enemy's blood they could stain it with. Alvida blew a stray lock of hair out of her face. Her brush with death had knocked her out of her berserker rage. Brute force had proved ineffective. It was time to fight smarter, not harder. Every time I try to hit her she dodges into the air. And sooner or later, I'm going to be too slow to dodge her when she comes back down. She's working out the weaknesses of my fruit, so I shouldn't let her get too close. But I can't just run away from her. I need a way of hitting her hard and fast, before she can jump. Alvida took a moment to notice the distance between them. I slid pretty far. Well, that's the thing about having super smooth skin. According to Newton's first law, inertia will keep an object moving until acted on by an outside force, and that force is usually friction. Yes, she knew physics. She'd grown up fat and friendless, there wasn't much to do but read and eat. Frictionless surfaces, the holy grail of ground transportation. If a vehicle could coast on one, then the energy requirements would be greatly reduced. It'd just move along at the same speed it started. Huh, didn't I read about something like that? Oh yes, that bit on magnetic levitation in that book on those theoretical transport devices called trains. Those random thoughts, doubtless a lingering effect from her asphyxiation, sparked something in the depths of her head. Carefully, Alvida slipped off her left shoe and felt the ground. She adjusted her weight slightly, working out what patches of skin weren't affected by her power. Miss Valentine started to shout. You might as well just give up, you greasy slut. If you do, I might even make it quick. We're going to kill all of you. The princess, her bodyguard, and all you dumb pirates stupid enough to interfere with our mission. You think you bunch of rookies can go up against an organization like Baroque Works? I'm going to crush every last one of you like bugs, and then Mr. 5 will turn your bodies into dust. And if any of them are even half as crazy as you, we wouldn't just be completing our mission, we'd be doing a public service. Alvida settled her stance, her gambit prepared. Are you done? It was remarkable how a face so pretty could twist into something so ugly. Forget about quick, I'll do you slow. Alvida's response was to kick off with her right shoe. Soup spur. She shouted, suddenly moving incredibly fast at Miss Valentine, balanced on her left foot as it slid along the ground like it was buttered. Miss Valentine was too surprised to dodge the attack. Luckily for her, it wouldn't have hit anyway. Alvida had kicked off at the tiniest bit of an angle and wound up passing by a yard to the blonde's left. Before she'd gone too far, Alvida brought down her right foot. Her shoe absorbed the momentum and brought her to a halt with minimal sliding. Twisting herself, Alvida aimed herself once more and launched herself at impressive speeds toward her nemesis. This time, Miss Valentine had enough presence of mind to jump. She opened her umbrella and watched as Alvida skidded to a halt. A brief note on the kilo no mi. It allowed a user to change his or her weight to anything between 1 and 10,000 kilograms at will. But what exactly is weight? In layman's terms, it is the pull of gravity on the mass of an object. The mechanism of the kilo no mi, as well as its cousin the ton no mi, was to use a localized version of the power given by the devil fruit most recently eaten by a man named Iso. Weight was changed by the increase or decrease of the user's gravity field. This is why the user did not change shape, their mass was unaffected. And since the user's mass was unaffected, their muscles did not get larger or denser to help a user move under increased gravity, the same as they would normal gravity. This was the reason Miss Valentine didn't just go to 10,000 kilograms and become a rampaging juggernaut, she couldn't really move when she was that heavy. That's why most of her attacks tended to involve falling on an opponent or shifting her weight while already moving and relying on her momentum to move her. Conversely, she didn't lower her weight and become super fast because her muscles would begin to atrophy at lower gravity, much like an astronaut's. And the reason she didn't just tank attacks was, to reiterate, her mass was unaffected by her fruit. So even though she might be 10,000 kilograms, she was 10,000 kilograms of flesh and blood. The only difference her weight made to how she took attacks was how fast she fell, hence her hard work at her ability to move out of the way of hits. We now return to the fight. Miss Valentine narrowed her eyes before resuming her usual smirk. Neat trick. But you still can't hit me from all the way down there. And if you throw that glorified baseball bat again, you're dead meat. Kaya ha ha ha. Alvida measured Miss Valentine's position in the air with calculating eyes. I hope this works, she muttered to herself. Then she kicked off once more with her right foot. Only this time, she didn't direct the force in a straight line, but in a curve. Alvida started to spin in a circle like an ice skater despite being on dry land. Her features blurred at her speed, spinning around and around without any loss of energy. Miss Valentine gaped. What the hell? Suddenly planting her right foot in the ground, Alvida channeled the considerable centripetal force of her rotation into her canal. Angling her shoulders just so, she let her projectile loose with a cry of soup hammer throw. Given Alvida's level of experience with her ability, it was luck more than anything that led to her aim being true. But true it was. Before Miss Valentine knew what happened to her, she caught what was as good as a ballista bolt in the solar plexus. At only 1 kilogram, she did practically nothing to impede its flight. Her world consumed in pain, the officer agent was sent flying along the arc of the canal, ending only when it met one of the far-off cactus hills. The canal fell to the ground below. Miss Valentine, her body sunk a good inch into the spherical graveyard, slowly fell forward. Body limp, bloody foam leaking from her mouth, she too succumbed to gravity's embrace and came crashing down to earth. Alvida huffed. Damn, but that had been exhausting. Her abs were on fire from the effort it had taken to remain upright during her spin, rather than falling flat on her ass. And all that freelance demolition she'd done while caught up in her righteous fury was starting to catch up with her. Oh, and her body was still recovering from the fact she'd nearly died. But however many aches and pains racked her, Alvida couldn't help but smile. I won. Disappointing. Alvida whipped her head around. Nami was leaning against the wall of the building next to her. Her face was flat as her chest was convex. Alvida felt whatever anger hadn't been worked out by beating Miss Valentine refocus on the navigator. Well, excuse me for not putting on a good enough show. It's not like I only got my powers yesterday and I'm still working out how this new body works. And sure, I almost lost at one point, but I won in the end, didn't I? Seniority be damned, you don't have the right to talk smack about my fights. I wasn't talking about your fight, Nami cut her off. That was decent, all things considered. Nami raised her hand to point, her expression still devoid of any emotion whatsoever. I was talking about that. Alvida followed her Nakama's line of sight. Her view unimpeded thanks to all the buildings she'd reduced to rubble, she noticed the town square where this whole debacle had started. It was the scene of a massacre. The men of the Straw Hat Armada were spread out on the ground. Their eyes were blank and unseeing, their bodies still but for some random twitching. Some of them laid hanging off the edge of rooftops or embedded in walls, as if they'd been thrown around by a giant. Blood was everywhere. On the walls, on their clothes, on the ground it was so thick it had started to become rust-red mud. In the center of the carnage, soaked from head to toe and lying in an inch of the stuff, was none other than Sanji himself. He, along with every single one of the rest of the men, had a shit-eating grin on his face. Alvida mentally replayed the fight as it must have looked from a third-person view and looked down at her half-torn bikini top and sweat-soaked panties. When she looked up, her face was as unimpressed as Nami's. You're right. That is disappointing. Mr. Five was not having a good day. First, he'd been awakened by a kick to the head by his partner, shrieking that she couldn't take his snoring for one more second. Well, what did she expect? He had a very congested nose, that's how he had so much ammo to use. They'd been assigned together for over a year, she should have gotten used to it by now. Or at the very least bought some earplugs. Next, he'd had to eat her cooking for breakfast. When it came to desserts, or really anything with chocolate in it, she might as well be a gourmet chef from Pucci. For everything else, the safest word Mr. Five had found to describe it was interesting. As in that eel and cabbage stew was very interesting, or what an interesting idea to put pickled kiwi jam on toast. He'd rather gnaw on hardtack, but they were too well supplied for him to get away with it. Plus, if he insulted her culinary skills, he'd get a 200-kilo kick to the balls, and he was not eager to experience one of those again. Then, he'd had to take a very terse call from the boss, reminding them of the deadline for their mission. It was bad enough they had to sail to the ass end of the Grand Line without his superior breathing down his neck. Really, they were officer agents. In-house cleaning was beneath them, even if the guilty parties were frontier agents. Mr. Five resolved to get a few extra hits in on this Princess Vivi. Would she have to get nosy and look into the boss's secret and drag them out to deal with her? After that, it was a long, boring day of sailing following the eternal pose to Cactus Island. Fending off sea kings got boring when all that was needed to send them running, swimming, was to flick a booger. Still, he preferred those brief interludes over pretending to listen to Miss Valentine's chatter. That woman could not go 5 minutes without hearing her own voice. Though Mr. Five consoled himself over the day with the fact he could have been assigned to Miss Merry Christmas. She made Miss Valentine look like a mime. Sadly, this is the end. I will find other stories, and if you're here, comment your favorite part of the video.